Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're back. Back again. Weekend gaming. It's stream time. Got the Sunday special. Welcome back, everybody. We're already a third of the way through November. Oh no. How did we get here? And how did we get to 6 streams of Europa Universalis 5 in a row? I don't know. But here we are. I got work to do. I got a mission to accomplish. My mission is to stop European missions. That's my mission. Welcome back, gamers. Thanks for clicking. Thanks for jumping in here at the beginning. Glad to have you. Hope you're having a nice weekend. Getting ready for some more exploration of Europa Universalis 5. Trying to figure things out. So let's hop in, shall we? Let's do this first. Do that first, and then do this second. Voila. Voila. What's up, Riv? Thank you for the 49 months. The colonizers will never expect us colonizing them. They'll never see it coming. Just flip it around in reverse. We all are wondering how that's going to work, so it'll be interesting to see. He said, I can't keep up with all these VODs. It's been an interesting VOD progression, I gotta say. An unexpected one. The problems haven't magically gone away. We just hit the different stages of grief and we arrive toward acceptance on each one individually. Welcome, Pie by Millions. Hello, Kate Dandy. What's up, gamers? I think they need to just... This is not an important thing. But it occurs to me that this giant vertical bar that's just dirt, the dirt background bar here is, I guess, the DLC? When you buy a DLC, the little icon appears over here. Why does it look so bad? Compared to like the CK3 main menu and the Stellaris menu and all the menus. All the other main menus. The icons are blurry. The bar looks bad. Yeah, it's not even going to be long enough for the DLCs. And I don't even know why I have these. Do you just get these for buying the game? What is this? Monumental bonus. 8 buildings, allowing you to decorate your game with ancient historical landmarks. Oh, you don't own it. It's just installed unless you subscribe to the Paradox newsletter. Shut up. This one's not owned either. Set of 8 holy sites allowing you to decorate your game. This one just says owned no, because you have to buy this one, right? Day 1 cosmetic DLC. It's so cute how they think that they're Arc Raiders and Battlefield and they can just open... Paradox would open a skin shop if they could get away with it. Inside the game. They know they can't get away with it. That's the only reason we don't have one. And they would have like rotating store skins inside of Europa Universalis 5. How far we've fallen. We already have a battle pass, basically. They have a season pass already. Day 1 cosmetic DLC. Like, give me a break, man. We saw it before. I'm just getting mad about it a second time. Do you know why I'm mad about it a second time? Because you can't even buy it. Oh, well, I forgot that we did this. Hold on. Reset. How do I do this? Transform, reset, transformation. There we go. I forgot that we did this. So this is the sacred sites, which is that, by the way. It's this. P.S. Steam? What are you doing, Steam? Where's the next screenshot button? I'm looking at the screen here and I do not know which of the things is the DLC. Which icon on the map is the DLC icon? I don't even know. Why isn't it just in the game? That the question of the ages. Is it this? In this one? I mean, that one's obvious. That one's a pretty easy one. Probably this. Anyway, you cannot buy it. It's unbuyable, I think. Do you only get it if you get the $40 premium upgrade? This is their season pass, the day one season pass. And it includes sacred sites. So you actually can't even acquire this tiny little graphic pack without paying at least $40. Okay, at least $39.99 to be more specific. You can't even buy it individually. So it's a $40 minimum purchase there. What? For like some little pictures that should just be in the game, right? If the sacred site graphics are of sacred sites that are in the game, then they should just be in the game, right? I understand selling like a DLC for the other stuff, like, you know, this is going to be you got to have the Byzantine Empire in every game. God, I never want to play the Byzantine Empire ever. I hope that there's other things that are part of this, because I refuse to play the Byzantine Empire. I do not care at all. The only time I cared is when you could try to make the Byzantine Empire in Hearts of Iron. That's it. But I understand selling a DLC for like the specific content of, you know, Morocco, reestablish like the flavor. Here's the thing, right? They have keywords here, and they have not explained on the page what these keywords even mean. So let me tell you what I'm talking about here. There's one thing that says this Chronicle pack. That's a keyword. They've already given weird titles to them. That, to me, this seems like small flavor pack. Historical content and flavor. There's no indication of how big these DLCs are, right? Or if they're tiny or substantial. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. Immersion pack and Chronicle pack. Is there a keyword for immersion pack? Oh, there is. Yeah, it's in this immersion pack. We've downgraded so far from expansion packs. Remember buying expansions for Roller Coaster Tycoon and how far we've fallen since then, since getting an actual full expansion pack for Medal of Honor Allied Assault. All right, anyway, I'm just old man yelling at cloud now. Where are we? Let's get in. Yeah, to the good old days of cardboard boxes, because they had to give you enough stuff to warrant putting it in a CD in a box that you want to go to the store in order to buy. We should go back to that. If you don't have enough content to release a physical version of your DLC expansion, then it just shouldn't be released, in my opinion. That's the barometer. I need some music. I don't know if I've heard this CK3 soundtrack, so we'll go with that. I'm lagging. I'm lagging. Monster Hunter Iceborne was a pretty great expansion. It seemed that way. I didn't get to play it, but it did seem that way. But like, I don't know, man. I just wish I had $10 billion and I could run my own video game company. You know what I'm saying? Not literally $10 billion. But it just seems like it was so easy to throw a bone and be like, it's day one DLC, but you get it for free. As just a little gimme. It's literally 8 pictures of tiny 3D model buildings. Instead of like, you want this? It's available right now. Too bad. Pay $40. They just don't care about their reputation anymore. It said activated. It said it's installed in my game. It's in my game, but I don't own it. So I'm not allowed to see it. So it's already present in the game. It said owned, no. I don't own it. Can't look at it. Keep it behind the veil. Shroud it. So dumb. So dumb. The Warhammer 3 method of DLC. Yeah, it is a Warhammer 3 method of DLC, but it's as if it released on the same day as Warhammer 3 did. It costs $40 to toggle false over to true. I'll see. I'm gonna wait and see what the actual DLCs are. I'm not saying I won't buy the DLCs. I'm just gonna be a lot more patient, wait and see. Yeah, you still buy and play their games. I'm playing a game, yeah, because I think that this is a game. 8 pictures of little 3D models is not a game, so I haven't bought it. I have not bought the thing I'm criticizing, brother. Like I just said, I'm waiting to see what's actually in the other DLCs to see if I want to buy it or not, instead of just a little blurb that's like, this is flavor content. This is an immersion pack. But anyway, I don't believe in boycotting. So, you know, take that somewhere else. I do not believe in boycotting. If they have a practice I disagree with, I don't disassociate myself from every product that they make. Does that make sense? Just because they have one thing that I think is stupid and shitty doesn't mean that I cut all ties with everything that the company touches. You must isolate yourself now that you have found something worth criticism. This is a good song though. Got the throat singing, dude. We gotta get this wind sound down. The wind sound. It's got to be ambient map background. Just vote with your wallet and then watch them continue to do all the things you're not voting for. Yeah. Basically that. I don't know if we need to check all of our laws again. Pops are missing goods. All right, I do want to check that one. Buildings are missing inputs. I want to check both of those. Those are important. Anyway, hi gamers. Hello and welcome. I don't think I will miss the 8 pictures of small buildings in my game. So that's kind of the moral of the story. I will check out, it says January to March 2026, which seems really, what's the word I'm looking for? Generous, maybe? I don't know. I can't imagine a DLC is coming out in January. It's 2 months away. But if there's more than Byzantine stuff, then I'll be interested in that. And if the second one is about Iberia, so that one I am interested in, because I want to do some Iberia that isn't just play as the dominant power. Because I think it's like some Morocco gameplay, perhaps, could be fun. So maybe that one's not till April to June. And then the Ald Alliance is France and Scotland. Scotland could be fun. I could see Scotland being fun. I wouldn't want to play as France, though. No shot. Dance of the Yurt. The Dance of the Yurt. Give me Aztec Mesoamerican DLC? True. Give me some Aztec Mesoamerican DLC. That'd be sick. So they'd have to come up with entire new mechanics for that, which is why you won't see it. The Aztecs have embraced feudalism. They are building... they are building fiefs and training knights. They're holding parliament now, the Aztec parliament. We must appease the nobles and the burghers of the Aztec Empire. They have to just do everything from scratch for that. But actually, though, all right, I don't remember what we were doing last night. As soon as I go to sleep, my brain is wiped clean, and I don't remember a single thing. The hard drive resets. Have you ever thought about the sci-fi aspect of cloning being like just imprinting the memories of you onto someone else, and that someone else means that you died and the clone just receives the memories of you, and then that's actually what happens every time you go to sleep and you wake up, and it was just like downloading all the memories onto a hard drive, and then that version of you dies, and then the new version of you wakes up and doesn't know but just has all the memories imprinted? There's a game about it? Are you talking about Soma? Because Soma sucks. Anyway. Anyway. What are we doing? It looks like we're building... oh no, our 5th level of stone gathering operations. That means we have no more to go. Okay, we're gonna have to colonize To the east. It's right on the borders. That's good. How much does this produce per level? 1.21 per level, and we're negative 0.29 short. Okay, so we don't, it's not like an emergency. We don't have to do it immediately, but pretty soon, because we're building up the 5th level now. And then when we do want to colonize it, oh no, it's a giant area. Can you colonize small areas, or does it have to be the entire province? I just need one location, man. It's pretty large. It's like, look at all the I don't know if you can see the highlight very well, but it's like 4 locations. It's got to be all of it, and it's 0.88 a month, which is kind of a lot. It's considered the same region, so that's discounting it a good deal, and we don't have any other colonial charters. The distance is quite close, so that's a discount. Population is plus 0.55. It says some of the locations population. I wish it would just give you a sum of how many there are total, but it's around 1,500 to 2,500 per, which isn't crazy. Chat, has he talked about why he can't make iron tools? Only about a dozen times throughout the last 5 streams. We do not have the technology as tribals to mine iron. It doesn't exist. We only are able to get that after Europeans come over, basically, historically. A very famous aspect of Europeans trading with Native Americans is Native Americans trading furs, which were plentiful in the New World, for weapons of iron from the Old World. That was one of the key aspects of their dealings with one another. So we do not have the technology. Because it's not, I think in the game, it's not just the fact that we can't mine iron. We have no way to forge it. We don't know, like there's kind of a whole part of human history where the iron was there during the Bronze Age, but we did not have the ability to wield or forge iron or know of its properties at that point. That was a very long era of human history as well. It's how long was the Bronze Age? It lasted 2,100 years. So think about just being a random human stuck in a 2,000-year cycle of the Bronze Age from like 2100 BCE to like 650. Well, actually, no, it was more than that. It changed depending on the region. Middle East was like 3,000 to 1,000 or something like that. BC. I can't imagine being like a 10 generation, like 15 generations just stuck in that cycle. That's crazy, dude. Then we invented the blast furnace. I don't know if I should start this now or not. I don't think we need it now, but let me see what else is in there. It's like a bunch of lumber, some fruit, and some stone. So I don't need the lumber or the fruit right now. I just need the stone. Would it be better to go like to the east? That's just so much wild game. I can't even go down there. All right, so it's pretty much got to do. We're gonna want all of this eventually anyways, and it moves us further toward the coast and reveals some more land. So, you know, there's good reasons. What's actually super crazy is I didn't even realize in our colonizing, we already have iron inside of our borders. We just literally don't know what to do with it. I forgot that we actually had iron already. All right. So at least there's some near us. I was just looking at the stone that we're getting. What else are we building? Current construction is a farming village upgrade. So we're getting level 3 farming village because farming village makes cows for us. The farms have cattle, and the people crave cattle. They want it very badly. Livestock. So at the moment, we have a huge deficit, almost 2 cattle, 2 livestock. I'm going to say that interchangeably. The tribesmen want a ton of it. All the tribesmen around us, I guess, are trading for it within our market, I'm assuming, because we don't have any tribesmen inside of our borders more than like a couple hundred. So it's mostly the demand of the tribesmen. So I wonder if we keep colonizing outward and the tribesmen quantity diminishes, if we're going to end up with too much livestock. We'll see how that goes. It'd be interesting to kind of find out. But livestock in turn demands clay. We need lots of clay for the farms. So how are we doing on clay? Pretty good, pretty good. I think I just upgraded. Yeah, we just upgraded to level 3 clay RGO. So we have a nice little surplus of clay. And we're about to make our very, very first Distillers Guild. We're making hard liquor. We're gonna try making hard liquor for the people. I'm not sure, like, I really appreciate the fact that we started as 5 tribes, peacefully living off the land, coexisting, and what we've done as we've become as a civilization, a kingdom, a grand people united, is make booze and then make liquor and wine. So like hey everybody, we need to group up, band together, because together we can get drunk. Let's party! And we just go crazy every day. I can't do it without you. Next will be tobacco pipes. Hell yeah, brother. We got tobacco on the land to the west, right over here. Lots of tobacco up in Canada. Over there. And then some tobacco right down here. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Arguably a better path for civilization than weapons is true. It's true. So in our main market city of Flapalapatopa, we have a number of new buildings, which unfortunately are represented by this square menu. The main new innovations from yesterday are the apothecary, which is able to produce medicaments, which are necessary for expansion via colonies, among other things, but we didn't have any of these. So now we have some of these, and there is a little demand for them. I hate this little menu. I hate this pop-up menu. Let me try something real quick. Is there a way? We got timer or action lock. What is the action lock hotkey by default? And why is it not middle mouse? Is it middle mouse? Okay, it is middle mouse. Let me do lock delay. We're gonna go 0.4 seconds. Show delay 0.25. Unlock delay is way too fast. 0.5 seconds is way too fast. I'm gonna double it and see what that looks like. What is locked open? Set the delay before tooltips are locked when another tooltip is already open. All right, that's fine, I guess. Let me try that. You know what I would like the behavior to change? The problem is, I think if you use action lock, you should have to click action lock again to untoggle the lock. That would actually be much more useful functionality for me, because my problem is my mouse drifts off slightly and then the whole menu's gone and then I have to go chase it down. So if I could just like action lock guarantees that window's gonna stay there until I click it again and then it'll disappear, would be my personal preference. So I don't know, maybe other people would find that intrusive, because you end up going boom, boom, and then see, it's gone. Like I accidentally moused off. I feel like I'm wasting so much time just like chasing it down over and over again. Paper Makers Guild. Yeah, we made paper yesterday. Made paper, and we started making books. So we have literacy rates are going up, especially in the towns and cities. It's even higher in the towns and cities. Got some winery from the other day. They've already been making fine cloth. The Spinners Guild is cloth, pottery, the marketplace itself. We got brews. The brewskis are coming out. And we have a big surplus. But here's the thing about the surplus of beer. I don't know how, chat, how can beer be used to make liquor? Educate me. Like in real life. How do you go from beer to liquor in real life? There was the same issue in Victoria 3. You can change the mouse over settings to make it better. Which mouse over settings? You just keep distilling, but that'll just be moonshine. Okay, so we're basically making moonshine. Hey chat, just wondering, how do you, if you have a bunch of beer, how do you make liquor? The DEA has entered the call. They're listening. And then on this town, they made a library. I didn't build it, they did. And it cost me 0.24 gold upkeep a month. No shot. That's a bunch of money for us to maintain a library. I guess I'm gonna keep it. It is actually operating at 90% capacity, which is better than I expected due to the paper and the books. But we were short on some books. But I'm not gonna build another bookmaker just for that, unless the books have their own demand for the people. They do have some pop needs, but it seems we're just barely not meeting them. Okay, I'm just trying to remind myself what buildings we have. As you know how it is, when we get started, it's got to go slow. The biggest hurdle that we are facing as people to expand is tools. We can't make enough tools. We've already got max level tools guilds, and we have to make stone tools, unfortunately. We have no iron, we have no copper, we have no tin. So we do have stone. However, we cannot build any more tools guilds unless we build another town. And a town is going to cost like 300 gold. So I've been wanting to build a town anyways in Sanakta-Wambo. So I think that's going to be one of our first goals, is sort of just pay the big bucks and found a new town. But I want to do a quick check on all of the market villages that we have, and I want to see what they're producing, because I bet they're not, a lot of them are not profitable. The trick is that if we convert them to clay, stone, or wood, those are not good ratios. So like I could make a teeny bit more money if we wanted to make one of these products, but like we don't have that much. We do have extra lumber, I guess. Tools is probably safe because we can expand our lumber works. We cannot expand our stone works anymore, so we don't want to use stone for jewelry. And then clay does have a little bit more overhead, but like we only have 0.82 overhead and they want 0.33 to make like 0.01 profit. It's not good ROI. So I'm going to convert a couple. Oh, it actually goes down to 0.19, presumably because of market access. It's my favorite song. Hold on. Yep, I just gotta listen to it. I'm still not sure how to decide which ones to turn into towns, but aren't food mineral tiles the ones that shouldn't be converted? It's kind of up to you. It seems like the biggest downside to converting to a town is you lose some RGL. So if you, like us, have a shit ton of food, we have a lot of food. I could just look, if I need food, we just go hunt some deer, you know, or we get more legumes. I have so many ways to get food in the new world. So for me, the food tiles are the good ones to convert to towns. It depends on what you have a lot of, in my opinion. It kind of depends on where you are. I don't think there's one catch-all answer. Okay, UI settings. Tooltip mode. Tooltip settings, I'm assuming? Yeah, I just adjusted these settings. I thought you were gonna be more specific. We just did these on stream. So what you just did, yeah. Thank you anyway. That'll free up some stone. Why is there a market village here with no one in it? Because it's not profitable. They probably fired everyone. That'd be my guess. All right, I'm gonna unpause here, see what's going on. We're not getting goods not available. Yeah, I know, goods not available. Why am I getting no prediction on money here? Just remember Ebeleep. We were on Ebeleep. Your Excellency, a son has been born to the Queen. We are told the baby is named... Chat's gonna have to name this. First come, first serve with their channel point, the appropriate channel point. It's considered the... Oh, I didn't realize the game was still unpaused. Name a location or person. There we go. I need to, hold on. I see a question in chat. I'll get you. I need to get a soundtrack that isn't just random. We're going random. I want to listen to some different soundtracks. We'll listen to the game soundtrack first and then go from there to make it easier. Chat, there is a specific channel point redemption that is on. That is 150,000 channel points. Many channel points. It has to be a made-up name, not a real name. Uchu Morlaska, he hasn't left the colonization screen. I have, actually. We've already colonized 2 separate provinces. Thank you for 15 months of sub. Shocker also says hi. Hello, Shocker. How you doing? How'd you restart the music? I'm listening on Spotify, brother. Talos, I have a question. If I got a lot of money, I bought every building that makes a 1% growth pop, but that is so little... How to make it larger. I'll let you know when I find out. I'll let you know when I figure it out, okay? I think you're probably ahead of me. But I mean, we're approaching 200,000 people. I've been inviting settlers from other neighbors, which only give you like 10 per month. It's not very many, but it's still more than we got right now. And you do that by exchanging favors with them and then calling in that favor to invite settlers. You could do it once every 2 years. Another way is to stockpile a bunch of food to get those population bonuses. Make granaries. Okay, someone redeemed it already. Soul. Is this a word? Solbaiter? Vetoes. That sounds like a language. That sounds like a language, but maybe you just came up with the word. All right. Solbaiter vetoes. You got it. Our clergy do not feel that the tribal kingdom of Haudenosaunee is properly sticking to the principles of divine supremacy. We've heard them condemn the government. -7 stability or -5 tribal cohesion. We're not really ready to push toward innovative yet, because I like the estate satisfaction equilibrium and the stability investment cost. But innovative is nice because max literacy. So I'm just gonna tank the stability, I guess. Feels bad. And then I want to check on my taxes. Taxing the nobility slightly too much. I like having a little more buffer. All the taxes are maxed. We have a tribal tax? We can make, okay, devs. Why are they getting angry if I tax them if their tax is 0? Eh? What are they getting angry about? Make this make sense. They're giving me no money but getting pissed. All right, whatever. No tax for the tribal people. That's fine. We need to buy a little more stability. Unfortunately. No Diplo spending, and then we can shave a little bit off the cost of court. Nothing crazy. It's about sending a message. I've come full circle, and now I actually want to get the game. These have been fun streams. I'm glad you enjoyed the streams. Some of you probably dropped out when I was raging about different mechanics and then came back and like, why the hell is he still playing this? I ask myself the same question every day. Our chancellor reports that our ruler's daughter is an idiot. Don't tell me she's the firstborn. Please tell me she's not the firstborn. She's the heir. So we're gonna have a hopefully long rule with our current ruler, who's 20 years old, so hopefully she lives a long, good life, because I need her to live as long as possible so that her daughter has the least amount of time to rule possible. -0.66 ability increase during education is killer. That is killer, brother. I'm gonna do an administrative education anyways. Also, our ruler has one ruler trait, Zealot, pop conversion speed up and progress toward traditionalist. Being fanatically devoted to the true faith allows our ruler to inspire more people and convert and join the state religion. I see, I see. How is the liquor doing? Liquor is up, 0.57 potential profit is quite good. I'm happy with that. We need to get this tax base for this town up through any means necessary. So my question is, why are weapons? Weapono, not weapono. We have too many weapons. So are the places that are making the weapons losing money or not? If I'm the developer, which I'm not, but if I was the developer, I would change the UI. Among the tens of thousands of UI changes that I would make, one of them would be show the product that each building is making on this screen. Why do I have to individually click on every building to see what product it is producing when they have multiple products? Eh? There's enough space on this screen to cram in a picture of an icon of what it is that they're producing. But I gotta chase it down. Okay, so what's wrong with the Ebaleep village? We're gonna have Ebaleep just make even more weapons. We're gonna have too many weapons. But they're not even hiring right now. And then I wanted to check on the beer skis. Our beer making money? 0.18. Not as much potential profit. However, I think that should go up because we just started using it to make liquor. So like demand... Let me check on the recipes. What is the recipe for liquor? Oh, the recipe for liquor right now is wine plus pottery plus glass equals 0.73, which I think it's 0.73 because we have close to 70% market access. It's not the best access, so it's too far away. But in that case, it should show, or maybe it's just 0.73. No, yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with market access. Yeah, it does. Let me see. Yes, it does. We talked about this yesterday, and I still get confused. All right, so it's 0.69 because of market access. So then, wouldn't these all be 0.69? These should show you the updated numbers. They won't show you the updated number until you select that production chain. So it can bait you into thinking that you can make more money by clicking on one of the other production lines, but as soon as you click it, it should update to be like, nah, sorry, you can't actually make that much. That being said, I still think it's better to consume the beer since we have so much extra beer. Distilling wine. So that's got to be the liquor. We're going to end up doing both, I think. Sorry, I'm trying to learn. This is a new supply chain for us. It's like if I switch over to this, it goes down to 0.73. So we definitely have room for wine. So we'll probably make a second distiller if that becomes necessary and try to use wine for that. What else can use wine? That's it, just the distillers. Okay. So what else can I use beer for? Just the distillers. I've got to have too many things going on. We have beer and wine and liquor simultaneously. But I think we've done a little bit to optimize some profits. I'm handling all this manually so I can learn how it works. You can automate a lot of this. I don't know if it'll be good automation. I know you can automate. You don't have to do what I'm doing granularly, but I learned better this way. We have so many extra legumes, wild game, salt. What can I use salt for? Fishing village, market warehouse, okay. Wild game we can use in missions, tanneries, apothecaries, forest villages, and settlements. A civilized society needs all three, it's true. It is true. What are they building over here? They're building toll castles in every location. The nobles are putting these toll castles down everywhere, dude. Increasing their possible nobles and increasing the noble food supply. Our chancellor reports our ruler's third cousin has died. She died being attacked by a wild animal. That is very sad. We actually have a maize shortage again. The tribesmen want more. Maybe it's always been a shortage. Are they still populating? They're still populating the new maize farms and Seamal Butts. We got 2 new areas that we colonized yesterday for the corn. And we need people to promote. What is control? 56 control's not bad. And there's available peasants and tribesmen up here to promote. So perhaps we just go ahead and get that maze up as well. 0.62 profit per level, supposedly. I say yeah. Just increase maize. The tribes people want crazy amounts of corn. And I've been trying to get the livestock up. We just upgraded our first level 3 farming village. And that is producing more livestock and getting some sick profits. We still got plenty of clay. Still missing tools. All right, as far as things that we can do to make money that we haven't done yet, I'm sure there's a ton of stuff. However, to me, they need some books. The winery is not making money. Yeah, it's because I just changed over to beer production. Did I already turn off one of the wineries? Yeah, this one's already off. I don't really want to subsidize the other one. I want to pause for a second so I can look at buildings. We have an apothecary, making medicaments. We have a brewery. You know what? Where can I build bridge? That would be necessary. There's like sand, fruit. Bridges don't work how you think they do first. They don't work. Nah, none of these are worth. It's like a 5% control increase. I don't need that over there. Maybe in Hethelfried, just because they have a 3.39 tax base. I think it would just be a mild. Seems like, I don't know, it's only 35 gold. All right, fine, we'll build a bridge. It helps them get over the local river. It's basically just a small control increase. Wait, did 250 people have to work there? Do we have 200? We have 1,700. All right, they're good. Bridge the lake. They just reduced the travel time. Nope, they increased control. That's why I'm building them. Bridges reduce local proximity cost, which impacts the proximity cost of this location, which impacts control. When did he reach the 15th century? Last night. We reached it last night. It's 1415. We're moving toward our first century in-game. Any tips on learning all of this stuff in this game? No. I don't know anything. If you think it sounds like I know things, it's because you know even less than me. I only know things because I screamed at the game until I figured out basic functions, and also chat helped sometimes, occasionally. For me, though, seriously, for me, it actually did help to stop playing in Europe and come play in North America. It doesn't have to be North America, but it could be somewhere where there's just like a small group of tribes or something like that. For me, that may not be what works for everyone. But the reason why it was very helpful is because I'm isolated from all the neighboring markets, all the chaotic diplomacy, and all the threats of mechanics that we can learn later. We can learn how the military works later. We can learn how trade with other markets works later. We need to know how the foundational building blocks work first. So to do that, being in complete isolation, I get to see what every button that I click does. If I'm not making money, it's because we need to settle some other pop needs. This is kind of a tutorial island. You might find it boring if you're a 5-time speed gamer, which I'm not, but I think it will allow you to teach yourself more of the fundamentals, because you start at the actual beginning. You invent the alphabet. So that would actually be my tip, is start somewhere on the map where you're not in competition with a bunch of other people. We had 5 tribes that we were in slight competition with, And then we got to figure out how to diplomatically interact with them, how to annex them, learn the mechanics of vassalization and annexation, and in some cases tribe merger, which is a custom sort of diplomatic interaction with these tribes. So that would be my suggestion, actually. It might not work for everybody. How do you expand in non-controlled lands? We colonize them. So we basically fund colony efforts, and we send some of our population over there until we have kind of a majority. Also, it's already been an hour, so the ad is starting. I don't know how, but it's already been 1 hour. So turn your volume down, ad watchers. What helped me get a good start was watching him mouse over tooltips for 20 hours. Yeah, the truth is there's no easy shortcut to learning how to do anything in this game. It's kind of just a lot of trial and error, because I've made a lot of goofs. We've wasted hundreds of gold on buildings we didn't need, etc. So you kind of just have to sit down there and do it until you figure it out. Unfortunately, the tutorial, my other tip is don't do the tutorial. Just how to learn EU5. Don't do the tutorial, number one. Number two, pick somewhere in isolation and just sit down and read the goddamn tooltips for every single button and every single little thing, and just try and, even if you don't remember everything, it's fine. You just need to know what types of resources, what could be in the game. You might not know what power projection does, but I know it's a mechanic in the game. So when I need to know, I can look for it, if that makes sense. Anyway, that's my tip. Step 3, yell at the tooltips and the devs. I think that I'm definitely having a more enjoyable time now that I'm over the initial hurdles, even though I'm sure there will be plenty more. But I think what's so frustrating is if the developers, while making this game over the last few years, just picked anybody off the street, just walked outside their office and picked anyone off the street and it's like, hey, you want you want some money? We'll pay you. They're like, okay, come on in. And sat them down and just looked over their shoulder quietly while this person tried to learn how to play the game. The devs don't help them. They just observe how a new person tries to learn the game. They would have been able to take hundreds of notes to tweak and change things to make it a more clean experience onboarding. And it feels like they just didn't do that at all. Like, it feels like all the tooltips in the game are written so that other developers on the team know what's supposed to happen contextually. Like when you look at somebody's code and then they have notes to themselves in the code to remind them what different lines do. So I think that's what's so frustrating. Like if they had just taken anyone in, sat them down, and just watched them try and play, they could have done so much different. For people like you who were like, how do I do anything? What are some tips to do anything? But anyway. Took me like 50 hours to learn, but it's amazing. Oh, so you just got into the tutorial then. Because I'm at 50 hours as well. And what I've learned at 50 hours is age 2 Renaissance. So, yeah, I just got into the tutorial. Welcome to the tutorial, brother. Ain't no way in hell you know what's going on after 50 hours. I can tell you that from personal experience. I'm glad you're having fun, though. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm just going to chill here and keep yapping to you guys until the ad watchers come back to us. I bet he didn't pause as much as you. That's true, but that means he knows even less than me. Because if you're not pausing as much as I've paused to actually get in and read, then you know even less than I do. Because you have to stop and read all this shit. It doesn't. You can just let it play itself and then be like, I win. I know how to play. but I turned off every single aspect of automation, and I've just been crunching numbers trying to figure out what all the systems do and how to control them and why they do what they do. Welcome back from the ad. More than any other estate, the influence of the clergy is dependent on their standing with the common man. It's difficult to pinpoint why, but over the past few years, the clergy have come to be seen less as the spiritual guardians of our country and more as rich and corrupt intrigue makers. Combined with some unfortunate investments in the clergy properties themselves and poor political maneuvering, and the clergy have been losing power and influence. All right. That's a very long paragraph text to say you lose 10% estate satisfaction. All right. I feel like those types of events are kind of hollow because what they probably should be are like Stellaris. What are the Stellaris emergencies called that kind of progress over time unless you do something about them? It feels like that kind of text belongs to such a system. Like, the clergy have been steadily losing the respect of the people and their power has been declining. So it's written as if it were a Stellaris situation, but instead of it having any sort of like progression to it or any kind of storyline, it's just minus, they're 10% less happy. Okay. But it feels like it would fit a situation system of some kind for that and actually have it be like an event. What are you guys building now? A festival grounds? Local peasant power plus 20%, and they eat more food as well. They're just building that for themselves. We have researched the thing we've been trying to research for a long time now, the Council of Elders, which gives us the following benefits. 2.5% to all estate satisfaction equilibrium, which is actually quite useful because what it means is that they're all going to be trending to happier and happier places. More satisfaction equals more taxes for us. The government of our tribe exists to ensure that all people forming part of it have a voice and a saying in all their decisions. Collaborating in the administration of the lands will help us to consider new perspectives. All right, so now I actually have to look in here and pick. Chat, what is this? Are these institutions that we can't see because we are on the other side of the world? Why does it say prices in a market range from 10 to 300%? Why is that a tooltip? 13 new government reforms. How do you even do a government reform? Monthly research progress 1.08. All right, anyway. Back to researching. Got plenty more to go. Ooh, yes. City rights costs and founding town costs down, yes. So we can build our new city more cheaply. Estate and click on the crown in the top right. Well. Oh, hang on. I didn't, because this button is grayed out, I thought that there were none for the last 50 hours. But you have to click on one and then remove it, and then you can see the other ones. So I haven't even looked at this screen since we started the game. Oh, okay. So what's our... Let's see what's there. Is there anything good? Plus food, plus progress to serfdom. Serfdom is actually okay. Because you get more taxes for the peasants, right? That's always good. But they eat more food, no problem. They make more raw materials, no problem. Max taxes down, food consumption down, pop promotion speed up, prosperity up. Monthly prosperity is good. I assume prosperity goes up without this bonus, though. So we honestly should be moving to serfdom, probably. Because the food production that goes up offsets the amount of food that they eat from serfdom to some degree, which is kind of cool. Diplo traditions, we don't need any diplomatic reputation right now. Trade office, we don't need any trade right now because it's just we can't. Peasant levies, can't do that. Plutocratic ethos, move toward plutocracy. We are eventually going to want this. But right now we have aristocracy. We don't have any trade, and I don't care about burghers in towns. I still don't understand possible burghers in towns or possible nobles in towns. I don't understand it. It's not a maximum, it's a minimum. It's just like they just hang around. I don't understand what the benefit is. Garrison size, plus 25. We want garrisons at some point, but not right now, and I can't pick any of these because, ooh, wait. I never stopped to look at why I couldn't pick any of these, or on the other pages. You need religious tolerance to be toward humanist. Okay. Change policies are cheaper, move toward innovation, and free subjects. We need to have researched in advance. All right, well, we can't do that. We have a country rank less or equal to 2. We're currently 3. Patrimonialism is weird in a matriarchy. Wouldn't it be matrimonialism? -1 cabinet seat. No, thank you. No, thank you. Harbor administration, not necessary for Lake Ontario. Monthly research is good. We don't have institutions, though. Trade doesn't exist. Inflation doesn't exist. So really the only one here we even want is probably serfdom. Pop promotion speed is good, but taxes are better. Money is better. Money lets us do everything. But I have to lose, oof, the clan mothers. Communalism is good for us right now. Traditionalism is good for us right now. Estate satisfaction is good. We have the Great Law of Peace, which allows us to have, it's a free government reform, and so is this one. So if you get rid of those, you lose your government reform. So it has to be clan mothers or bust. And it feels bad to click it off. You have to be fully committed. And I don't know if I'm fully committed because it's going 0.35 to free subjects each month due to other things. So we won't have enough to overtake that. Clan mothers is also the reason you have your succession laws. Yeah. We have tribal matriarchal, which, you know what? Eventually we'll need to change this card. So it is what it is. We are indeed a tribe. What dictates how many cards you can have? Not sure. Not sure. Probably your government type, if I had to guess. All right, what was I doing? I don't know. We just built something somewhere. I really wish there was a list of recent buildings that you built. We did get stone up to 5 out of 5. We got 5,000 people working there, which is good. We actually have a surplus of stone now. What the heck was I doing? I think we're just saving up for a town now. You built a bridge. We're building a bridge right there. That's not done yet. And they're making a festival ground. And we're already making furniture. which I assume we have an excess of. We do have an excess. We're making dye. We're distilling. We might need some more villages. Oh, fish. That's what it was. I wanted to do fish. The problem is it does take some tools, but it's very little tools. Fish would be a good way to just make some extra money. Possible laborers, possible soldiers. Okay. See, like, can someone explain possible this, possible that? I just don't... Is that how many are lingering there as a buffer to fill other buildings? Just hanging around like an instant instead of waiting for pop conversion? So would it be more accurate to say minimum laborers plus 100, minimum soldiers plus 50? Just think about it that way. It's a buffer. They also consume more goods than peasants, so they're usually good. Local peasant power up. Maritime presence. Did you guys know that local maritime presence impacts the maritime presence in sea zones? Okay, what's maritime presence? The maritime presence we have along our coast is vital both for trade and for control over our territory. Maritime presence builds up over time. If we are at peace just from having ports... Okay, maritime presence builds up over time from having ports if we are at peace. It would be a better way to write that sentence. While a blockade will quickly reduce our presence. A navy in a sea zone can quickly build up that presence again. High maritime presence reduces proximity lost between sea zones when calculating control. Maritime presence is the coastal sea zone. Sorry, maritime presence in the coastal sea zones of a market is also an important source of trade advantage. So it can reduce proximity between sea zones when calculating control. We'll have to see how that works in practice. Food capacity up is good though, and it's gonna create monthly sailors slash, in this case, boats. Sailors or boats. And they're also gonna produce some fish. And if we want fish naturally, we need to colonize up here, basically. But I think just starting to make some boats is good. We have a lake. We have a lake, why not? So why is this one not? Peasants able to promote is only 203, so there's not enough peasants there. 4,000 peasants here. 1,500 peasants here. So there's really not that many peasants in Droppy Dam, but the benefit of Droppy Dam is it has very high control, and it's closer to the market. So I think it's a much better choice, and then Flavor Town behind that. So let's get a fishing village in Droppy Dam. Give them something to do besides their lumber mill. We can also close the lumber mill if we need to. And the clay pit. We have RGOs in other places. That would be better. But still have plenty of peasants available to work. We've already closed their fruit orchard. And their forest village. Perhaps we should open the forest village. Hello? I was doing something. How am I on Hethelfried? Because they have 2,000 laborers right there that could just unpromote. I assume they'll promote down. The literate have begun to organize informal schools! Yeah, the community teaches and learns. 10 years of plus literacy for everyone. Absolutely. Festival grounds built. Don't really care about that. Yeah, getting some fish in seems like a solid play. We've already built, I want to say did we build a granary in both locations? It can be upgraded though. To level 2. Interesting. For 35 gold. Is there any reason not to upgrade the granaries to level 2? I guess if you just think that money is better somewhere else. If you're short on funds like us. But yeah, my problem is definitely going to be like ADHD. I click a building and then forget that I'm building it, and then it gets built and then I forget about it. That's going to be how it goes. For sure. Tribesmen to peasants, monthly religious conversion. Do we need missions? It kind of feels like we don't. I guess it can make conversion go faster, but I haven't noticed it being that slow when colonizing. See, it suggests we can make a bunch of money on naval supplies. I just question that. It's only for ships and building maintenance, and we have no such buildings. We also do not have any tin or copper, so it seems like a bad play. Paper. Do we have a wharf? Nope. We have no wharf, no trading, and no boats. Pause for a sec, because things are happening in the background that I can't predict. Got enough cloth. Scriptorium makes books, which we have a small demand for. But if I already have it... Tink, 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 tink. Tink, 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 tink. Where is it? Which one is the scriptorium? It's this one. It can be up to level 2. So we could just upgrade that one. I assume if you build from this panel, it will just upgrade, but it's weird that it doesn't show me what level it is from that screen. Tink, 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 tink. Tink, 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 tink. We do have some more spaces for settlements. True. True, 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 true. True, 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 true. All right, I'm gonna... Settlements do cost upkeep, but I think it's worth the trade-off to get the population to grow. So let's just fill in some settlements then. We need more pops up there. They're only working at 75% efficiency because we haven't discovered sheep. I don't know why they need sheep. Only sheep, but only sheep. No alternative to sheep. Only sheep. Got the winery. Windmill is not for us. Wharf is not for us. We could try it. It's just I don't think we have the tools to make the parts that they need. We don't have that much demand for weapons yet. Urban Parliament seat. Oh, wait a second. 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 Yeah, they built that there. They built that on their own. What are the requirements? Never. Requirements? It just says never. Okay. I don't know what that means, man. Requirement. Never. How dare you suggest to build this building? We can't build any more tools guilds. They're maxed. Do we have a temple in both? Don't have a temple. Temple is good, I think, because control exists. Max control +5. Literacy up. We have everything. Well, we don't have beeswax or copper. But it should still operate. Still operating it. It's 50%, but I mean 50% is better than nothing. Who's unhappy? The clergy? They're trending up. Okay, back to settlement gaming. I am once again asking the devs to make it so that when you open the building page, it doesn't default to having 3 filters on. Available levels, under building limit, and available peasants. I am once again asking the devs to take those off. Yeah, I know we don't have enough peasants in these areas, but that's why I want to get the building down so they can grow into it, because you know I'm not going to check on it. I'm not going to remember. But also, we could get some more people to show up there. If we look at known countries and sort by trust, we've been building trust with different areas in order to try and invite their settlers to come over, but it looks like we don't have any more options. So let's take a look for possible choices. I'm just clicking on different population nations and seeing if they have the option to invite settlers. And if they do, we curry favors with them. I don't know what dictates whether or not we can invite settlers. And I also don't know how to tell when you're at max favors with someone, because eventually we will hit max favors with them, and it doesn't show. It shows that they have 8 favors owed, but it doesn't show what the maximum they can owe us is. And I don't know how to see what the max that they can owe us, because eventually we will cap out, which we're probably pretty close to capping out on all these, and we won't be able to invite any more settlers. There's only so many favors you can build up, and it seems like we've kind of done all of them after that one. But yeah, I know there's not enough people here. I'm just kind of thinking future. Is there, I guess you could reduce like a fruit RGO if you wanted to. Because it's like, do we really need that food? Not really. That way they actually fill in the settlement. Because I think they prioritize RGOs over settlements, if I'm not mistaken. Sad news. Our ruler's 3rd cousin has died. He got attacked by a wild animal. Gets him every time. Coming of age. Who's this? Our ruler's 1st cousin. All right, 1st cousin. I cannot. You do not belong to the dynasty. It's so stupid that the options are arrange a royal marriage, not allowed. Okay. Marry a lowborn. Well, you lose tribal cohesion and prestige. Okay, well then I guess you're going to be single for the rest of your life. Because you're not going to get married, and I'm not going to pay that to marry you. So, do your own thing, man. Don't come to me and complain about not being married. With our army increasingly focused on quality, there are concerns that the traditional army, loyal to them first and country second, is gone forever. Fortunately, they are even more worried that this new model army will prove a most compelling argument against any overly loud complaints. The nobility are especially worried that they may be threatened. You just lose 7 stability. I'll never get full stability. We'll never just get perma full stability. Divert a little bit more of our funds into stability to try to compensate. Okay. Building up a bunch of settlements, trying to get the population to spike. Are RGOs random? Nope. They are not random. So you might be correct to be concerned about replayability. I have to imagine that's going to come in a patch, because I don't know how many times you're going to want to replay exploring the new world when you know exactly where every RGO is. Hello. Hello, Grave. Hello. Hello. Hi, hello. Do they have random new world? Nope. Not yet. Only one planet. Planet Earth. So exploration, you can only explore the new world once. Which is definitely confusing. I didn't even play U4, but it just makes sense that there should be some randomization there. So you have to imagine that that's planned. One would think. There we go. All right. I don't know if it's the right play, but it's how my strategy is going to go, just to see if it does anything. And we got settlements in all of our new territory from last night to try and stimulate some pop growth in those areas. Emboldened by a religious censorship, the clergy have begun sponsoring the creation of art. As a sign of unity between the kingdom and its clergy, they have donated a piece directly to us. Thank you so much. That is so generous. Where is it? I don't know which one it was, but that was very nice. Italics. Prosperity is what gives pop growth. There are many things that give pop growth, my friend. Many things. You should consult the population growth tooltip to see all such things. Prosperity is one thing that contributes to pop growth. You can see all things that contribute to pop growth by mousing over the pop growth modifier on a given location. And you will find that rural settlements contribute a bonus, prosperity contributes a bonus, an abundance of food stored in the province gives you a bonus, whether food is affordable gives you a bonus, whether there's space to grow gives you a bonus, and in our case, which fertility deity gives us a bonus. And then in areas in which we have a settlement, we will see that the settlement is also giving us a pop bonus. We have a settlement here. So if we look at population growth, we have a plus 0.75% for settlement. If you have a settlement at 100% capacity, it's worth 5 times what prosperity is worth. So however important you think prosperity is, a fully functioning settlement is worth 5 times that for prosperity. I mean, for population growth. Unfortunately, we don't have any sheep in the new world. They have to bring it to us. So we can only get 75% efficacy on our settlements. He read the tooltips. I did read the tooltips. What? No sheep? Yeah, it's crazy, right? No sheep and no horses. Isn't it wild to think about how historically there was a time period before an animal abundance flourishing across the world? America had a lack of livestock. Well, livestock are many different types of animals. In the New World, you had bison and buffalo, and of course, cattle. I think. Let me double check. Nope, cattle were introduced by Christopher Columbus. So I don't know, I guess we have bison. 1493 was the first time cattle were brought to America. We have bison and buffalo, which are pretty close. Pretty close, to be honest. Llamas and alpacas down south. But yeah, they didn't have sheep back then. There were horses, but very different breeds. There were horses, yeah, 10,000 years ago. They went extinct in North America, so there were no horses. Okay, chat, stop talking. You guys are annoying as fuck sometimes. I'm like, there were no horses here. You're like, evolutionarily speaking, there were horses 10,000 years ago before they went extinct. And we're just talking about like no horses on the map in the 1400s. Just chill. Take your nerd glasses off and just relax. I'm agreeing with you. Well, I'm not talking to you, Secret-Roo. I didn't even read your chat message. All you got main character syndrome. That's the problem. What can we do with Parliament? Wasn't there a thing for holding Parliament here? There was some kind of bonus for holding Parliament here because they built that building. They built the urban parliament seat, which I swear did something. They get more power in the parliament. We don't really know what that does. I don't. I mean, of course. Determines if a location gets more power in parliament or not. I don't know what the location getting... A location does not have power in parliament normally. So I don't know what they're gonna do. Is it good? Is it bad? We could try holding parliament there. We just lose some decentralization, which I guess isn't the worst thing. Bolster the government for 10 years. Crown power up. Develop the interior. We get market development. Expand the gravel road network. We can't really take advantage of that. You know what's insane? Isn't it insane that there is a parliament option for getting a free town, but there's not, like, expand the gravel road network doesn't give you a free road? Don't you think expand the gravel road network should culminate with one free gravel road? If you can do another one that gives you one entire free town? Expand the officer list. No. Market regulations, don't need it. Promote the clergy, nope. Support a noble cabinet, also nope. Roads are expensive. Yeah, towns are more expensive. Parliament is silly at the moment. Parliament is silly at the moment. Do you know who has the best diplomatic system in all of Paradox Grand Strategy games? I asked chat the other day and I said, of all the games being known for something, what do you think Europa Universalis is known for? And a bunch of people said diplomacy. But I disagree. I think Stellaris has the best diplomacy. And I think that the Galactic Council with the DLC is the best diplomacy simulation in any Paradox game. Actually represents and simulates what like a power struggle is like between different nations competing for what they want to do. Federations, I think it's the Federation DLC, isn't it? I think that's the best system. I wish everyone would just copy it. They copied everything else already. I think the Freetown one is just totally out of balance. Yeah, the Freetown one is a real head scratcher. I'm not even sure why it exists. It seems like ridiculously OP. The gravel network one is okay, but you just have to have a huge stockpile of money to take advantage of it. So that's why I don't like it that much, because I can't just stop what I'm doing and save up money for a gravel road. There's a naval dev one that just gives you like 5 to 10 development. It's insane. Yeah, the whole parliament system seems out of whack. It could be good in the future. What should I do right now, though? I'm thinking about bolstering the government and just getting 10 years of prosperity for everywhere, as well as crown power. Like, how much prosperity do we have up north? It's at 100. We're 100. We're 100 everywhere. What? We're the most prosperous nation in the world. Okay, it's only 62 in the mountains, but otherwise we have max prosperity, man. What happens if you try a different location? Do I get different things? No. None of these are game changers right now, so I think just pick one. While the issue is being debated, urban buildings are cheaper. I mean, I'll just go that, and we get some development afterward. It already has a little support. I don't know what that building does. That says Parliament gets Parliament seat, yes. Determines if a location gets more power in Parliament. What does that do? I don't know what that does. Who can say? Oh, we're holding it over here in Laterus Amundus for them, for fun. We already have 49% support. The crazy thing is you can't see where that support's coming from, so it might have some impact on that building might be what's doing it, or it might be something else. Who knows? I find it odd that it's the debate period that gives you a road discount and not the passing of the motion. Yes. It should really be like something else happens while you're debating it. I think the fact that there are bonuses while you're debating things is weird and really gamey anyways. But it should probably be like a 2-year buff or something like that. Like maybe like a 1 to 2 year buff on road discounts afterwards, after it passes. Instead of like you said. They're making, why are they making a sawmill here? Our kiddo is shrewd. Is this our kid? Yeah, this is our kid. Buff their administrative. We have researched formal city rights, which gives us 10% off of founding a town. The ruler may grant these abilities and powers. All right, we need more. We need more. That's all war. War, war, war. Navy, navy, navy. Navy, navy, navy. Maybe we do infantry power stuff now. Well, these are good down here. Yeah, some of these are good. What is legislative efficiency? How quickly you implement laws. That really hasn't been an issue. I mean, construction speed up in general seems worth. Expanding raw materials are faster. You can get food production off the side. Change policies cheaper. Prosperity recovery could be useful later. Blockades and navy morales, whatever, but... And then we'll eventually do the infantry, and then we'll be out of research, and then we'll sit and twiddle our thumbs. That's okay. What are you guys making? Are you guys upgrading the granary for free? Sometimes the AI goes super genius mode. Yeah, they are. They're upgrading the granary for free. I don't think I did that. Are they building a tailor's guild? Did I upgrade the granary? Maybe I did. I don't know what's going on. One of our most gregarious members of the nobility returned from a tour where he regaled foreign courts with stories of grandeur, not to mention spending handsomely out of pocket. Only a great land could create such a welcome guest, plus 10 years of noble estate satisfaction equilibrium. I'm going to forget that in 10 years that exists. It's so good. I can tax the hell out of the nobility now. Okay, we got 70 gold. Slow this down a little. Slow this down a little. We need cattle, we need corn, and we need... They want beer! Where's the beer going? Demand... The tribesmen want beer. Okay, if the tribesmen want beer, then we can simply stop using beer to distill. That can go to the tribesmen, and then we use the wine. That's a much better play. Switch its recipe over. It'll be much more profitable. That'll free up 0.85 beer, which is only half of their demand. Why did they suddenly start demanding a shit ton of beer? There was not that much demand before, but the tribesmen just got a taste. The next highest one is 0.17 from the peasants. Give them a little taste. Level 3 farming village is operating at 0% due to a lack of tools. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You screwed it up, brother. These damn lumber mills. We gotta shut down every lumber mill. All lumber mills are getting shut down. They're taking our tools. Close them. That should help somewhat. The game of whack-a-mole shifts once again. Yeah, it is whack-a-mole, but I don't mind this kind of whack-a-mole. I'm choosing to kind of manually whack-a-mole instead of automate so I can find out how the production chains move. Like, we just fixed that for the most part. We're back to only 0.08, which will in turn alleviate the lack of livestock a little bit. It seems that Parliament members of Algarad Alati, those staunch supporters of our cause, have come to change their stance. Minus 5%. I need to appease someone. We will grant reduced military obligations to the clergy. Or bellicose movement is just free antagonism. It just moves us away from conciliatory is the only downside. But I'm just gonna take it. Figure it out later. Solve it later. What are the cabinet members doing? Stabilizing the country is just kind of buffing stability, which I think is fine. Increasing control so we get more money. And then strengthening the government. We're at 96. I think we're okay there. I've been really avoiding just development. I should just do development. But let me see something real quick. Development is going up by 0.0034. Increases your RGO size, building levels, building cost. Since I want the capital to become a town, I think I'm just going to start building its development up now. Construction speed. I don't want to move the capital yet. Food production, pop capacity, proximity cost. Yeah, it's already going to be at 100 for proximity cost to for control, but maybe not for the market access. All right, sure. Well, hello? The scroll wheel's not scrolling. Thank you. It's 0.0025. Oh, it does this whole area. Interesting. So it's kind of like a 50% increase in development speed. Now let me see how the market shifted there. Pojampalo, are you guys producing cows? I think we're at, dude, we're at 9.2 gold a month. Wow, we're approaching double digits for the first time ever. Holy. Where's the fish? Fish were in Dram fishing village. Oh, they want fish. The tribesmen crave fish. Okay, here's the thing. We don't have fish needs tools too, man. Fish need tools too. Up the fishing village. There are enough laborers that can demote right there. Now, if fish need tools, let me see what all needs tools. And find out where we can shave. The demand. Common fortifications. I don't know what common fortifications. Carpenters, warehouse maintenance, fruit cideries and fruit wineries, laborers, villages, potteries. Are there still sawmills? Parliament has passed, developed the interior. Flopalopatopa. Gained some big development. Sick. There's not any more lumber mills. I assume it means like the RGO. I don't think that... Does the RGO need tools to sustain it? It's just for when you build it, right? Not when it's already built. These are off. How do you make lumber without iron tools? You just punch the trees. Obviously. Mr. Bob Bobbington, thank you for 13 months of sub. Merry subversary. Thank you for all the streams. Hey, thanks for watching and sticking around so long. Welcome back. Thanks for subbing. Yabuk also for almost a year. Hi, Yabuk. I think I saw you, but thanks again. Show me tools. Or actually, show me pottery. Pootery. Pottery. Pottery. Yeah, it does need tools for pottery. So we should turn off the pottery at the market villages, if any exist. What the hell did I just click? Production method for all market villages. Oh, you could pick all market villages simultaneously? That is a terrifying thought. I don't know if I like that button. How do I don't know how to track down which ones are... Like, these are using clay for pottery. But not tools. So yeah, it must just be the tools in the, The actual pottery maker itself. I think we just have to sit here and save up for a new town. That's really the only solution to get more tools. We can try and cut corners all day long, but I think we just chill. We're making almost 10 gold. Ooh, I didn't even know you could do this. It's kind of disorienting, actually. Maybe pump the taxes on the nobility. Shave some stability spending. So I bought this game and did the tutorials, but I feel like it hasn't really helped me in terms of learning how to handle the moving parts. Yep, I'm in the tutorial right now, just 50 hours in. It's my own tutorial, a tutorial of my own design. That is normal. Kindogosaurus. It is a god-awful tutorial. I rage quit it on the first day and just did my own thing, and I've just been brute forcing the information. Sometimes with the help of chat. Sometimes chat misleads, sometimes chat helps. The duality. There is no quick pipeline to figuring it out. For me, what helped me was breaking away from the hubbub, hustle and bustle of Europe and going over here, or just going somewhere where there's only like a couple of things to deal with, and just going slow, reading tooltips, reading boxes, trying to interpret and decipher various nested tooltips, and put the pieces together myself. So that helped me. It doesn't have to be North America. There's plenty of other places where you can kind of play in isolation. And that'll teach you I think you need to know those foundational building blocks before you worry about how to declare war, how to do massive trade empires with other nations, how to do personal unions with this and that. You gotta know how the gears are turning each other. So we're learning that. I'm not sure if they want to make... They're making a tailor's guild. I didn't do that. We have only a small surplus, so I don't think it's an awful idea. My favorite song again. The nobles are taking the most of the fine cloth. And the burgers. Yeah, so that market will work. It'll grow in. I'm just gonna save up for a town. Get our capital into a proper town. Third town would be nice too. Based commoners building a granary. I know. Actually, they picked a good building for once. Maybe I built it though. I don't remember. Oh wait, no. The commoners built the granary and the nobles built the fineries. Maybe? I could take out a 20 gold loan. That might be worth. Dude, we need more fish. That's just free money waiting for us to tap. How are we low on fruit? Brother, we can fix some of it. Okay, I was saving... Dude, there's always something else. There's always something else. Now I am going to be punished for building up a town here because we actually want fruit, but there's more fruit. There is more fruit. But we just need more people. I mean, we could still have like a level 3 RGO here, so... Profit per level 1.28. All right, I gotta build it, man. That's just free money. We'll get level 3 RGO. What happens if you have a level 5 RGO somewhere and then you build a town on top of it? Does it just delete the other 2 levels? In this case? They actually need more wine now? How did we get to this point? We had way too much wine. Now we don't have enough wine, we don't have enough beer? What is going on? We're growing is what's going on. We just hit 175,000 pop. But the winery needs tools. They're only working at 5%. That's why. All right. Back to tools. Back to tools. Focus on the part that matters. Make a town. Get that level 3 RGO for fruit. They got more fish coming in Droppy Dam. And then it's time to save up for town. Does this game have explorers? Yeah, we haven't got there yet. Also, ads starting in 3, 2, 1. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. You know who you are. I'm gonna take a quick BRB, get another drink, get a snack. I'm gonna pause the game so we don't miss anything. Your people are becoming alcoholics. Not my people, the tribes people. Yo, the tribes people are the ones who have the highest demand. The peasants are drinking liquor. I don't know how often the tribes people get a taste of the new product. All right, we'll read that when we come back. I'll be back after this quick ad break. Thanks for hanging. Yo. Why is it so quiet? Did the song just change? Probably that. Hi. All right, I'm back. Oh, there was an event. I hid in the corner. I was like, why can't I unpause? Whether out of duty, love for their community, or lack of trust in our defense, communities across the realm have begun to form militias. Small, disorganized, independent armies that can be summoned when a threat approaches. Their commitment will serve us well. They are a risk. We don't have any troops. So I guess the first one is just like a buff. Plus 30% recruitment speed. Hopefully we never have to rear them. All right, I think we're saving up for town building now. We got a fruit RGO that actually should be pretty profitable because we're fruit starved somehow. And then fish. We just, imagine just introducing fish for the first time. We've lived here for hundreds of years. Well, I mean, in the game, we've only lived here for like 80 years. And we've never fished, even though we're bordering a lake. Nobody ever thought that. Somebody took a bite out of the fish head and was like, ugh, there's bones in here. And it took 75 to 80 years of progress to figure out how to debone a fish. But we figured it out, and then now that they've got a taste for it, it's delicious. And all the tribes people want some, and they're trading with us. I'm curious how long before the tribes people discover our liquor. I don't really understand how that works, but it does seem to work. Like, the tribes people around us that are inside of our market, I think are trading with us. And then they do have a system in the game by which people get addicted, not addicted literally, but they don't know they need something until you start to have it provided to them by something. Which has been interesting, but I want to be able to see it in a little bit more detail. Like, I want to be able to witness it, you know what I mean? It kind of sneaks up on you. So I just turn around and look, and it's like, damn, suddenly everybody wants beer. But I wish I could, like, see it on some screen. Instead of just, like, not really realizing it's happening, and then later I click over and it's like, oh, yeah, they want a shit ton of beer now. They never tasted it before, and now they demand beer. Because, like, I could actually fill that demand, but I don't want to right now. So I like that it spreads, but I want to be able to see it spreading, I guess. Level 2 fishing village is up, can have 2,000 workers. They're gonna downgrade some laborers, I hope, to peasants. And it's gonna need more tools, so I don't know how efficient this is gonna be, because the tool problem right now, but that'll help satisfy more of the fish demand. And it should be quite profitable. In fact, let's just break even on cost of court. In fact, I want to look at the ledger by location. What I'd like to do is see what the tax base in each location is. And we did this yesterday or the day before. If there's a tax base that seems high relative to everything else, but it has low control, then that means they have a massive potential tax base. There's nowhere to see their potential tax base unless you mouse over it. That's our capital. So like one person or one location that would fit this bill is actually the market. Flopalapatapa. Flopalapatopa. See how they have a 3.86 actual tax base? with only 60% control. So that implies to me that they have a really high potential tax base. Now, of course, I would love if there was just a column here for potential tax base next to actual tax base. And what that does is it shows me places where I have money on the table. We're leaving money on the table here. So if I could increase control in that area, then I would get more taxes because they have a potential tax base of 6.42. So you might say, well, why don't you just have one of your cabinet members increase control in that area and you will get more money? Well, that's why we have somebody who is handling the taxes over here in Arzu. They had a potential tax base of 5.78. And that is with increasing control over here, I think. But the proximity is not so good. So it's like lots of trade-offs. And I think the decision-making of how to maximize your profit is interesting decision-making. The problem is they just need to refine how they present the information to you. So like our control is pretty high, but the proximity of Arzu is very low. So we might actually stand to make more money now that we've developed the market city more by increasing control in this area instead. It's hard to say, but because we have a town here also. Ideally, we just need more ways to increase control nationwide. Is there a way to see tax base by province and not just by location? You probably just have to add that up yourself. There's like a potential tax base of 1.4 nothing. They make no money here, even though it's a level 2 market. How's there a potential tax base of 0? These guys have 3.75, so it's like over 9, and then this one is 1.4, so it's like over 10 as a province, and then this one is like 3 plus half plus 6.5, so that's like 10.46, 0.45. So this is like 11. They're really close. They're really comparable at this stage. Can you build bridges over those little lakes? Nope. That happened in like probably the 18 to 1900s. Building a bridge over a lake is a gargantuan infrastructure task for any nation. And is the sign of architectural progression. There aren't even bridges there now in real life. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's... What you have to understand is this is New York, the state. So those are massive lakes. They probably just look small to you because we're in a video game, zoomed the camera out. Set a counselor to control growth and the target menu will show you. That is janky, but it probably works. Oh, this? What am I looking at over here? This is just the full tax base, but it's not the potential tax base. That's the problem. The game isn't actually showing you the information you need to know to make this decision. Because what you need to know for control to matter is potential tax base. This is just showing us actual, because we just counted this and it was over 10 potential, but it's only 8.3 on this because that's the actual tax base. So this is this unfortunately is not the info you need. They put the wrong display in. This should show you your potential tax base. Or they should just be side by side. Now, if you mouse over every single one individually, let me see. Okay, Kayan Kahaka. Let me see that one. 6.78. Something is lying here. Oh, no. Let's see. 3.79 plus 2.35 plus the other decimals is 6.78. But the town's potential tax base is 6.3. So the town by itself has almost as high a potential tax base as the actual tax base of the whole region. It's almost helpful. Almost, but not quite. So you kind of have to guess. Or create your own actual spreadsheet. It is possible at this point that we might make more money by increasing control over here. Now that we've been developing the market town. So I might give it a try. We'll give it a try. And we're at 9.4 gold a month right now, so let's see how that changes. Because we do have the lumber in Hethelfried that's pretty juicy as well. $14.19, that's crazy. We're gonna hit 100 years today, no problem. And let me see how much we need for a town now. It should be 10% cheaper. 322. It was like 350 before. We have plenty of glass, masonry, and lumber. So it's not exactly 10% cheaper because we were already getting a discount from having an abundance of other resources. I forgot how much roads cost. They cost a lot, but it depends on various factors. There's not a flat rate. It depends on the topography of the area. Some places are going to be cheaper than others. You can build roads outside of your territory? I didn't know that. Is there a benefit other than armies to building roads outside of your own territory? Market access cost outside of your territory, like to other markets? Okay, so since my market is inside my territory, that's not a thing. But if you were going to like, if you had space between you and another market, that would be really weird. Because you would have shit market access no matter what you did. Why are you guys building a lumber mill? I'm just gonna have to turn that building off, man. We don't have the tools for that. Dumb peasants? Building's toggled off. Good job. Just gonna be sitting there collecting sawdust. A bountiful harvest. This year's harvest has been exceptional. Rarely in our history has the earth brought forth so much bounty. The populace are interpreting this as a sign of divine favor. 1 year of food production for everybody. It's kind of turned into a crossroads, huh? I think it's pretty cool that the buildings actually are on the map. Like, that's the sand gatherer. That's the forest village. That's the part of the forest village. We have now researched medieval sailing. Our Navy morale is up. We can navigate with confidence in coastal waters. We don't even know where those are. What's a coast? All right, so now we're back to a surplus of fruit. What's the Profit per level is 1.18. It's not bad. So Knock the Wombo's tax base is going to be huge. 82% market access. We're getting there. 9.42 gold. If that goes over double digits, then the control was worth swapping over. It'll take some time for these to go back down. Which I guess raises the question, if they only go down at 0.5, how fast do they go up? Oh my god, they go... Chat. Oh no, I just discovered that it's optimal to micromanage your cabinet member who's increasing control, because the rate that control goes down is only 0.5, but the rate that it goes up is over 2. Therefore, you can you have to watch to see when they hit their maximum and then move them to a different region and keep rotating them around as if they were crop rotating in order to be optimal. Oh my god, I didn't even know that. That's so strange. I don't like that. I'm not going to enjoy doing that, because that's going to apply to every country, not just mine. Right? That would apply to your game too. Unless they work differently somehow in different countries. So we actually need to sit here and babysit. Like, I would actually almost prefer an abstractification of that. You know how Crusader Kings 3 kind of does it, where you have one of your counselors just increasing taxes? Not that generic, but more like he's set to increase control, and then he chooses different provinces to increase control in, and tries to use some kind of AI, dare I say, some kind of programming, dare I say, to just do that on his own. But yeah, the interaction of developing control or increasing control is a like a 21% increase in taxes and control for an entire area, province. What I'm gonna suggest is that it's probably just IMBA. It's probably just imbalanced right now, and it'll probably just change in the future. Would be my guess. There's no way they leave it at just minus 0.5 per month. That seems really generous. Because if you micro it, you could keep at least 2 provinces at their above their max control by just juggling them back and forth. So like that's already 79, which is their max control. This is already 84, which is their max control. So then I can just go back to increasing control and just move him somewhere else. Oh my god, the micromanagement. So now their max control's 86. So once they go to 86, I just move them back to the first place. Oh no, I should not have discovered that. My life was better before. I totally forgot about countries who I want to invite settlers to. Where do I want to invite the most settlers? It's worse. You can do that with 4 counselors. I can't. Increased control is only 1 counselor only. Not me. I think we just need people in the Adirondacks. So get some people to immigrate over there. But yeah, the other people cannot improve control. We already are doing that, and only 1 advisor can handle it. Did we figure out what happens if our leader dies? Yeah, our leader died. It actually made sense. Her daughter's daughter became the ruler, who we're playing as now. How do you find research as a tribe? When you run out of research, you wait. You wait. You wait some more. So eventually we'll run out of research, but not yet. Distillers Guild. Losing money. This is because wine is hella expensive. Wine is currently hella expensive because we don't have tools. We have no tools. We cannot make wine. That's why I'm trying to fix our tool situation right now. Operating at 0% due to lack of tools. Where are common fortifications? What is common fortifications? I don't know what that is. No building with that name. Common fortifications. Not a clue. Carpenters, warehouses, fruit cideries and wineries, needs of laborers, farming village, pottery, sawmill. EU5 common fortifications. Google. I don't think we have built any. Did I build a fort? I never built a fort, but we might have one. Let me see. What is it called? Okay. We don't have a stockade built anywhere. Are toll castles considered? Oh, it is using common fortifications. So all of these nobles that built toll castles are draining all of our tools. I think. Military map mode? What? Yeah, that doesn't show anything actually. But it's definitely the tolls. It is definitely the tolls. The tolls are taking tools, and I can't delete the tolls that are taking the tools. Because the tools who built the tolls are being blunt instruments to take as much money as they can. If I destroy it, will they get upset? They only lose 1% satisfaction. Oh. Well then, screw you. There's no profit here. I could just delete them. Is that stability or satisfaction? That's just 1% satisfaction. All right, yeah, screw you guys. We cannot destroy a building that is owned by an estate while we have less than 75%. If you don't have 75% control, you cannot destroy it. I've got an idea, developers. If you have 75% control, they can't build it without permission. How about that? Why? Okay, so like I can't destroy it in their territory, but they can build it in mine? That doesn't even make any sense. Now I gotta track it down. You can't even search for the building. You have to find it piecemeal by clicking on every single location. Also, shut this horn up. Give me a different soundtrack. No, like, come on. Give me something else. It's driving me crazy. I need a different soundtrack that's not Manor Lords, that's not Henry is Coming, and that's not Europa Universalis 4. And that's medieval-ish. CS2. Counter-Strike 2 is a bold choice. Oblivion. Hearts of Iron 4 is not medieval-ish, you dingus. Mountain Blade? That's going to be like combat songs. Endless Legend. Oh yeah, that's Arnaud Roy. Okay. Yeah, automatically wins because it's Arnaud Roy. True. Now, is there really no better... I didn't realize the game was unpaused that whole time. Is there any way to search for that toll building? So that I don't have to hunt and peck them down. It seems like it doesn't exist. I can't delete this one. Can't delete that one. They built like 4 of them. In the... Oh, yeah, you're right. In the buildings tab, there is the estate buildings pyramid. You're right. This is... Yeah, and then I would just look here. Okay, you're right, you're right, you're right. We got rid of most of them. So demand should be down. It's closer to balanced after we figured out that we could just... I didn't know I could destroy them, to be honest. We have 334 gold! It's 1421! Where have the years gone? I can afford a town. We are gonna found a town in the capital of Sanakta-Wambo. It'll cost 313 gold and take 365 days. A year to build a town seems incredibly generous. How is that not like a 2-year project? It takes as long to build a road as it does an entire town. Market price. We have a lot of glass, masonry, and lumber, so we get a big discount, plus formal city right discount. Beautiful, beautiful. Bring it in. We're gonna lose some fruit, but we can get some more fruit over there. Town is being constructed, draining the glass and masonry in the meantime. Do we not have a glass guild at all? That takes tools. Classic. How much glass are we short? .75. And each one of these is making point. Okay, it should equalize. Our people, lost in a sea of change, have begun to call back to the practice of their ancestors, seeking to harmonize rather than adapt their communities. They maintain long-held local traditions, grow a great variety of non-cash crops, and explore medical practices. Encourage their traditions, push for modernization. Let's just keep things traditional. They will get bountiful harvests. Keep it traditional. We're doing it. The town's coming in. We almost have double-digit gold. So I want to say it is... Oh yeah, I forgot about the control up here. That's already almost maxed. Money's going up if you micromanage control. Who'd have thought? We still need corn, we need cows, we need freaking sand. The problem with sand is we're not gonna need that much sand for that long. It's only because of the town. So it feels bad to like dramatically increase the sand RGO for a temporary fixture. So it might slow down the town building a bit, but uh-oh. I mean, it's a good uh-oh, but the tribesmen have discovered hard liquor. So demand has gone up because we weren't making any money on liquor, and so they fired all their employees, and now there's a substantial amount of tribesmen demand for liquor, so they're rehiring everyone, it seems like. At least that's how it appears. Yeah, they're rehiring everyone. Can I live in Hayahihi Sawi? You can. You can. They are taking new settlers. We're also taking new settlers in the northeast specifically. We got demand for beer, fish, and booze. Like liquor, rather. Speaking of fish, we can't really... I don't really want to build more fish in Droppy Dam. Flavortown has nobody in it. They're still trying to populate the farming village. I don't know how to get more people into Flavortown. Like, we could go over here, but I don't know how control is going to be over here. They have 5,000 peasants. It's 64 control. It's not the worst, but I think the 5,000 peasants means do it. But it's going to take tools. I'm working on it. I'm working on the tools problem. What do the markets look like in the new world? I don't know. Can you see through Fog of War? I can't. So who knows? Oh, you mean... Sorry. They're the new world to me. I'm the old world as far as I'm concerned. You mean us. It looks like this. That's all we know. Can't see anything else right now. We've just been living in the dark for almost a century. Which I think is fascinating because I want to see what's going to happen. Eventually, we'll be able to see more of the world, and it'll be really interesting to see, like, what the hell's everyone been doing while we've just been here trying to, like, mind our P's and Q's. What is Europe going to look like when they finally reveal themselves? So the plan right now is kind of just like keep... Ooh, we had double-digit gold for the first time ever. Actual huge achievo. And we're at max control up here. So now I'm going to go back to increasing control in the southwest. Did that work? Game lag? That is Onondaga. Okay. When can you start colonizing? I already have. We've already colonized 2 provinces. We're currently developing them, and we only have 2 towns, so I'm building a town on our capital because I want my capital to be here, where we originally started. Got river access, got hills for defense, centrally located in our current kingdom. Decent amount of money coming from the west, with more decent money on the horizon with tobacco. So once this town is done, we're gonna start building out, but we've already been colonizing. But yeah, then we're gonna start getting some more resources and tapping into different locations, depending on what we need. You can right-click on the control tasks to micro even more effectively. What does that mean? I don't want to know what that means. This is forbidden knowledge. Right-click on it. What does that mean? In the ledger. Oh. Oh, to change, like, maintain the same task. Okay. I see. It saves like a couple clicks. I see. So instead of left clicking, if you left click, you change task. If you right click, you maintain your current task, but somewhere else. I see. Learning the micromanage tech. I don't like that kind of micromanagement. I don't like those control rotating micro. I think it's something that your cabinet should be able to do on their own. In my opinion. Or just change the system that's underneath it. Should I buy this game? I don't know. You tell me. I don't care. One way or another. Paradox is not paying me to care whether you buy this game. Do you understand? This is not a sponsored stream. I don't have an affiliate link for you. It's a difficult game that has a big learning curve and not a good tutorial. And dozens upon dozens of hurdles in tooltips that will get in the way. Not that there's not fun to be had, but it gets in its own way a lot. Should I transfer my stock dividends into government bonds? I got 95 gold and I need to spend, so let's not waste too much time. How do I get more corn? Sand will fix itself. Fish. We're building a little bit more. They really do want some more beer. Beer takes tools. And a lot of fruit right now. Okay, so we should start thinking foundationally then. And increase fruit first. So we've already got level 3, which out of 6, but that's gonna go down once the town is built. And then we got fruit up here in the mountains. So I actually think I want to try maybe building a road. But I want to see what the game thinks is like the best way to do that. What is this overlay? Is it not insane to anyone else that the road builder overlay is not the road overlay? Am I crazy? Yeah, the actual road overlay is this. So I've already got some roads. Damn, how do I open that quickly? It's this. So it's either here or here. There is a benefit in the getting closer to the fiber crops, which we're going to need more of as well. And then, of course, we can eventually go southwest. I think increasing control over here is just beneficial because we get more lumber under our control, which you'll eventually need, fiber crops, and fruit. So you get kind of all three. So I'm thinking about splintering off from Hethelfried and going boom, boom. Then you can kind of like circle up here and eventually connect it up to the north or to the west. So I need to start from here. Road build. How expensive is this? 160 gold. Yikes. All right, what's our control there? 14. Woo. Oh no. What's our control here? 21. The fruit is so isolated. And the mountains are so expensive to build in. We got lumber and fruit here. Like, I could just go boom, boom, and that's probably better. It's probably better just to go road, road. It'll be much cheaper. And then you can just eventually connect this up through the mountain, I think. Because this is only, well, it's still 140, not free, 296. Versus 289. Wow, it's actually cheaper to go through the mountains? How? How is it cheaper to go through the mountains than through... What is this? Flat land with a forest? And some hills. 2 mountain tiles are cheaper to go through than a flat land and a hills. What? Alright, I'm just gonna stick with the OG plan then. We're gonna need to make the tool maker here first. I'm just gonna save my money for now and sit and read chat. Whew. Chat. I'm trying to be as patient as possible. So I'm just gonna make a request. If you've only been watching the stream for a little while and you have a suggestion, probably keep it to yourself, because I've already considered it and decided not to do it. Such as, you can change the recipe for beer to not use tools. As an example, who is this? Our ruler's first cousin. So we don't care about them. The reason that we are using the tools is because we have a corn shortage. Yes, we need corn to sell to the tribals. We have no beeswax. We have no sturdy grains, and we have no wheat. So we are using fruit. But yeah, I know that you can change recipes on stuff. I will not keep it to myself. Can you mine iron? Nope. I'm thinking about making a exclamation iron command though, because that is the most oft asked question. We cannot mine iron. We're gonna make an exclamation iron command. I haven't seen that menu before. How do you get to it? So what you do is, if you go to production on the buildings tab, if you find the building you want, for example, I have a bunch of market market villages. I have many market villages. If you click on the little circle of the building right here, it'll open up a page with all of your existing buildings of that type. However, very important, to see all the buildings that you have, for some reason, you have to close the automatic filters one at a time. X, X, X. The devs make those filters come up every time you open this page because they're insane. Once you've closed those, then you can see all of your buildings of that type. From there, you can then click on any of their icons with the little building picture in it, and it will open up a recipe page. Then you can change the recipes. So to quickly change the recipes of many like buildings, if you want to do that manually yourself like I do, you can then go back, click on another one, change that recipe, go back, click on another one, change that recipe. And if you don't know where they are, if you mouse over the town, or the location name, it'll highlight on the map where that is. So if you're like, I want to change this one, where is that? I can just mouse over, be like, boom, it's the first one. Where's this one? It's that one. So I want to change that recipe. And then you can just change the recipe quickly if you want to do it yourself. Hi chat, do we have auto explore on? I'm going to ban you. I will ban you. Do we have a town? We should have a town. Sanakdawambo is a town. The capital is now a town. Hell yeah. Town number 3. The burgers are moving in. Look at this beautiful town background picture that I'm just going to implicitly trust was drawn by a human being. Even though and that they have some kind of, they must have some kind of art system that randomly combines different, because most of these look, well, those are the same. It's just scrolled left or right for some reason, and that one has like pine in the foreground. Yeah, it actually does show the buildings in place, which I've taken notice. Or at least it gets busier. It's not every building one for one. But the picture changes as your area does. I didn't say it was made by AI. I said I'm just choosing to blindly trust that everything here was made by humans. Okay. Now that we have a town, and we have like 6,100 people here, I'm glad I didn't build higher than a level 3 fruit RGO, because now we've been squished to 3, which is fine. This is where our home was. This is where our original capital was. So I wanted to make it into the actual kingdom capital town. But the biggest thing that this allows us to do now is build some town buildings in there. So let's get the most important one out of the way first. The Tools Guild. We're going to keep building stone tools because that's what we got. What is the point of the claim thrown Cass's belly? I will let you know in another 100 to 150 hours when I declare war on someone. So just hang around. It's going to take me 1 to 2 business weeks to get back to you. Everybody looking through the Europa Universalis 5 directory like this is tech support. Because Paradox won't teach you how to play their own game, so you gotta go and find free tech support amongst the stream directories. I don't know either, man. Since our advisors started influencing the trade developments in our great nation, the Haudenosaunee, internal trade has been strengthened at the cost of curtailed imports and increased state regulation. While the advisors' decisions to improve infrastructure have been appreciated, recent suggestions have caused many influential people to question their philosophy. Detractors argue the Queen is taking their advisors' advice too readily, and that we should look for mutually beneficial deals with other nations. What other nations, man? Rather than seeking to dominate every area of trade. What the hell are you talking about? We're not trading with anybody. Lose 5 prestige. Well, I only have 5 prestige, so take it. I don't need it. Take it. I don't need it. So, tools. Tools. Stone tools. It's going to take more stone. Which we have a surplus of for now, but that's going to be one of the other things. That's what I'm going to start working on, is securing another source of stone. So we're actually going to do a colony expedition here. Colony expedition. I think we're just going to snag this area. So we have okay income for sure to handle this. So we're going to go geopolitics. And this is the one that contains stone. Mahakanatuk. Toward the east coast. There's also fruit there. There is also fruit there and 2 lumber spots. It's actually really good. Really good. So we're going to create a colonial charter, and it looks like Kahaka has the most people. The most. And it's not even close. I want to double check how many are in the town. There are 7,500 people in the town. Yeah, they got a lot. Highly concentrated pop there. So we're taking them from Kahaka. It's going to cost 0.93 a month, so a pretty good amount of gold for us at this stage. And it's going to drain kind of our population gain, but we just hit 180,000 people. We have begun the colonial charter of Mahakanatuk. Our people are flocking to settle this virgin territory. They're going. They're going. Stone and fruit is going to be pretty good. So we can kind of track the progress over here. We're only 25%. It's going to take a while. Skariki. Who the hell is Skariki? Skariki Natchitochus' spending habits have raised some eyebrows. He's been spending large amounts of money, far larger than one of his positions should have access to. Distributing gifts to the local nobility in his home region and improving the infrastructure. An investigation has revealed the facts. Rather than serving the queen to the best of his abilities, Skiriki has been funneling state funds to Alabama Slamma to boost his popularity there. While this has been a boon to the local economy, practices like this could prove damaging to the state as a whole. Turn a blind eye? Arrest that guy. Bro, this guy's pretty goated. 71 admin, 71 diplomacy. 10 tribal cohesion hit sucks. But I gotta keep this, bro. Alabama Slamma gains 0.5. That's a lot of development. That 0.5 development right now. We only had 3. And now we have 3.5. Ding dong. We have researched blockade tactics. We're never gonna blockade anybody, brother. But it's a means to an end. Provinces are starving. It's not even my province. They're not starving. You're dumb. Wait, is it my province? That's my province. Apparently, we've already taken it over. That is my province. We just sent a colony expedition there, and it's already mine. They were just like, yeah, whatever. We'll join up. That's fine. One of the lumber spots. That was so fast. 1,300 tribesmen there. Rebel movement, tribe insurgents. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. They're angry. We went over there, got the colony set up, and they're starting to get angry. Okay, what the hell was I doing before those pop-ups? Brain not work. Oh, I think I was gonna pump some money into cost of court because I want the modifier back. Otherwise, we're doing good on taxes. Hey, did we get some more land revealed? What is this? I know what it is. Some kind of mass? There's some kind of mass. Some kind of amorphous mass right there. No, but it's like a different color than this. The Terra Incognita portion is like a different shade for some reason. The location of Lenape is now considered part of our patrimony. It's not going to be named that for long, is it? Somebody already redeemed earlier 150,000 channel points. Let me find it. I have a list somewhere. Where's my list? Why does Twitch make this as difficult as possible? Okay. Did you really do Volugop? Chat's not even trying anymore. All right. Volugop. All right, we're all caught up. We are all caught up. I need to keep funneling money into the new town. We have a demand. Wait, okay, no. We have a demand for 2 corn, almost 2 livestock, over 1 fish. I think we just chill, and once the construction of the tool maker is built, we just upgrade it immediately. Volugop is depopulating rapidly. No, it should be populating because we're just now colonizing it. What do you mean? We're sending people over there. Fishing village added to Perrinvale. Good. 1,000 peasants need some tools. They need tools. Few more fish gonna make it to market. Still got a 0.72 debuff. Whew. There's a bunch of fish up here in the north. Like fish RGOs. How did you add employees to the RGOs? What do you mean? They naturally populate if there's people available. So if an RGO exists, they will automatically populate into laborers. So if you have no laborers, then peasants will convert into laborers slowly. And then if you look at your RGO, it should say promotion in your location, and that is how many people will start working there per month. Now, if you already have a workforce of people, they will automatically fill. So like I have 184 laborers, they'll auto-fill if available. Is that Salt RGO lying, or does it have insane profits? It's probably got insane profits, but we have a big surplus of salt, so I don't need to build more. So it's kind of lying in a sense. I'm sure it's making money. It's just upgrading it won't necessarily make more. You have to take every promise of money with a big grain of salt. It's never that easy. See, like, oh, we actually have demand for coal? The tribesmen want coal. All right, where's that one coal spot that we turned off a long time ago? There's 3 coal spots, actually. Turning on the one in the market. All right, ad time. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. We'll just turn on the one that's in the market already. and let them fill that demand since there's people there. I'm gonna pause while the ad's going once it starts. How's it been 3 hours already? That's too crazy, dude. It's too crazy. All of our rural cloth makers are on. Do we have a spinners guild? It makes 0.84. We could upgrade it. There's a little demand for cloth. But more cloth equals more demand for the Tailor's Guild. Is the Tailor's Guild profitable? Nope. Okay. Tailor's Guild's not profitable, so I don't care about that. Yo, we can kind of see the coast. Whoa. It's not explored yet, but we know it's there anyway. We can definitely see a little bit more of the Fog of War after we went a little bit to the southeast. Oh. When you sign on to colonize a place, just to realize they named it Volugop, shaking my head. Shaking my head. I've never streamed a game for this long where at least 40 to 50% of the viewership is only here because they don't know how to play the game. So I gotta say, kudos to the developers at Paradox for making this game obfuscated at the behest of the streamers and content creators in order to puff up our viewership. So I think I need to walk back a few of the criticisms that I've made and suggest that the next DLCs and new grand strategy games be even more difficult for everyone to understand. Because it's directly proportional to pumping viewer numbers up. I'm a statistical anomaly. I don't know how to play any game. I am an always online tutorial. I don't even know how to do anything advanced. We don't know how to actually interact with other nations. We don't know how to trade. We don't know how to declare war. We don't know how to raise soldiers, levies, organize your troops, defend locations, build forts, reforms, embrace institutions, many other things besides. I have no intent to play the game, just find it fun how you figure it out. Yeah, it's in a masochistic way, it's fun to figure out in the exact same way that Terra Invicta was fun to figure out, where I'm just over here minding my own business in a single player puzzle all alone, and then eventually the aliens will come and wipe out our civilization. But that's that took a lot of build up. I think we played Terra Invicta for 90 hours, and we only got to fight the aliens and see them in the last, like, 15 to 20 hours of that. It was all just build up beforehand. That'll be a fun game to go back to. I just want them to be done. They're not done. It's not 1.0 yet. Welcome back from the ad. How's it going? 109 G's. I'm sure there's things I could be spending money on, but for now I think we just... Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to move control. Move our control. Keep shifting it around. Also, how we doing on getting other people to migrate? We don't have any favors. Here we do. But none of them can migrate. I have no idea what dictates whether or not you can invite settlers. Not a clue. But I want to keep migrating other people into the northern sections so that we get more workers. We need people to work in the maze. Does Flavortown have a settlement? It does. Taking a long time to populate. Chat, what does he think of EU5? I've been here intermittently. My feelings are complicated. I'm having fun, but there are 18 asterisks after that statement. That would take a long time to go into. Recommended for the most masochistic map enjoyers and spreadsheet enjoyers only. And never for anyone that would say that they're new to strategy as a genre. The game will not convince you to like it. You just have to be extremely determined to figure it out in spite of itself. It's like walking through a minefield to get to an oasis on the other side. Yeah, it's just a constant, like, just let me love you. Just explain how to play the game. A lot of the core mechanics need to be reworked or retouched as well. Like a lot of really core basic stuff. Like I think the whole parliament system needs to be cooked again, for example. I think the cabinet system needs to be cooked more. I think that the dynasty and like character in your family system needs to be cooked a lot more. There's a lot of basic systems that I think need to go back into the oven. Is it much more tedious or difficult than CK3? It is exasperatingly more difficult than CK3 is. CK3 is a baby game. It's a fun baby game, but it's a baby game. It's not even comparable. None of the things you think you know from that will translate to this. Yes, that's the most casual of their entire lineup. Yeah. Are you guys building another toll castle? Our cabinet members will stop at nothing to elevate his position. Using more or less questionable methods, he has come to command the undivided attention of the queen, who is said to obey his every whim. Why is the game determined to get me to fire my council? And I keep having to sacrifice either stability or tribal cohesion. Neither of which I want to sacrifice. I think I'd rather sacrifice tribal cohesion. He's doing a great job. Leave him alone. I'm just going to put more into cost of court, I guess. Okay. Did we do the thing? We did a thing. We have a tools guild. Finally. And we only have stone, so nobody ask. we only have stone. No, we can't mine iron. How are these both looking? We have a small, teeny surplus of tools. And then of stone, We have a teeny surplus of stone. We're working on both of those things. I'm currently trying to colonize the next stone area. So we're basically tool locked. Basically tool locked. Which makes sense. Let's see what Parliament can do in our brand new town. And I need to build some more buildings, so we have too much money, so I'm gonna pause. I'm wasting money. Bolster the government. Ooh, we can get tribal cohesion back. And prosperity, which is good for the new areas that we're kind of colonizing right now. Establish a new hunting ground. Wild game goes up. Lumber goes up. Clay goes up. Roads are cheaper. We could just spend the money on a road into the new area. That actually might be the play. Fund farming, legumes. Trading we don't do, clergy we don't care. Ooh, the leader gets better. I like the leader better one. I think let's just build a road. Does the game tell you how long to colonize? There's a percentage over here. So we're at like 37.5, but if you mouse over it, it'll show you the individual progress on each separate location that's in that province. So that might help. Let's just do expand gravel road network. We already have support for it. And if I unpause, it might just go to full, but I want to see where we want the road. I think we just want the road. Oh yeah, we need the stone and the fruit. So probably gonna go boom. Where is? Oh, they're here. So we have a road here. It can either go here. Oh no, it doesn't touch. This is cruel. This little spot right here, not touching all four. Oh, that's cruel. So I'm gonna have to build one extra compared to what I think I should. So probably go up into legumes, into stone. We need to lock down stone control first so we can keep building more tools. And other things, I think. And then we can just bounce into fruit somehow. It's very awkward. But it'll work. So control's gonna be a little questionable over here, but market access will be good. Okay. Falapalapatopa to here. Should be cheaper because of the discount from minus 20% for gravel network. And then to skip over there is 186. So I'm just gonna get this road started. And that also brings us one step closer to fruit. So we could probably just go fruit on the north side instead of the south. Road time. And then we need some more buildings in the new town. I don't know which buildings to go with first. I suppose a granary. But I need to save money for the road, so just worry about the road first. What happens to the tribe already living there? They either leave or they assimilate. They're represented as a tribal population. That's them. So we're slowly converting them over to peasants, which you can accelerate with a cabinet action if you want. But they're still there, hanging out, about 1,000 peasants. Isn't the other stone location south of your capital? It sure is. Very astute of you. Just south. It seems that the parliament members of Pipo Bomimo, those staunch supporters of our cause just a little while ago, have come to change their stance on the currently debated issue entirely. We cannot know for sure how this happened, but it is clear that we can no longer rely on their vote. Minus 5% support. Well, that sucks. All right, what are you guys doing? Change policy. We enact the martial society policy in cultural traditions. No. No. Support of traditional agendas. We lose research progress and move toward traditionalism. That's fine. I just need you to get over 55% support so that we pass. And then you will find your happiness in time. $94 Gs. What do you guys... Oh, we're just developing. Are there actual wagons traveling from the market town to do the colonizing? I don't know. I see wagons here. It looks like a colonial charter. They're just scooching along the map. I think so. Wait, are those horse clops? This one's kind of going sideways. Yeah, we haven't invented horse tech yet, but it seems like we have horses. Gonna have to buy the cosmetic DLC that changes all of these graphics to be more tribal, though. It'll probably be in the next $60 season pass. The members of our parliament have been especially agreeable in recent times. With their loyalist leanings, we could easily sway them in our favor or extract some extra resources. 10% support. We need money. Ooh, lose 5 support for 30 gold? You have my attention. I'm at 55.18. I need that 1.8 to stay. I'm taking the money. I'm taking the money. 4 months of gold. All right, make sure I'm building the right place. Stone, yes. All right, road is extending out to... from name not found to what is now Horicon. We can build the road there before we actually colonize it. We're 41% to colonizing. But yeah, the small details are neat. I agree. Bears, huge bears, kaiju. Like compare Flopalopatopa as a town to our brand new town, much smaller, more quaint. Just a baby. So we still need corn. We still need livestock, and we still need fish. But the fishing village needs salt and tools. How are we doing on salt? It's good. Very good. All right, I'm just going to upgrade this fishing village then. Since they are making profit, more profit is good over time. Parliament has passed the Expand Gravel Road Network, and I got to build the road just in time to get the discount. Very good. Roads going in. Oh, what about control? Yeah, we're at the max. So go back to controlling the north. What music is this? Okay, it's still... I was making sure it was still the right soundtrack. Chat, it's 14:23. I'm starting to get scared. Because Age of Renaissance ends in 1437. Oh, it's getting close. It's 100 years after the game starts. And we're almost there. We have let all know that our navy is the lord of the seas. Have we? Man, our PR is crazy. News, though, has reached us that a certain country failed to promptly show the right amount of respect and skirmish has resulted. With who? The country is clamoring for war. There's no one to even go to war with except for the other population tribes. We must get ready. This is foolish. Minus 10 prestige. Man, that's foolish. Who? We're getting ready to go to war with people we can't even see off the map. Yep, we're getting ready to go to war with people that we don't even know exist. Who have 1,378 people there versus our 184,000. I mean, we must get ready, I guess. Unpressed Casus Belli. It will continue to stay unpressed. What if you use the encourage migration cabinet option? Will that make them grow faster? In my experience, it hasn't really done much. We've tried it a few times. Migration can be from inside of your colony and outside of your colony. But since we don't have any neighboring countries, nobody really comes from outside in. Unless we do the specific action to talk. We talk to different tribes, curry favors with them. And then we're already getting migration from a tribe for 2 years right now. But there is a finite amount you can do that. They have to have the specific option to migrate, invite settlers, like these guys. No one knows why some have it and some don't. Why do we get vision on the Atlantic? Because we're colonizing to the southeast. It's not really vision, it's still unknown, but the game just shows it in a weird way. A son has been born. Okay, chat's already got this. This is Nada Wind. Apostrophe S. I think you intended that as a location name, but this is a person name. So you get what you get, Hipster Doofus. That's what came up first. A son has been born. Okay, what else can I build inside of my, like, actual city? Brewskis? Brewskis and beer? But that takes dude, it takes tools. That's a lot of tools, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's just, like I said, there's no other better option. They're all bad. Either we have no tools or we have no corn. And that's a lot of corn. 1.4 corn. If we could get to grapple with the maize, then the maize is the long-term solution to the beer. But right now, we're growing in as fast as we can. Last year saw a fine harvest. An excellent environment for traders and entrepreneurs. This has proven a blessing to the tax base, generating high income from our kingdom. Get 7 stability. Get 64 gold. That one. Take advantage at once. Yeah, I'll take the 64 G's. Thanks, partner. Huge year financially for us. At least you get the bonus from having fruit in that city. What's that? What do you mean? Like that there's fruit in the capital? Oh, you mean to like build the brewery there? We have a tiny surplus of fruit. There is corn down here. Actually, we can go up to a level 6. I didn't even see that. We can go to level 6 maize in the west. It's not max control, but there's 3,000 people there. I didn't even notice. How do you get up to like a level 6 RGO? I guess enough buffs accumulate. What buff was it? It's probably, I don't know, mills, level 2. Literacy of laborers increases it slightly. Development increases it. Population increases it. That's cool. All right, yeah, we can get a 6th level here in the west. I didn't realize it went up a level to max. So there's going to be some more maize, and it's outputting 1.41 per level, which doesn't completely satisfy the demand, but we're kind of trying to populate in the north. Oh, that reminds me, population. Let's get a settlement. In our new territories as they come in. There's not enough peasants down here right now, but it seems like the tribes people are leaving Volugop, and there's only 7 peasants. I don't really know how we colonized this, quote unquote. I don't know if 7 people counts as a colony. That sounds like a movie someone would make, inspired by a true story, where these 7 people were killed by nature when they tried to, they got separated from whoever they sailed over with in their boat. It was a rough winter. It could have been a rough winter. But yeah, we are only 46% colonized total, so... Isn't it 257, but that's just 7 unemployed? I don't know, because... Oh, yeah, you're right. There's 250 that are building the settlement. My bad. I forgot that it actually takes people to build. Because when you mouse over it, it doesn't mention that. Which is something you would expect it to mention on the tooltip for the construction. It mentions how much masonry and lumber, but doesn't mention manpower. But yeah, if you mouse over the people, then it'll say for buildings in queue minus 250. So we do actually have more than 200 and... We have 279. So we got something. What was that? What was that noise? Sound like a building getting built, but I don't know which building it was. There needs to be a log of all buildings you've built. All things you spent money on. Because the road got built a minute ago. We got this road. That's increasing control. This is the new fishing village. This is the corn. And then we got... Oh, it's probably the tools. I'm not building this. The nobility are building tier 2 tools. Wow, sometimes they do something useful. It's rare, but sometimes they do. We have researched recovery effort, which gives us plus 0.5 prosperity recovery. How fast prosperity recovers. Is recover different from growth? Why would they use 2 different terms for the same thing? Because right now it says prosperity is changing. It's for when it goes into the minus. Ah, okay. I gotcha. You can make building built pop up in the bottom right if you right click the icon. Did not know that. When a building has been built. What are these 4 buttons for? Okay, toggle whether this pauses the game, message pop up, or message will be logged. Toggle whether this message will be shown on the map. I'll do pop-up for now until it gets annoying. I feel like I'm gonna need to look through this, and I just can't right now. My brain cannot look at it. There's so many things, dude. I can't study them all right now, but it's good to know that they're... The other thing we need to do is look at all of our laws and see if we should change any. I'm gonna do that after the next break, when my brain has a chance to recover. Gravel road. Okay, I'm gonna do that for roads too. Maybe not pop up, just log it. Hooray! We have a road from the market center of Flopalapatopa. Flopalapatopa, going up, carving through here. They built a little rickety bridge over into the new land. We built a road in there before we even fully settled the town. And that's gonna be stone. It's 1424. Why is road a military thing? Because roads dictate how fast your military units move across the land. So I guess they just grouped it under there. So if you have like military comps that you're real-time strategy moving, they take more or less time depending on infrastructure. So that did not pop anything up. Wait, is it because it's not a new building? It's an upgrade? When a building... Do I have to save it? Did I not just do this? Did I not click OK? What was the other thing that I did besides building built? I said maybe ship built in the logs? I think it was ship built in the logs. Yeah, I probably just need to click OK. We already did the road, chat. You guys, we already did it. It's right there. You guys. Keep up. Gotta keep up. I meant the other thing. The first thing, not the third thing. How do we have 119 gold? Did we just get 64? Maze is 6 out of 6 with 6,000 people there. And we still have not filled demand for Maze. We got a level 3 farming village. It would be nice to spread the farms out a little bit, but that's a good spot for it. There's 2,300 extra workers up here who aren't doing anything. I assume they can demote. It's mostly a clay drain. It's a little bit of tools. The local food capacity is good. It's a lot easier to expand when you don't have a bunch of pesky neighbors in the way. Building the RGO is better in my opinion. I love first-time chatters who think they know things. Maybe I should turn follower mode back on. Because today's been worse than the other 5 days, for sure. You know why? Because people are getting further out from launch. So that everyone's getting overconfident now. The first like 2, 3, 4 days, everyone was pretty honest with themselves and that they don't know shit. But now we're like 6 days out from launch, so everybody thinks they know everything. They've had more time to play, and they think they're figuring shit out. Let me help you out there, brother. We don't have any RGOs for livestock. Anywhere. Anywhere. Nowhere. So you're right. It is better to build an RGO. This is where I'd put my RGO if I had one. You know? Right there. So instead, I am going to build another farming village. $5,000 peasants to promote? It's not bad. The control will be a little lower. We could just go here. This is the market. And we just built a road through it. But the problem is there's no peasants here, are there? No, there's 6,500 peasants. Okay. This is a different tooltip. Yeah, let's do that. There's not fantastic control, but I can improve it. Microing control is going to kill me. I need to improve control here first. And then we'll improve control over there. And the time it takes to build. I don't know anything. I know at least one thing. Zombie, I know one thing. I don't know why. Okay, so we're slightly addressing cattle. We're slightly addressing corn. We have 439 peasants down here. I could just go ahead and build another maze up here and just let them grow into it. It won't be fully operational for some time. Man, I'm lagging. Game's throwing pop-ups at me. All right, maze plus another one. We need to build a road there too. Who's this? Our ruler's first cousin has come of age. Too bad. I cannot get you married, brother. There's no royals, and you don't want to marry a peasant, so good luck. Why do we have insurgents? 0.14%. It ain't much. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I know why. Is your save game going to be available for us peasants? No! Start the game yourself, lazy. If you have the game, just start in the same place. I'm not going to do the work for you. You want to play the game without playing the game, is what it sounds like to me. 140 gold. That's much more affordable than it used to be. I think I'm going to do it just to get the control buff. Problem is, it's market access. It's actually 62. It's better than I thought it was. How is their cattle? For us, it's just livestock. My headcanon is that it's bison and buffalo somehow. And we just make a farming village. And the farming village makes them through magic. Streamer, can you do a Brandenburg game for me and give me the save after you form Prussia? No. I can't. Yeah, we do actually make them out of clay. So each of the farming villages needs tools plus clay equals livestock. Which currently are in hot demand. 3.74 demand because the tribesmen who are inside of our market umbrella want them. Which makes sense. We've gained a core! Horicon is now considered part of our matrimony. Where's that? Oh, yes, the new place. Sick, the stone place that we just built a road into. So what is its max control? It's not gonna be high. 30%. Oof! We'll be able to build control up via cabinet to 50, and we already have, that's with a road. Only gravel, but it's with a road. Where you at? North America, my brother. North America, we in New York. We are Yorkin' toward the coast right now, actually. Is a settlement like a pre-town? A settlement is just a building that you can build in low pop areas to buff population growth. That's pretty much all I'm using it for. Which I need to build another one because we just got a new area. Get out of here. Have you guys noticed that Paradox games only have pop-ups when you're trying to do something? And when you're sitting there letting time pass, nothing pops up? They time it perfectly, man. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know why I can't build one. Right here. Let me see. It says... population? What's this population? 3,100 out of 55K. Okay, so they're too big for a settlement. How are there 3,000 people here, man? There's 1,500 tribesmen, I guess. 1,400 peasants? With the increased privilege of the nobility come additional duties. They are expected to serve as army officers. Move toward aristocracy and quantity. I want to see the difference in quality and quantity. Here's an example of quantity. Chat. Here's an example of quality. Streamer. When quality is dominant, it scales up to plus 25% army initiative. Don't know what that means. Military tactics and army recovery speed. Okay, so we don't know yet. We don't, these are too advanced for us. Maybe the best should lead. Move toward plutocracy. We're not ready for that either. I'm gonna pick the top one. Moving toward quantity, I guess. So we're not gonna get that much stone here because control is low. Market access is good. So I don't really care about the money from stone. So I don't mind not being able to tax them. 100% of the RGO's production will go into the market, which is all I care about. We built a settlement in Volugap. Sick. I like the pop-ups, actually. Turning those on is going to be good for my ADHD to remember what the hell I'm doing. Because I would not have noticed that that completed down there. We built a tools guild in the capital. I didn't do that. The nobles did, which I'm very excited about. Good job, nobles. I'm proud of you. And then they're also building a cloth maker in Bibimbap. I don't know why they're doing that. Not sure. I think I want to build a road up to this maze. How much is that? 150, 148. It's kind of a lot, but I think it's good. Are the nobles over their clay pit obsession? Kinda. It seems like we're doing all right on clay. We got a surplus. I upped the RGO in Jean Toga a few times. How's control? Control looks good. All right, let's increase control on the market. We're almost at 90 years in. I'm scared. We're not developing fast enough. We could always go faster. We do have enough population to colonize another area simultaneous. I don't know. There's RGO medicaments there. It's kind of interesting. There's also some furs down here, which is interesting. Furs seems like it would be solid. There's also fish. Oh, we don't need that many fish. It's not insurmountable. Iron doesn't matter. If we keep moving south, though, copper will matter. Copper will matter. Tobacco will matter. That's west. So the tobacco is interesting. The problem is the stone is so spread out. So spread out. It's really gonna gate us on expansion because tools, all of our tools are stone. Ugh. And so one could argue it makes more sense to move the capital to where the market is, and then we can get these stone easier, but then we lose out on everything over here, of which there is a solid amount of goodies. Salt, corn, fruit, tobacco, eventually saltpeter when we can mine that one day. And then everything up here as well just gets further away, which lots and lots of fish and fiber crops and... Whew. Is there a way to send explorers in the video game? Yes. For us? No. Can finally build that big navy. I don't want spoilers on what's in the hidden areas, by the way, since I know that they're static, so don't say what's there. It's more fun to discover since we all only get to discover it once. Since it's the same in everyone's game, unfortunately. Because copper is good, but there's no tin currently on the map. Is there a good spot on a river to move to? I think the downstream bonus is -30. Yeah, I did notice that before. It's the river overlay is not an overlay that exists. We learned yesterday, or on the bottom screen, we learned yesterday that if you go into hotkeys, you can specifically toggle a key to open the river overlay, which they don't want you looking at apparently, to track where rivers are. So you can mine copper, but not iron. I think so. Copper's softer. Copper is soft, I believe. That's why we had the Bronze Age before we had the Iron Age. Copper and tin. It's a soft metal. We can also mine gold, silver, and mercury, which we have none of at the moment. We can also not... we can't mine coal, so coal RGOs don't matter. I'm curious, would you prefer if they patched it to give the tribes a tech that let them explore, or do you like that it's unique? For RP purposes, I don't think tribes need to explore. What are they gonna do? They have no system in place to maintain any kind of distant control on anything. So it makes sense that they can't explore, because you're never gonna colonize something that's outside your borders. Unless you change your government type eventually. Like down the road, yes. But in the first like 100 to 200 years, I don't think that history supports what we're doing, much less going even further abroad and expecting them to just walk back. I don't know. I think that there could be some system in place to do it, but I don't know what it would be. I don't miss it. How did you expand? Colonization. So in the first, if you're a tribe, then you need to go to your Age of Traditions, and you need to research the ability to colonize. And then once you can colonize, you go to geopolitics, territory, colonies, and then it lists all your options. Yeah, like what they would probably do for a DLC for tribes is some kind of roaming nomadic gameplay. That would have to be a whole new system, as opposed to making a kingdom and then sending out explorers. So you would be able to explore via migration. Like your own migratory, nomadic type of gameplay. All right, anyway, what were we doing? I was looking at resources. We're looking at resources. Realistically, we should look at going south, directly south and directly north. Because control, south is good because the market access as well. Unless we just want some fish RGOs. Like a fish RGO. It's not the top of my priority list, but it could be an option. Let me see what that would cost. So you get legumes, fiber crops, lumber, and 2 fish for almost 2 gold. That's kind of expensive. Their population's pretty high, so we're getting a debuff from that. And then to the south, probably like in here. Where am I? Oh no, it's huge. Oh, it's like a weird it's like a weird shape. Medicaments. Lumber, fur, coal, and lumber. That one's huge too. All right, and then we got one that goes down into maize, fiber crops, legumes, and furs. I think the Wyoming one, not right now, but soon, because of, I don't know, we need to, it's close to the market and the capital, so we get both. And it moves us toward, I don't know what it moves us toward. Moves us toward additional clay, which we only have 1 clay RGO. Moves us toward 2 furs. It kind of moves us toward marble. I don't know if it's the best. But like this like southerly area is the best marriage of capital plus market. If I just take all the coal and iron before the explorers get here, then they won't have any to kill me with. Right? Just sit on it so they can't have any. It's easy. Anyway, I don't think I want to do one right now. Let's just build that road. What was the thing that just built? Maize. Maize RGO. All right, I'm going to change that as well. I don't know why RGO is a military message. Yeah, just have all the saltpeter claimed so they can't make gunpowder. It's easy. We need 151.68. We have excess lumber, masonry, and sand. By the way, Steve F, thank you for the sub. What's up? Appreciate the 51 months. Welcome back for one more. We are out here developing. We're 61% for our new charter. Still got a ways to go. Farming village up for the cattle coming soon. They're building a cloth maker, and it looks like the nobles want more liquor. The nobles have decided to get another distiller. I see. We need some brewskis. We need some corn. The brewskis is tough. I keep looking back at it. We built a new farming village in name not found. Excellent. Because we need fruit. We do have a small surplus of fruit, but we don't really have the tools. We do temporarily. Got a level 1 farm up here with like low control. Feels bad. Could try building another road in there. Oh, I need to build this road before I forget. Shrimple is that. Hook up the other maize farms out there from Seamal Butts. That's a long, windy road, man. But I guess it's good to have a road that goes up toward the north. That'll be useful later if we want some Canada. But it does take some big time money. All right, we're at max control here. Gonna keep rotating. Doing a rewatch of your Star Citizen videos from a year ago. I know, I saw that they were doing new systems. I wish they would add new gameplay systems. But it's nice that they're still adding some new things to look at. I wonder if blockades work for explorers. I promise it could if you had a massive navy that was larger than theirs. If I wanted to get in on that, I would have to have, not tools, naval supplies. Which is tough. Because the Naval Supply Guild, is that the tier 1? Yeah, it wants copper and it also wants tin. So no tin. Well, there might be tin, no spoilers. There might be tin somewhere, I don't know. No spoilerino. Is this EU first EU run? This is my first EU game, yep. I never played EU4. This is my first EU5 game as well. We're playing Native North Americans. I'm having fun. I've struggled to have fun. I had to fight to have fun, but I'm having some fun. I like the puzzle. I also like the knowledge that remember when we were number 100 in the world and now we're 144? We're getting passed by. They're starting to pass us by. It looks fun, but also overwhelming. It is. It's very overwhelming. Non-enforcement of ordinance. Although the Queen issues many ordinances, Her Excellency is, in practice, almost powerless to enforce them. Instead, that depends upon local powers, regional nobility, and city governments that are not always as vigilant as we want. Recently, it's come to our attention that our authorities in Mahakanatuk, which is where we're currently colonizing, are particularly reticent in enforcing the Queen's will. Let them handle it. They get 20 years of max control and noble power or increase attempts. They get 20 years of max control and nobilities get unhappy. Then, yeah, increase attempts. Make them unhappy. They'll become happy again. No problem. I think the ranking is only because we became a kingdom and it boosted us 100 points. But then we don't have the other things besides our kingdom rank to keep up with everyone else, because we have no trade capacity, monthly income, or prestige bonuses, or population bonuses. So there, everyone else is getting all of those things. We built a I didn't build this. They built a rural cloth maker. Actually, they need cloth. We could get better cloth. We don't have cotton or wool. We do have fiber crops, so I think this is fine. It was a good choice for building. They have 6,000 peasants there. Bin Bin Bop needs some commodities. We built a new distillers guild. I also didn't build that. The nobles want booze, and now they're building are they building 2 granaries? Back? Did they patch the AI between yesterday and today? Because they're actually doing useful stuff. Nobles have queued 2 granaries. Wow, that's so useful, actually. Back to back. Okay, I'll take it. WTF, I love nobles now. That's what I'm saying. All right, let me look at goods, and I want to see what we have the biggest shortage of besides cows. All right, clay is going down, understandable, because we were trying to make more cows. Beer, cloth, which they just started to work on, a little bit of fish. We're actually almost even on corn. So if we get more corn, we can start brewing without using tools if we can get an excess of corn. So I think that'll be good. And that'll save a bunch of tools. All right, so let's get clay. 3,000 peasants in Jean Toga. 1.21 clay per level. So it might be a little too much, but I think it's good. Fruit, I guess we could build more fruit orchards if we're struggling with the fruit RGO control at the moment. How much to build a road? 141 gold. Yeah, let me just see, like, I know that there's a population overlay, but is there an available worker overlay? You know what I'm saying? Because that's different from population. Because actually, let me just see, not fruit building, orchard. We have an orchard that's not on. I could just turn that on, and that makes more fruit. Already exists, and there's enough people there to work. Unemployment map mode? Is that a thing? I wouldn't be surprised. Baited. Did I just accidentally X out of a menu? Let me see the Distillers Guild. It's actually making good profit. But yeah, they're using wine plus pottery plus glass. And we don't have enough wine, brother. We don't have any rice, we don't have sugar, we don't have potatoes, we don't have wheat, we do have beer. We have beer and we have wine. We keep whack-a-moling everything. Let me see, winery. Because the winery needed fruit, wood, and tools, yes? with how we currently have things set up. Now we have fruit. We have wood. We barely have some tools. All right, just let it roll. Let it roll. That'll help out a little bit. They need to fill it in. Fill it in. Finger Lakes is a good region for wine. Yes, it is. I think the only way to see available employment is on the location screen or the filters and icons on the build menu. The what? The location screen. I don't know what either of those screens are. You know what? I think I was wrong earlier. They actually do go into settlement first before they go into the lumber RGO. Interesting. Where did I delete that RGO? It was this fruit one where I have like no control, but there's like 600 people here now. I'm just gonna build it back. I screwed up. We've researched legal scrutiny, which gives us the following benefit. Change policies are cheaper. New times or new situations, and not always will the laws that had been traditionally used for generations be applicable to the new context. We need to have a continuous scrutiny and revision of our law so we can keep adapting to our current times. I want to become the editor at Paradox. Are we researching anything? Infrastructure efforts. Expanding raw material time -10. Good. That's nice. And we're at 97 stability. Lovely. Turn the stability down. Clay gathering in Gene Toga is up. Level 4 clay RGO. Need 1,000 pops to kind of fill that in. All right, things are trending up. We got 9.27 gold a month while funding max cost of colonies. What? If you sort by profit, potential profit from unbuilt buildings, which is positive, goes above the negative numbers of actually built buildings. That's not a helpful way to display that information, I am afraid. I will simply scroll down. I guess some wood into... I don't know how much... We don't have that much stone. We do have a lot of lumber, so I guess lumber into weapons. For both. Location screens when you click the location and it has the picture. You just look at the numbers on the left, and as long as you have available peasants. Yeah, I know that. You goober. The builder menu would show it after you choose. What I'm saying is I want a map view so I can see all locations without clicking on every single location to see, generally speaking, where the distribution of unemployed peasants are. That's what I'm looking for. So on the building screen, if you want to build something, all right, brewery is probably not the best example. Farming village. You can look on the left and see the numerical sort by available workers, and that would, I guess, be the only way, but a map view would be great too. This is probably the closest that you can get. Now, if only it showed you that location's control and market access on this same page, and you would have almost everything you need to know in one location instead of nested tooltips. All right, the ad is starting. Turn your volume down, take a bathroom, BRB, go get some water, get a snack. I'll be right back. We need a new soundtrack also. So I think I know what you would want while I am away. I'll be RB. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chilling. More to come. Hang around. Yo. We back. We back. Okay, hi. I see you now. I can see you now. Oh, all right. I need to do this, or else I'm never gonna do it. How did I hotkey this? I think I pressed Control 1 on accident. If I don't do it now, I'm never gonna do it. Let's look at laws. I may not need to change any of these, but I need to see what's available to change. Because now I might have some old ones that aren't as useful anymore. Censorship laws. Stability decay down and clergy estate up 2.5% versus strict censorship. It costs 91 stability to change any of these laws. Oh no. Unless we go through Parliament, I guess. That's so harsh. 91. Pop promotion speed will tank. Satisfaction equilibrium will tank. Because, yeah, like 5% clergy is probably good. And spiritualist is fine, I think. So this one would be more beneficial? Oh well. I need to see if there's anything I really need. Heir can stay same religion. I don't know what the point of changing from polygamy to monogamous. It seems like it doesn't matter in the game. I don't know. Stability investment cost minus 10%. Still want that. That's good. Military laws. We have no maritime policy. I think I'm going to leave it that way until we start building a ship to see what we need. We have no piracy as well, so leave that alone. Administrative laws. Equilibrium. Yep, I like codified power better here. Federal tribe. Proximity cost down for sure. Border controls, none. Isn't it fine to have no policy? Isn't that the same as open borders? Cultural is civil, which I also think is good. Religious teaching. Max literacy for everyone up. Progress to spiritualist and clergy are happier. So if I really wanted to go serfdom or traditionalist, I might need to go uneducated masses. We don't even have an increased literacy action. Devout education. Big literacy buff for everyone. Was this even an option before? I guess I'm okay with where I'm at. Yeah, I'm okay with where that's at. Yeah, this is EU4 music. I'm doing all sorts of musics. Because it turns out if you play in this area, you only get to hear 3 songs on the entire EU5 soundtrack. So I had to play my own music. Nobility-controlled mining operations. Noble estate satisfaction equilibrium. Aristocracy in traditional economy. So if we ever want to go plutocracy, we're going to have to change this one. And if we ever want capital economy, we're going to have to change this too. Production efficiency up 20% is pretty good. Holy. Oh, man. Capital economy is pretty good, huh? But there's way more peasants than burghers right now. Maybe one day we'll come back to that. Distribution of power. Favor the ruler, I think. 5% max tax is good. Crown power is good. But if you really want to progress toward like plutocracy, I don't know. I don't think I need to change anything. I know this is North America. I just don't know which part. Well, that is the Eastern Seaboard. That is right there. Right there is the Atlantic. So we're in New York. While I'm here, can I invite any settlers? Yeah. Which color green is darker? Let's just invite them north. That's the area that's been struggling with settlers the most, I think. And we're back. And we're back. Building a road through Sea Mile Butts up to Shrimple Estat. Working on it. Working on it. 72% to colonizing Mahakanatuk. We still got like two more locations that need to come under our control. I don't think this one actually has like kind of high population. We got a small surplus of stone already. But we've already got level 2 tools guild in our capital. And what we got is what we got. The fruit wineries, the carpenters. Oh yeah, the common fortifications. We bring sad news. Our uncle just died. He was a cabinet member. Damn. Another cabinet member bites the dust. I'm gonna look at the character search. Oh yeah, our second cousin is a cabinet member. I want our first cousin to be a cabinet member because they have really good diplomacy and administrative and military. However, even though we're a matriarchy, the game doesn't know that we can, I don't know. Basically, I have to pay resources to make anybody a cabinet member who's not a man. For 20 cohesion, 20 cohesion. I shouldn't have to pay to let the ladies on the council, in my opinion. But I do, but I do. All right, welcome to the council. Ostach Nizori. And now we gotta build tribal cohesion back up, so let me put some points. Can save some on stability. And once our colony effort's done, we'll get some more back into our coffers. All right. So yeah, let's just keep developing things. I want to see this road get built. Help if I unpause. That does contribute to progress. Gravel road now goes all the way up the northernmost section. It's gonna really buff our max control up here and help us get more maize. Speaking of, go back to developing control in the west. And then we're just gonna need more people. We have no more peasants up here. It appears that Disnata wins. Atsaningo has gained the intelligent trait. And is more likely to have a good administrative. It's funny because their skills are not administrative. But there you go. All right, music down a little bit, please. Chill, relax. Let's take a little inventory, see what's going on. We need more cows, we need more beer. The beer can go up to level 2. I think let's just go ahead and send it. If they need more beer and there's more profit there, then just send it. There's plenty of workers. They want the brew, we give them the brew. In matters of faith, we're second to none. Our support for our religion and the devotion we show impresses those around us. Clergy are happy and we get some prestige. Struggling with keeping up with the cattle demand. I mean, the livestock demand. All right, this song's annoying me. I know, dumb question. Wolf, you're asking more your question per minute rate is very high. Your QPM is going through the roof, brother. We built a new granary in Sanakdawambo. Oh yeah, I didn't queue that up. The peasants queued that up. I'm happy that they did. Who's gonna revolt? Oh, I know why. Probably means we got another area over here. Yeah, we did. Did I name this? Nope. Somebody in chat will have the ability to. Oh wait, KJ. KJ, you're gonna come up with another name, brother. Just come up with a different name. I'm not naming it that. I will be exhausted. Anyway, I'm gonna turn on the thing for other people because there's gonna be two more. Maybe I can. I don't know. Do you have 150,000 channel points, first time chatter? I doubt. But maybe you do. I don't know. Because the redemption is now available in the chat. In this economy? Maybe they've been lurking for a hell of a long time. I don't know. Chat, am I crazy? Or is this screen not supposed to show different information? don't trust the highest profit per RGL. I don't trust it. My brain is melting a little bit. There's two screens I normally consult to check in general what buildings I might want to build. One is the market screen, which I use to show which is the most in-demand good at any given time, and then try and fix that. The other is a buildings page. Pestilence is coming. Is it you, Water Tower? First time chatter not following the stream? It might be you. Did you check the little sniff check? Get cleaned up for us. All right, what did you guys pick? KJ. Chungaloosa. All right, I have to give you that one. I have to give you that one. Chungaloosa. All right. And then I don't think you guys named Horicon. Parkside. Parkside, I'm going to take your channel points. And not even... I gave KJ a second chance at a name. I don't know if I'm going to give you one. Old Man Lobus says forget, which doesn't sound like forget to me. It sounds like something else about it. So, you guys' naming is not ideal. For anything. You guys, no one's even trying to come up with funny, unique names. Now you're all just stuck on trying to make words misspelled. I shouldn't have told you that tech yesterday, because now you've taken one avenue of humor and ground it into the ground. What about just Plumpet? Okay, we could do Plumpet. That would work. If we knew what horses were, then the horse would be dead. Anyway, for some reason, I can't remember what I was using to consult. It is this menu. It just changed. It is the goods menu. A second ago, it didn't have the market balance on it, but it had like other buttons. The game's UI is gaslighting me. I swear it had different... Maybe I just didn't see it? I don't know what's going on. I think I just didn't see it. What the hell am I doing? Maybe I'm going crazy. I might be going crazy, dude. Because that's just the same info that's on the market screen. All right, what's the potential profit? Maximum profit per level. Cloth, basically. We could just make a spinner's guild. What does spinner's guild consume? It consumes fiber crops. We have a lot of potential ceiling for fiber crops. So I think spinner's guild, add one to our new town in the capital here of Sanoctawambo would be solid, but it's queued up after their granary. So the granary's got to go first. And we got another beer level coming in here. Ugh. You somehow had all markets selected? No idea how you did that. Oh, so it was a different menu. The location of Chungalusa is now considered part of our matrimony. We will defend it to the last drop of peasant blood. We can now get more fruit from She Sells Seashells. All right, so we just rebuilt the RGO, basically, because I destroyed it earlier for reasons. I wanted to get the settlements operational first, and that is indeed the next thing that we should do, but it'll start to fill in. And then control here is looking solid, so I really, the control micromanagement has got to be the worst part. Sad news. Dagon Wadanti has died at the age of 67, our third cousin, from pneumonia, following the common cold. I'm happy that the commoners are building the granary. That is nice. Let's get some more settlements in. Even if we don't have the peasants available? Actually, I can't build them anywhere. These areas are already populated with like 3,000 people, and they only have a max of like 54K. Which is much lower than some of the others. So, when we were talking about the rivers running through earlier, are we talking about maybe getting another town in using the rivers? Possibly? Was that the idea from Control? Because I'm looking here, and we really only have the river that dead ends here from the capital. So I don't know if there's a river that we could use to I guess it would still connect up to a road and increase control, because like we've got also, I have a sneaking suspicion, because I think that was Chillin' Sicilian that said that, who I know is already playing this area ahead of me, has probably already done this and built a town that leverages a river and is like, are there any rivers nearby that might be able to help us boost control? Just wondering, totally random thought that I'm having. Could there be like maybe like a massive river that goes down here to the southwest and swoops around into Lycoming? Could that be something that we would consider downstream of us, perhaps? It's too suspicious. I'm actually way behind on all my towns. Sure. Not backseating at all. There is no river that connects up nicely to the capital, unless you moved your capital. Actually, even here, that river is covered up by trees. Somebody used the geometry brush and accidentally painted over the river. $14.27, boys. Yep, 90 years have come and gone. That's crazy. They came at night. Their faces were scarcely lit by the moon, their weapons shining brightly near the torches. They came in silence. Their footsteps were soft and swift like a summer breeze, almost impossible to hear. Then the silence was over, and so was the night. They raided our village, burning tents, stealing food, and taking captives. Many of our warriors woke up immediately and tried to stop them, but they were not prepared for the attack, so many were killed in the fight. They killed us. Fathers, brothers, sons. They killed us all. Will they kill us all? May they not rest as long as we live. Our hearts weep forever. Arzu loses 71 people, and we lose 50 opinion of the Monsi people. All right, pin those guys. Maybe we can practice war against them. They are kind of large, actually. 27,000, holy. 27K people in there. Maybe we can use that as a military practice. Maybe the bellicose nobles were right. I'm curious what the game thinks would be the most profitable besides the slave market. Spinners Guild, which I have queued up. Carpentry? What do you think? We have a small excess of carpentry? Maybe the tribesmen are like 0.67 on it. Scriptorum. I guess we're negative books. But the demand is coming from inside the house. That's just the library. Urban parliament seats and the clerics. Maybe we upgrade the paper makers. Do we have enough paper? Yeah, we have enough paper. We are low on dyes. Barely. What even makes dyes? The dye maker. Do we have a dye maker? We have one dye maker, level 2. What even makes dyes? Wood does, it turns out. I feel bad because it's clear that Laterus Amundus is like the worst town because it's the furthest away from the market. So when would you choose to, like, if you were in my position and you have a town here that's further away from the market, what would you build here that you couldn't build in the other towns more efficiently? I guess people. If you just have the population that you don't have elsewhere, right? Like, is there another reason? How's your tools production? Never enough, brother, never enough. Always use more tools. We have maxed our current tool production without building another town. We built a new brewery in Flopalopatopa. Flopalopatopa. Why'd you guys have to make that so hard to say? All right, brewery. 400 people employed. They were just waiting around to fill in the job. The brewery is negative 0.4. Let me see if that changes on the month. Yes, it does. All right, now we got the brew. However, yeah, we got barely enough tools. A weather front in the north, torrential rain. Strength is, I didn't see if it said increasing or decreasing, to be honest. Yeah, I know you can relocate the market, but I don't wanna. I don't think moving the market toward our capital is beneficial since we're mostly going to be expanding east to the coast. So where the market is to start is not a bad spot. Because the territories to the southwest are much, it feels like they're much larger and sparser. It's like lots of lumber. And we can't do anything with iron, so that doesn't matter. Or saltpeter, so that doesn't matter. Or coal, so that doesn't matter. So all the stuff we want is kind of this way, toward the market, which might suggest that we should move the capital. I'm trying to avoid doing anything crazy until I have, like, concrete evidence that says, yes, I need to do this. Because they're not small undertakings, so I don't really want to do them lightly. In my opinion, the capital and the market are close enough by road. 82% market access. It's pretty solid. It's all right. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where to spend the money. Where to spend the money. Like, I want to build up the other town, but again, it feels like because it's, I guess it's still 69% market access and high control, so it's not useless. It just feels like, is there a way to specialize towns? Is there anything that separates one town from another in terms of gameplay, other than its market access and its control? Is there like, this town is more of a laborer town, like salt of the earth kind of guys, whereas this is more bourgeoisie, or this town has more burgers, and there's only certain buildings you can do with like different kind of town focuses or specialties, or I know I'm just inventing mechanics whole cloth, but I don't know if there's anything like that. Almost 200,000 pops. We're almost 200K. 195. That's kind of crazy, actually. We're growing. We're colonizing. Yeah, I want to attack the guys that just raided us. We're gonna maybe test the military out there. Hey, what's up, Sam? We're trying to learn this very difficult and challenging game full of obstacles. Only 6 days in, and I'm still in my own, a tutorial of my own making is what I would say. I think it's up to you. I've been putting the same junk in all towns, not mechanically. The RGOs in a province give a production boost for the industries that use them. Interesting. Try to incentivize you to sacrifice the RGO levels? I think I'm just like so early in the town building that we're never gonna hit the max levels of like 36 because we're just so early on is what it feels like, and then one day we just will hit that max, I guess. Because I just don't, there's not, I feel like there should be more benefit to some specialization. Like, for example, the production chain of making liquor is starting with beer, in my case, right? So it makes sense to me, intuitively, that if beer and liquor were in the same town, there would be some advantage to that. But it doesn't matter if beer's on one side of your place and the other on the other than market access and how much you can tax them. Or like, it makes sense to me intuitively that if you were making fineries, like the Tailor Guild, making fine cloth, that it would benefit you to make cloth also locally there, or something like that. Some kind of synergy. What's the difference between tribesmen versus peasants versus burghers? They're just different classes of your populations, so different buildings and different resources require different types of workers. And so they will, if I have a building that needs burghers, then peasants can't work there. But if there are peasants available, they will become burghers and work there over time. And then those classes are reflected by your estates. So each of the different classes of people can be given different privileges that give them different benefits or powers or what have you in exchange for them becoming happier. So the happier they are, they have some bonuses attached. Like if clergy are happy, we get a research bonus, for example. And then maybe we can tax them more without them getting upset. Because the more taxed they are, the more unhappy they become, etc. So it's just a way to distinguish what class of people they are. An RGO can be in any of the locations of that province for the boost. Oh, it's a provincial buff. Okay, well that's something. That's something. So I will check that out. But anyway, how you doing, Sim? How you doing, Shin? Hope you guys are having a nice end of your weekend. We're just over here learning, talking things through, trying to figure it out. So, like, for example, if I went to sort of a provincial map mode, oh, that's kind of the hard part, right? It's just remembering where the provinces are. So, like, I guess I could hotkey them. To quickly change the overlay. Well, I mean, there is a little dotted line that distinguishes the province if you just look at it. So, like, over here, for example, there's clay. So if there was like a town that made pottery, it would get a little production buff to the pottery. Or like, since there's lumber here, they might get it. They're going to get a buff to furniture. So let's look at furniture as an example. Oh, okay, hold on. Furniture, production efficiency. Yeah, lumber is like 7.69%. It's not huge, but it exists. It's larger than any of our other bonuses. Okay, it's good to know that that exists. I'll try and consider that. Adds an extra dimension to trying to min-max. Hello, con man. What's up? I'm doing all right, thanks to working through this cold. Sorry to hear you sick. It's that time of year. It is that time of year. But get well soon, dude. I hope I will be spared the illnesses this year. And I hope the same for the rest of all of you, chat. Wash your hands. And hope that that's enough. That's what I do. And then if I get sick anyway, then too bad. Remember to take a shower at least once every 2 weeks. Okay, I know that's hard for you guys especially. And then use soap 1 out of every 2 showers, at least. About to start this game, feeling overwhelmed. Well, I started this game 50 hours ago and I'm still overwhelmed, so. Good luck. Good luck. All right, let's take a look at some buildings we can kind of leverage those bonuses then, because that is interesting. Like we have fruit, stone, and sand here. And we know that masons, missions, the Tools Guild, Weaponsmith, Bailiff, Market Village, and Settlement used those. So the big one, I guess, is the Mason. Which we have a Mason here. But we already have plenty of stoneworks. I don't think I need to really optimize that. I think I'm just going to think about that going forward for future buildings. I have 117 gold. Let me see roads. Roads. Because we are going to want control. Over some different areas. We've already gone north. I think I was going to do the fruit in the south and in the north here. Maybe we just do a road. Very expensive road. But a road. It's gonna be 130? Okay. Because we already have one fruit RGO with room for a second one, and we've been having some shortages of fruit of late, so we're gonna upgrade their RGO, and then we want to be able to tax their profit on that resource gathering operation. The privilege of the nobility has been under continuous assault as the queen has attempted to centralize more control. The nobility finally lost their patience and demand that they are given back what they believe is theirs. Accept these claims. 5 years of peasant estate satisfaction equilibrium down, or ignore them and they lose 20%. I'm already overtaxing them because I think we had a 10-year buff to their happiness that kind of just ran out, so we can't tax them quite as much. I am going to give in to their demands for 5 years. The peasants are more than happy enough. They're fine. The peasants don't need to be happy. We have built a granary. That was the peasants doing. All right, I don't know. Banahama Ama. Which one of you named this character? Who is responsible? I want to try and find... Oh my god, this guy is cracked. 100 diplomacy, 78 military, 67 administrative abilities. It's pretty good. I think we just settle with that. Pretty much same age. And they should come join us in the court. What is this? You can have a town focusing on laborers, another for burghers, then focus on promotion speed in one over the other. Another example is that I, on purpose, do not build military buildings in main production towns because you're spending pop on soldiers in all provinces. Lots to learn. Lots to learn. Is this our son? No, first cousin. The first cousin! We have built a spinners guild in the capital. Making some cloth, which will alleviate a little bit of the market shortage. And hopefully make some profit. Trying to raise the tax base. We just built a full town in our capital. That was today. So we now have 3 towns that we're trying to kind of split development amongst. I want to see... How do we do this before? There's not a list in the ledger of your potential tax base, unfortunately. This is the thing I keep coming back to. You can sort by your actual tax, but I don't know if you can sort by your potential tax. Being able to see what my potential tax in every location is would help me know where I want to establish firmer control by potentially building roads and such. But for that, it is quite difficult. Like, this is a 499 potential tax base because we've built the fishing village. I think that's the main. I don't know. Why are they making so much money? Maybe it's salt? Yeah, it's salt. Okay. So I might maybe just make a road there, which will increase control. We get more tax money and keep on going, you know? So in this game, when you're making roads, you'll notice I'm in the road overlay. And you might think, well, just build a road in Perrinvale. But if you do that, it won't necessarily connect to all neighbors. So you actually need to choose which neighbor you want it to connect to, which is interesting. And I don't... So, like, you could choose this neighbor, or this neighbor. I don't think it'll just hook up to everyone, will it? Because there's different prices depending on which one we do. So one would assume that it is 3 separate connections. So the road builder I think if we sort by travel time, this will minimize the travel time of the new road for our mighty armies. It's not really what I'm looking for. I think if we want to minimize proximity, if we start from the capital, then build the road, it won't build the road on top of the existing gravel roads, and it'll show us the fastest route by proximity to that location. So going to Palo, for example, will go in there. Since we already have a road and these other spots, control comes directly from the capital, so we want the shortest distance to the capital. Makes the most sense to me, right? 109 Gs. So let's do that. So we already have a road in from the capital to this spot, so it's actually only building from this spot to this one. So we'll do that, because it seems like there's some untapped potential profits there. I'm currently fabricating a claim. Oh no. On the Haudenosaunee in my run. Would you be so kind as to tell me where your weak points are? Well, we have no standing army, so I think if you just walk in, you will find that by taking over the default market in whatever the normal name for this place is, I think you will make the rest of the nations crumble around it. Could you explain how bailiffs work if you know? I haven't built one myself yet, but my understanding is that bailiffs are for control in areas where the capital gives you no control, because capital control doesn't stack with the control from bailiffs. That's my understanding. So you usually want to build them when you're in an area where your capital is not influencing that level of control, to give you a basic amount of control, because it says this does not stack with capital proximity. So for example, if I look at one of my locations and I look at its proximity, it's getting a base of 100 from my capital, which is then modified by the actual distance to the capital. So you need to look, it's only usable in places where you're not getting this bonus from your nearest proximity source. Yeah, so it's for like far away. Enforcing your control from far away, basically. Would it help to start building a road south? Eventually, yeah, but it wouldn't help me right now. Right now, roads are a way to give us more control, and control directly is proportional to more money and more taxes. So for every % of control, so we look at the control overlay, if I have 68 control, that's 68% control, which means I'm only getting 68% of my taxes. So every time we build a road, we increase our control. And also, I think that building a road has a small impact on neighboring tiles for control as well. So it has a little balloon effect, from my understanding. If I'm wrong, then there will be plenty of people in chat telling me. But it increases your maximum control. Control increases naturally, only up to a maximum. You just mouse over the key after clicking on an area and it'll say what the max is. So your max goes up with roads. So if you look at the road builder and then mouse over gravel road, it'll say proximity cost goes down -20. So proximity cost is visible by this little star and road sign. So the proximity cost is factored in here, and reducing the cost is good. It's the short way to explain it. So the lower the proximity cost, the more control you have. See how when I mouse over my maximum control, it says proximity to capital? So our proximity is affecting how much control we have, and by building roads, you're reducing proximity cost. We have researched infrastructure efforts, which give us the following benefits. Our land and our people are the lifeblood of our country. Giving them the appropriate effort to improve infrastructure will benefit them and return in a benefit for us tenfold. Easier to expand raw materials. Very good, very good. Okay, what I've been doing, I've discovered a cursed bit of information. The reason why we have such high control over here is because we are using our cabinet member on a rotational control cycle, and I don't like this micromanagement. It bothers me a lot, actually. And what is happening is your cabinet member can raise control at around 2.5%-ish, but once you take them like per month, 2.5 per month for me, but when you remove them from a location, it returns back to its normal at 0.5 per month. So because it's not an equivalent increase and decrease, it's optimal if you want to min-max to rotate your cabinet member to different provinces, because he's boosting them 2.5 per month, and when he goes off onto another one, it's only coming down 0.5. So he's increasing it faster than it's decreasing. So I've been painstakingly rotating him here, then here, then here, then here, then here, then here, then here. Once it, hopefully around the time he hits the maximum in a given area. It's very tedious. That whole little cabinet action probably needs some love. I would like it better if the cabinet member just kind of acted like a councilman in CK3, more or less, and just picked some areas to increase control over and kind of did it himself. Actually, that's not how the cabinet member for control works in CK3. I'm thinking more like increased taxes in CK3, where it's just kind of a generic thing. Maybe have him delegate himself and choose some different areas to go work on. I don't know. Something that isn't that. Or just make it where it's 1-to-1, where he only increases it by 0.5 and then it goes down by 0.5, so it's optimal to just pick an area that you like and leave him there. I wonder if ReviewBra has done Jollibee. I loved ReviewBra's last videos on the Baja Blast Taco Bell pie and the apology video afterward. Those are some of my favorite videos on the internet right now. I savored both of them. The ReviewBra apology video was great. If you don't know what I'm talking about, watch ReviewBra's review first of the Taco Bell Baja Blast pie. Read the comments after you... Don't read the comments until after you watch the video. Watch the video, then read the comments, then watch the apology video. It's perfect. Oh, we can tax... Why are the nobility so happy? Give me the money, man. Market check. Hey, we're finally bringing livestock in line. Little by little. How do I sort? There we go. Okay, so out of all these locations, this seems like the best one to increase because there's almost 6,000 people there. Name not found. I just need to make sure we have enough clay. But they want more cattle. They want more livestock. I don't think we have cattle yet. We're almost out of clay. Possible Diplo action. Do we have any countries we can do favors with? If I curry favors with you and curry favors with you, then I can. I will get on that. Possible time for possible parliament? Maybe? But anyway, Shin, you're getting ready to colonize us? You're over here. You're in here. I'm scared. They're coming for me. It's almost the end of the Renaissance age. It's about to be exploration age. And I'm afraid, I don't know how long it's going to take before we actually start seeing AI in my campaign. I seem to recall you were the first one to set up colonies in the New World, though. So that gives me some hope that maybe the AI won't realize I exist for a little longer. Bolster government. I need to stop and read this for a sec. I wouldn't hate the tribal cohesion in 10 years of crown power and prosperity for the new areas. Wild game increase, forestry increase, clay increase. We could do expand the road again. Market expansion. 10 years of trade capacity. We can't use that. Promote the clergy, support the nobles. I like support the state. We have a fairly young ruler, and giving her 9 extra stats feels good to me, so let's do that. Nobody wants to support that one though. So I might have to beg. Aristocratic support. Change toward aristocracy, lose 5 cohesion, piss off the clergy. Let's unpause first, and then we can see 37 support. Lose cohesion, move toward communalism, piss off the nobility. That one. Now I'm at 52%. No prob. Are the livestock guinea pigs? My headcanon is that we just figured out how to... We just have buffalo and bison out here in the fields. Got them like fenced in somehow. I don't know. Parliament of Pojapalo has realized how beneficial our proposal is if it passes. Gain prestige and 5% support. Sounds good to me. That sounds good to me. All right, we need fruit. I need fruit. Did we ever build a road up here or no? No, I did not build a road. A member of the nobility has returned from a tour where he regaled foreign courts with stories of grandeur. Which court? Not to mention spending handsomely out of pocket. Popular nobles for 10 years. Ooh, 10 years of estate equilibrium. I like this event. That is a good one. So we can tax the nobles even more. Look at that money. Big money. So if I want to build a road up to fruit, yeah, that is not the direction that I want to build it. I think I'm just going to build it from here since we already have a road here, but that's still going to cost me 130 Gs. That doesn't help us get more fruit though, but it gives me an excuse to keep developing the fruit. And then we have this one also, which is O of 2, because we haven't quite settled that one yet. We're getting close. We're 91% to settling. So if we wait a little longer, we will get more fruit. In the meantime, we could look at our orchards. Honestly, there's not a lot of peasants here, like 1,200. And upgrading this is gonna need 1,000 peasants. So I might just chill on this until we finish our little colonization, or just have enough for a road, because I can't imagine this doing anything else except fruit. So let's go ahead and build the fruit since there's 1,000 people here. And then we'll worry about taxing it after. Not a very big tax base anyway. I could probably just not build a road. We learned yesterday and the day before the painstaking truth of RGO product versus building product, and how RGOs will always give you their maximum output, but you just won't get the money. Whereas buildings will give you less output, but the same amount of money per product, depending on market access, which was a whole thing. But yeah, if you can build an RGO level, a resource gathering operation level anywhere, even if you have 1% control or 1% market access, and it'll give you 100% of its resources to the market. So you don't need to worry about roads if you're just doing RGOs as much, unless you want the money. Shin says, we learned there's some exploration bug that prevents players from exploring inland. Coast is fine. We could steal maps that were inland, and then Auto Explorer was also able to explore inland, but manual attempts always could not be started. Okay. Interesting. State officials have recently discovered a stash of banned books. The clergy asked us to dispose of them, but the text seemed to contain knowledge that could be beneficial. Burn them. Take a peek. I say a little peek couldn't hurt. 5 progress is a lot of progress, to be honest. Just got here. Quick recap for the past 5 hours. No. We're colonizing. We're building. That's what we're doing. Ad starting right now. Turn your volume down. Ad watchers. I don't know how it's been another hour already. Shouldn't you automate state taxes? All that does is try to keep their target happiness around 50%. You can if you want. I don't want. Yeah, we're at 197,000 pops. Parliament members hold an influential position. Their wealth holds too much sway. Damn, we lost 5% support. Okay. Well, we're fine. I'll pause the game while the ads are going, though. So you don't miss anything, just giving you the heads up that they're on the way. There we go. Okay. I think I have some ideas for doing some exploration of our own. It's not my, I'm not going to claim it was my own idea. But based on some other things that I've read from chat earlier that we should probably try. Take a look at some dealios that we might be able to leverage. How come Canada got to steal the land bridge between New York and Michigan? Why did America allow that to happen? Time to take it back. Time to claim it. To be honest, this would be a... We could just make a navy right here, and we could fight over it. Let's build some galleys. We don't need tin for that. We don't need copper for that. Did the Vikings need tin and copper to get over here? And make warships? Maybe, actually. Battle kayaks engage. I mean, we got canoes, and we actually can research how to build a ship, believe it or not. There is a ship in the Renaissance age that we can learn. It's over here somewhere. The Mediterranean galley. All you need is naval supplies, which we kind of can't make, but we can make weapons. We got booze, liquor, and we got salt. So what else do you need? Just start our army. All we need is to build navy supplies, bro. It's that easy. No tin as far as the eye can see. There is copper, though. Let me see copper. The temple wants copper. Copper doesn't really do much for us without cannons or the gunsmith and saltpeter and all that. Anyway, welcome back from the ad. I was just looking at some resources and such, some supplies and whatnot. So we got another farming village for the livestock. We got another fruit. They want more fish. Oops. Keep clicking buttons till you find what you're looking for. That's what I do. There are 4,000 peasants here, and we just built a road over there, did we not? We did. This is going to be our fishing capital until we get the RGOs. We just need salt and tools. How do you tell how many sailors you have? Our parliament has decided to pass support the state. Hell yeah. Queen Ostoch Osteningo has got +9 ability power. Getting smarter, getting stronger, 47, 49, and 80. She's a warmonger. She's only 35. Maybe we will go to war before her life's over. Upper bar near the date. Oh, you're right. I never even looked at this because we never had sailors till now. We can store up to 5 years of sailors. Where do we put them? Do we stuff them in the wharf? Up to a max of 180. Hide them in the wharf closet until you need them. I can only but accept Review Bra's apology video for We Are All Human. Did you watch the whole thing already? Has it been that much time? Have I been yapping for 15 minutes? Or however long it is? But yeah, that's just a slice of the internet that honestly warms my heart and makes me feel all good inside, because I look at it and I think there's still some innocent parts of the internet that haven't been corrupted yet. That's one of the untainted corners of the internet where you can still remember how things used to be across the entire internet. He warms my soul. Review Bra is my hero. Okay, there's lumber in Flapalapatopa. Let's give them an extra level of carpentry. We're just kind of pushing buttons now, which is, you know, all we've been doing the whole time. But I'm just trying to kind of equalize different demands while we expand slowly and get some infrastructure in. And we're approaching 200k people, which is insane. As a leading figure of the Gaya-Gahano community, Ostoch Nizuri has good insight and strong influence beyond the council. This is good. Our pops that follow that culture will gain satisfaction. There's not many. There's not many. 1.33%. We are 89% Onondaga. Pretty high. This is good. Hello there. How's the run going? It's going really, 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 really good. Ask me in 100 years. Check back in about 100 years. Or less. 100 years or less. Since we're 94% to this spot, should I go ahead and like pick another spot? It feels like it has to be down toward marble and copper. It feels like it has to be, but that's getting real far away from the capital. I also wouldn't mind having a little fish RGO up here. This is just Fish City, and then if we need to cancel the other fish that are using tools to kind of scrape some tools, that would be useful too. We've actually, more maize is never bad either, because we can use maize for some of our booze. We built a new farming village in name not found. All right, we're trying to handle the livestock via farming villages, which are also helping food capacity. It's got 4,500 people there. What's it like living next to Lake Ontario? Well, we spent about 80 years before we discovered that you can eat fish. So we're learning a lot. We've just been digging in the sand, and then one day someone got the bright idea, what if we ate one of those little things that jump out of the water sometimes? In EU time or real world time? Both on my stream. It'll take 100 years of both real time and in-game time to get there. because that's just how I operate. I also want the tobacco, because, you know, we've got them. They have liquor. They don't have smoking. We need to give them both. And then you know, what else do you need? Tobacco was unknown in Europe until brought from Americans in the late 16th century. It quickly became a fashion for the upper class who could afford it and ensured the fast and profitable economic growth of the British colonies in North America, as well as Portuguese Brazil. No one knew what they put in it. They just couldn't stop smoking it. Yeah, we can also fish down here. How did you go from rank up? Becoming a kingdom gave us a bunch of points. We became a kingdom. The kingdom of the Haudenosaunee. Oh, the idea that I had basically, it's not my idea. But anyways, here's what we should do. We should find that population group that attacked us. These guys. And then build a spy network. This will eventually have something we can use for covert actions. Will cost minus 0.1 diplomats. Build a spy network. And then pump a little diplo spending. Till we get like at least 0.1 a month. The other idea that I had... Well, I mean, we're kind of just going to colonize over here anyways. So it begins. So it begins. Yeah, get the operation started. But yeah, there's some good choices here. There's some good choices. I don't hate the idea of getting another round of colonization started here. This one only costs 0.34 to go to double tobacco, medicaments, fruit, and fiber crops. Those are all things that we can use. Their population's not crazy. 6,300 total. Same area, same region, 0.34 a month. No big deal. I say send it. We have too many people in Kania and Kahaka still. Onondawaga has got 40k though. So maybe we just go from Onondawaga. You know what? Is distance of pops to destination not factored in to colonization? Shouldn't it be easier for the people closest to colonize than the people, it's the same no matter where it is? It's kind of weird, right? At least I don't see a bonus. Maybe it makes it faster and it doesn't tell you. Not sure. Anyway, go from the west. Onondawaga to Winrow. The colonial charter has begun. I think that's a pretty smart one. The East Coast. Oh, this is part of the Haudenosaunee. This is like we're fulfilling historical. we're playing historical right now. We're a little outside of our bound though. I think it actually does. Mouse over the number of monthly settlers and you'll see times 0.99 due to distance when I'm on the geopolitics screen. So like, let's pick a kind of more extreme example, like this one on the bottom right. From here. Oh, there is a distance that affects cost. But does distance affect speed? It's the number of monthly settlers. Okay, hold on. And then what? I don't know which one I'm supposed to be mousing over. With our army focused on quality, there are concerns that the traditional army, loyal to them first and country second, is gone forever. Fortunately, they're even more worried that this new model army will prove a compelling argument against overly loud complaints. The nobility are worried. -7 stability, -10 nobility satisfaction. Why are you guys so grumpy, man? Just chill. I heard you were looking at something. Here's a pop-up. Yeah, that's how it goes. That is normal. I think we just got the fruit industry up here kind of coming back in. Yeah, now we got this one's finishing up. 95% down here. To get Esquatac, which has fruit, and then we're moving west at 2%, but there's not too much population. Yeah, there is a Wyoming city in different places, which is interesting. Hey, we're about to get construction speed up too. Cool. Why did my money tanked? Oh. Oh, we're spending a little more than they estimated. 0.76. The 1.48 for Machianatuck, or however you say this. Mahicanatuck is like a gold and a half we'll get back here once this one finishes up. And I'm spending money on diplomatic stuff now. With the spy network. Take cost of court down a little. Try to balance the budget. Still not enough fish, still not enough livestock. What's wrong with this one? The one in Seamaw Butts. Oh, I turned it off. Because it was taking people from the settlement. Needs 1,000. We only have 500 extra, and they're also working in the corn. If I turn that on, I think it's just going to deplete the settlement entirely. We have researched Mason guilds. Freemasons rely on broad associations known as guilds to share and preserve their knowledge and experience in a system where veteran Masons teach the younger apprentices. 10% to all construction speed. That in fact impacts buildings, RGOs, roads, all of them. That is excellent. And I think I have to choose a research now. We're probably getting close to just picking what over the leftovers. Legislative efficiency, how quickly you implement reforms and privileges and laws. Fort limit, all food production. Doesn't seem like we need that. Maybe the other army stuff. for when we need it. Army morale. We haven't even unlocked the peasant levy. 2% of valid pops will be raised as a peasant levy. Okay, then peasant levy. Make the infantry stronger. Then recovery speed. Then army initiative. Native American Deus Vult. Shh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't know what music's been playing in the background, to be honest with you. How about... This might be too action-y music, actually. Hold on. Let's do... We keep going through all the soundtracks. I know it's not related to where we are in the world, but I did enjoy listening to the Ghost of Yote soundtrack, so we'll just do that. How about that? I want to take a quick look at the buildings and see if anything I have skipped over. Such as bridges, because bridges can just reduce proximity cost, and there might be some areas where we want to reduce that proximity cost. There are. I wish you could see a tax potential. The problem is that some of these places don't have enough peasants. So if you build a bridge, the bridge needs like 250 employees and they have like 1,400. So it feels kind of bad to use them for 5% control when you could be doing something else with them. Charcoal is still not in demand, right? Yeah, we have a lot. Clay is down. And we only have one RGO level left. And then the next closest clay is south. Directly south. We might end up having to go for that. But we have 2 more levels of RGO for now. So let's get another one in. Got 1,400 peasants. This is kind of a busy little area in between our 2 cities of Sanactawambo, or not cities, they're towns, sorry. And Lateris Amundus. Gene Toga is kind of bustling. Having the road go through it helps. More fruit from mitochondria. Excellent. Get the peasants to work. New fishing village in Perrinvale. This is becoming a pretty big little village. Lots of fish. Lots of monthly sailors. Though we're kind of at the max. No, 222 is the max now. Does each level of fishing village raise the max of sailors? Arulu's 3rd cousin was attacked by a wild animal and died. It's crazy. Yeah, we actually, for the first time, have a small fish surplus. I think my mouse died. I noticed my mouse was skipping. Hold on, I gotta get the mouse charger. I'll be right back, 1 sec. Okay. There is Mouse again. It is alive. Fixed. That's funny. Not enough battery. Wireless mice, I was a opponent for a long time, but I'm a convert, you know? Like, they just... It's just so much more convenient not to have a little cord dragging. To be honest. Big time clay. We're negative 1.22. Each level of this is only 1.21. It's all getting sucked up by the farming villages and the livestock. I think I just want to double down on it and get Gene Toga clay all the way to level 6. We don't have enough people though. We could just get the Mason out, put it somewhere else. It's 500 people. The market village is also not super necessary. We built a carpenter's guild in Falapalapatopa. All right, that was a level 2 carpenter's guild, I think. Hopefully it doesn't flood the market. It looks like the tribesmen want furniture. Well, come join us. You can have as much as you want. Come join us. We need people to migrate in. We built a local assembly in Convention House. Who did that? That wasn't me. The peasants did that. Gives them some peasant power. We now get more clay from Gene Toga. All right, that's one level. Maybe we do have enough people. There's another 1,400 peasants down here. Just says we're negative 350 laborers. Oh, because they're building. They're building. Chat, how do you think we're doing? Like, be honest. How do you think we're doing, all things considered? Do you think we're lagging behind? Obviously, we're never going to be able to beat Europe. That's not really the goal. Great uncle got killed by a wild animal. Man, the bears out here are ferocious. The bears out here are going crazy. They are very unhappy. The Masons are not profitable. I think I am just gonna delete this Mason, or at least like shut it down. I don't want to build a toll castle. Delete that, man. Destroy it. We don't have 47. We only have 47% control. Okay, I'm gonna fix that. This is kind of cheese. This is Cheese City. You can get a cabinet member to go to a province to gain control in that province, and then use that temporary province to delete your stinky estate buildings that you don't want. It's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna watch. One more month, I think. It's the 14th of December, 1430. We're closing in on 100 years since game start. Whew. You are the best you can be. I have no idea what's going on, trying to learn as you play. There's a lot to figure out. I'm trying to say what I'm doing when I'm doing it, but I understand if that doesn't mean anything to you. No, we need 75% control. We're not getting 75% control, brother. We can get 66, final offer, best I can do. The problem with those buildings is they drain tools, so they're terrible. It also doesn't really make any sense. We don't know how to make any damn castles, so how do the nobles know how to make these little castles? They just build toll castles? We don't even know what that is. And they just suck tools dry if they build enough of them. Our ruler's son and courtier is gonna need an arranged marriage. Do control over in the market center. How about in the north with the fish? .66. 0.82. We can't get any prestige from any of these, to be honest. Damn, 78, 170? Holy stat line. Might pin that person just so I don't forget they exist. But I think I would see them in the people. That's true, I would just see them in the list of people. .75% control was required. Yeah, exactly. We're 99.2% on Mahikanatuk down here. Esquitac is the last holdout with the fruit. There's like 4,500 people there. So a lot of people have been moving. We're also at 199,000 peasants, which is kind of crazy. That is wild. So I was looking at buildings to see what buildings we might want to make. But I don't know. The short answer is, I don't know. I'm trying to pause. Something's happening. It was calculate. I think we'd benefit from a glass guild. It just takes so much. Never mind. The tools are too much. Can we build a granary anywhere? There's a level 1 granary in the market. Let's build a level 2. Food storage is always good. I haven't run into a situation where there's been a national emergency and suddenly the food stockpiles are draining or anything like that, and it does give a small population buff. So I'm not sure how much it's worth, but it, you know, granaries are good throughout history. Eggnog, you're on your own on that one. I don't know if chat knows because I don't know. That's what I mean. It's so funny, like, everybody, for all the first-time chatters come in for tech support on Europa 5. Last year has seen a fine harvest and an excellent environment for traders and entrepreneurs. This has proven a blessing for a tax base, generating high income from our tribal kingdom. Doesn't that give us like a 65 gold? Don't mind if I do. 65 gold. Huge taxes this year. But anyway, you guys gotta wait 3 years for all the Reddit posts that have the answers to the questions to be written. They haven't been written yet. It's too early, so the answers aren't out there. So you gotta seek them on your own. So I get it. So we have max clay. So if we start running low on clay, there's no other way to get more unless we expand. The stabilizing country guy doesn't seem to be doing much. Well, what the stabilizing country guy is doing is effectively giving us money. So if I take him off of if I take them off of stabilizing country, then I have to spend more to break even on stability. So we're hanging around 92. So I'm intentionally not spending money. So you can see if I assign them to a different action, then we'll start to lose more stability. So now we're just going down in stability. So I have to spend more money to not go down in stability. And there's frequently events that reduce your stability. And the reason I like having high stability is it's a massive pot promotion speed bonus and a pretty large estate equilibrium bonus as well, which allows me to keep everyone happier and tax them more. So that's why I'm doing it. I don't know if it's optimal, but it feels like it's doing something. It doesn't hurt to like do a little bit more assimilation in maybe a couple of the lower areas, especially the ones like we just took over. Like there's a lot of people in the west that could be converted. So a little assimilation might be good too. What is your skill? It's decent. Kind of just do both. Getting my first time chat out of the way, so if I ask a question, I won't get called out. That's smart. That's smart. I feel like a cabinet action isn't worth like 2 gold a month. Brother, we're making 7 gold a month, so I'm sorry you're playing France and you don't know what us little people are doing over here. But any gold we can scrape together is good. There's nothing else to even do. We have 3 cabinet people. Only 1 can increase control, so that's already taken care of. So if you can't increase control, 1 is developing, because development takes forever. So what else do you want me to do? We got cohesion at 83, that's already pretty high. We got stability, which you said sucks. We got tribesmen to peasants, which we don't need. We don't want to settle the frontier, we're already colonizing it. We don't need to convert a province yet. I'm doing the assimilation one. We don't need to expel people. Migration doesn't really help right now. Because this, I don't know why, but this task just doesn't seem to do anything. We left it up for like a year or 2 and nobody moved. We don't have anyone to improve relations with. So what do you got? I think money is what makes the world go around, man. So I'm just gonna do a little assimilation and then go back to making money. See, because now just to break even, I'm tanking everything just to go up 0.01. Yeah, I am France Pill. Did I clock you 100% off the cuff? Change societal values to become capitalist. What if everyone in chat stops making declarative statements and goes back to asking questions? Can we go back to asking questions? I prefer that. One dude trying to single-handedly push over to a capital economy from traditional economy has to overcome multiple debuffs that are currently pushing it toward a traditional economy. It's pushing 0.28 a month due to 5 factors that I can't control right now. Well, 4 factors. Burgers don't count. We don't have enough burgers yet. We only have 3 towns. No more declarative statements. Play your own damn game. How about that? Burgers. I go for some burgers. Can we put on Auto Explorer so we'll explore the fog of war for us? Sure, Smexy. Why don't you tell us how to do that? Can you give some step-by-step instructions on how to turn on Auto Explorer? The charter we founded to colonize Mahakanatuk has now fulfilled its role, and it has become a fully functional colony. Now, we need to decide how to handle this territory. Keep it as part of the Haudenosaunee for now. That's exactly right. A Howinrow is now considered part of our matrimony. We got the whole thing. Okay, Old Man Lobus, where are you? Can you come up with a new name? I actually don't know. It was just a good idea. Well, if you don't know, then it's a bad idea. Get out of here. Go to geopolitics and then go to exploration. Okay. Do you see a problem? Do you see any problems? I can see at least 2 or 3. I see 944 problems. LMAO chatter's telling him to turn on automation. Well, the problem is that apparently manual exploration is bugged and you need to do some automatic exploration to explore anything. The problem is you need manpower and money, neither of which I have. All right, so stop telling me to do shit. It's 10 gold a month. We're only making 9.58, and it's gonna take 200 months to do anything. Do you know how much time that is? And it also is gonna take 250 manpower, which we have 215 tops. There's 3 separate huge blockers that I can't do to explore shit. Nor do I need to, because even if I could, I couldn't sustain a distant colony from our little tribe. So I'm just colonizing the land around us, because who cares about what's over here if I can't even control what's on my back door? All right, so everybody shut up. Jesus Christ. Now anyway, where's Old Man Lobus? Old Man Lobus, are you here? Okay, hold on. You are here. The New York City highway sign leaving Brooklyn, forget about it, is an iconic symbol. Shut up. All right, never mind. I'm going to give your channel points back. Sly Fox, we're going to go with you instead. Where is it? Gimme Gami. Gimme Gami. You're in. Okay? The problem is the average Europa enjoyer cannot conceive of playing anything other than major powers who are flush with money, manpower, military, and resources. So when they talk to anybody who's playing something other than one of the major powers, they do not understand. It does not compute. How come he cannot do things I do in my game? Chatter giving EU advice for Native American scenario. All my homies hate major powers. I have 120 gold though, and here's what I need. One of these places might be able to take a settlement. We need to get those early settlements whenever possible. Not possible. All right, that's fine. Oh. You can make a settlement outside of your territory. Wait, no. Is this inside my territory now? We just got it. We just got it. So I can actually take another name. I don't know if it's opened up. It is opened up now for the Channel Point billionaires. So yeah, we can get a settlement there. Which is worth money went way up since we finished this in the southeast. So we got some access to stone and fruit. Good. Very good. Now that we have the access to fruit, if we need to turn off orchards in the future, I think that's fine. We'll never have wool because that was brought over from the Europeans. Somehow we have livestock, but we don't have any livestock RGOs. We actually are short on masonry for once. So since you get a bonus, I should have a masonry in the province that has stone, because we get a bonus. How many? I'm trying to see how many peasants are here. We got a decent amount in the capital, but we're building other burger buildings there. And there's 1,000 people not using a clay pit, which we actually might need in the future, and a real cloth maker. I'll give you guys a little stone pit. How about that? Or, sorry, mason. Make Alabama Slamma work its own stone. Then you turn a mason off? Probably, but I want to get bonuses. I'm trying to get, like... Apparently you get bonuses if the RGO... If there's an RGO in the province that makes the necessary ingredients, so I want to capitalize on that too. We want both, and we're always going to need more stone and masonry. So, ¿por qué no los dos? The reason I turned that one off is because there's only 73 peasants there. No, there's 573, so this is barely enough. Barely enough. If I need to build something out, Gene Toga needs a lot of other types of buildings. So I think that was why I turned it off. Double-digit income feels good, though. I like that there's a tribe tax setting that gives you no money. So we got Mason being built. We got Granary, level 2. We are developing the capital, and we are settling a colonial charter to the west where the tobacco and the medicaments reign. Where are the Channel Point billionaires? They're not here. Channel Point billionaires can redeem name a thing, or Gimigami is now considered part of our matrimony. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 at least. Okay. I was looking at buildings to see what burger buildings we could make that didn't have anything being necessarily fulfilled yet. Like, we don't have a tannery. But it seems like we have a lot of supply and no demand. But once we start doing soldiers and stuff, they need leather, right? Leather's produced by the forest village. There should be a small amount of demand just for people. Like, leather is useful in other things that normal people use. I don't know, the forest villages aren't really doing anything. I only built 1 or 2 of those at the beginning because it seemed useful. They came in the night again? Their faces were scarcely lit by the moon. We're being raided and attacked. 37 people die. The Monsi people attacked us again. I'm gonna kill them. Our hearts weep over their losses. All right, we have to kill the Monsi. They've killed our people twice. Twice now. Can we get some invite settlers in the north? All right, where are those dudes? They're here. No friendly actions. We've been building the spy network, but we have to have diplomats. We have enough to corrupt officials, which will cost me 16 gold a month. What? Infiltrate the administration to be able... We need to have researched this. Oh. Sabotage their reputation. Okay, that doesn't... No one cares about that. Sow discontent will also cost me 16 gold a month. What the hell? How many months? And steal maps? I guess steal maps. I don't know. I thought I could do something. 16 gold seems insane. That's our entire monthly plus 60%. What does that even do? They just lose 0.2 stability investment? Oh, man. Corrupt officials is 10% efficiency cabinet for 16? This is clearly not balanced for us. To be fair, I don't expect us to have amazing spies. Maybe we just try stealing their maps. Create a casus belli, the justification for war. We need to be a neighbor. We do not have a diplomat for forced migration. Make tributary. War goal is to win more battles than our enemy. Push back the colonizers. Look in the mirror. Why don't you? I don't think you can do that anyways. Or tribal feud. We have to be a neighbor. Make them a tributary. That would probably kill them. Forced migration. I assume it forces them to migrate to us, but it doesn't. It's not really specific on if that's good. What the hell is cleanse heresy? It doesn't tell you anything about this stuff. Open hints. Well, it doesn't describe any of the effects of the war goals. Tribal feud sounds right. I need to border them first. Which, don't we? Is this not a border? We are a neighbor. How are we not a neighbor? It's impossible to border them because they don't exist. Oh my god. It's called a tribal feud, though. They're not a tribe, apparently. They don't really exist. Okay. I'm gonna spend some money to get some diplomacy. So we can do some stuff. What does it cost to build a die maker? Lumber? Pretty much lumber. Okay, that's cool. Because we've got, I think the market town has lumber. Inside the province, so it'll get a bonus for this. Flopalapatopa is a pretty big market town. Do they have a die maker already? They do. It's already max level though. Okay. So that's already set. And none of the other towns have lumber inside their area. Let's just build it in the capital. Seems like we're quite short on dies. Could be some profit there. We built a new granary in the market. Cool. More food storage. We're building a lot of stuff. I wouldn't mind some more roads. I'll take a look at the ledger. Hiahihi Sawi. Perrinvale could use some more control. Perrinvale's control's kind of maxed already. Okay, let's maybe build a road then, because this is literally right here. Droppy Dam becoming like an actual true crossroads. Wait, do we already have a road into there? It looks like it. Yeah, the dotted lines connect up into it. Where, if you were looking... Oh, gravel road minus 20. Damn, it already has one. So does Perrinvale. Foiled again. I'm looking for low-ish control areas that I might be able to build a road to that we don't already have, that have good taxes. But it doesn't really exist. Maybe Alabama... What's Alabama Slama's control? 63? Yeah, we need a road there. How have we gone this long without building a road south from the capital? That's kind of wild. 152. Oof. Yeah, I don't know how... I'm going to have to go to figure out war against these dudes. Our policy of letting philosophers, administrators, and scientists pursue knowledge unfettered by government or religious restrictions has led to a burst of activity. We get free thinkers for 10 years, 15% bonus research. We're researching the army stuff now, so the longer we wait, the stronger our army becomes. And our leader's only 37. We're definitely doing a small-scale conflict tonight to figure this out, for sure. I want to fight. We got to get some practice in. I can just declare war whenever I want to show superiority. I don't even know what that does. It's only going to cost 24 stability. Let's make a Casus Belli first. We've made a settlement in the west. Did anyone redeem name thing? They did. All right, Penology. Mokanomo. Mokanomo. At least that's fun to say. Mokanomo just got settled. They got some fiber crops here, which we actually have a big shortage on the market right now, believe it or not. How did I miss that? When aristocrats warned... Oh, secret societies. The secret societies. Not again. They want me to kill this guy. 47. Lose 7 stability. Try to defuse the situation. Minus 7 stability. Goodbye. We have, what, 2 fiber crops in the borders? Yeah. This one's level 3, and there's 2,300 people here that can work? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if we don't have enough, then... Hiahihi Sawi is fiber crop central right now. We're approaching 100 years of peace. How about 100 years of peace and then war? That way we can say that we had 100 years of peace and then declare war. That makes sense, right? We built a new Mason in Alabama Slamma. Now we got too much. They will have to figure it out. All right, I want a road south. Music, please give me some non-spooky songs. Take me back. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Army morale up 0.25. By the end of the Middle Ages, the land armies had become more professional and well organized, better systems in place to support the levies and soldiers that now dominate the battlefields, and the power of infantry is steadily gaining on the cavalry arm. Get 'em. We just kind of snuck past 200,000 pop and nobody said anything. 207,000 pop now. We need to keep expanding, dude. We must continue to grow. Lake Champlain. Lake Champagne. Let's get drunk. Look at all the wild game over there. I don't think I want to go that way. Takes me straight back to 2015. Yeah, the soundtrack does. Those are good times. Very good times. Short on tools once again. Carpenter's Fruit Cideries. Fruit. Like orchard? No. What the hell's a fruit cidery? Like a winery? Yeah, it's gotta be a winery. We don't have any beeswax or rice, unfortunately. This doesn't... Yeah, I mean, it's the best we got. Which using the wine, though? The distillers? If we have enough beer, we could switch it to beer and cut back on the wine production, basically. We built a new rural cloth maker in Memdania. I don't think I did that. I think they did that. But if that's what they need, then... Seems like there's too much cloth on the market right now, but... Let them have it. How's the tribe tonight? Going good. We're expanding. Also, Ad is playing. I'm going to take a pause BRB. Get a water refill. Stay hydrated. And saving up a little money to build a road down to Alabama Slamma from the capital, which is now a town. We got almost double-digit gold. We do have double-digit gold when we're not colonizing. Fiber crops are at level 4 in Hayahihi Sawi. Got it. You have to say it like that, unfortunately. And we're just filling in. We're just filling in. It's we're almost at 100 years post-game start, so it's 1432, just cruising. Got the dye maker. to get some profit there. They're only making 0.17? So we need to level that up immediately then. Okay. That just started. Level it up immediately. I'm probably gonna need a fourth town soon, to be honest, just to get some more tools. If I need some more tools, maybe I get some volunteers from chat. All right, I'll be right back. Yo. Getting hungry. Had a little beef jerky. Ooh. Gonna need some real food eventually. Are we colonizing New York? Kinda. And beyond, hopefully. Okay. Hello. I have returned. Hello, that is fine. Are you winning? We're not losing. Ask me in 100 years. It's almost the end of the Renaissance age, and then it's discovery time, or in our case, being discovered time. That's me. I don't know if we'll be able to research anything on this list, but we might just chill and go back and fill all other research that we skipped. There is wampum down here. We've already been trading, so this is kind of funny that this exists. We've already got a tax-based economy, but we haven't discovered wampum yet. Somehow. But yeah, we started another dye maker on the capital. We just built a town on the capital. We're filling it in with new buildings. Trying to cash in on some profit. Thanks for 72 months, though. Appreciate 6 years of sub. We're doing economic things. Nobby Noodle also with the 4-month sub a little bit ago, and War of the Worlds gifting a sub to Bird Strike. Thank you for the gift sub. And hello, Nobby Noodle. Hey, guys. Nine is fine. Are you playing Europa 5? Or you skip? Who's dead? Our ruler's third cousin died 3 days ago. Our children need a better education. Gregarious. High diplomatic. Do you guys do anything different when giving children education focuses other than focusing on whatever their trait allows them to focus on? Is it deeper than that, or is it that basic? Kind of seems that basic to me. Definitely a system that needs to go back in the oven. Put it back in the oven. Should we give the nobles any more power? We can get more taxes if we give them something. Definitely not max control -5. Definitely not max tax -10. Progress to serfdom is not the worst. Free subjects are really nice for the free prosperity for all of our areas and the pop promotion speed, but we're missing out on a bunch of free raw materials. And then the tax for the peasants, like we're missing a ton. There's a ton of money right here. So it's basically trading promotion speed, food consumption for money. Like if we started moving toward serfdom, I think we would be able to like start getting crazy cash. I'm busy with CK3. There's a global plague killing thousands of characters. Just wait. We might have a plague of our own. Maybe give them art? Not ready to go toward innovative yet. I like the satisfaction equilibrium and the stability investment cost. But literacy is good. And we can't hire artists anyways. Only nobility as leaders. Okay. Everyone blocked from command except for nobles. Discipline for the army. Royal marriage rights makes the cabinet more efficient. I'm honestly considering moving towards serfdom soon, because it's like, look how much more I could be taxing the peasants. Like 15% of their estate happiness. We haven't really looked at these in a while, so I'm just going to check them out real quick and see if anything stands out. Possible clerics in towns and cities is kind of just good, isn't it? Is that bad? In some way? For only 10% power for the clergy? Max literacy for the clergy, moving toward traditionalist. I don't want to stop taxing the clergy. It's only so bad insofar as it's slightly less peasant, slightly more power. Yeah, it seems like only good. We tax the clergy, yeah. They used to be tax free, but not anymore. I think I'm just gonna hook them up with possible clerics in towns and cities for 5% happiness. It won't let me tax them more because they're at max tax already. However, the benefit of it is the happier your clergy satisfaction, you get monthly research progress bonus. So it's speeding up research. So I'm basically investing in research. Kind of important. Because I think I'm already hitting them with the maximum tax you can. At this stage, burgers just got here. We're gonna want to move to plutocracy sooner or later. I think. We don't have gold or silver. Innovative and capital. I think once we get some more cities, once we get some more towns, we don't have a single city. We can give the peasants more power to get plus 20% peasant levy combat efficiency, and peasants are allowed weapons. This will increase the demand for weaponry in all markets. Common militias. That's kind of tempting because we're sort of dependent on our peasant levies. We can recruit regulars. I have never, we haven't even looked at this. How much do these guys cost to maintain? Monthly maintenance, do they cost money? They need weaponry and they need leather. I'm about to go to war with one of our neighboring tribes so we can learn how to do it before the big bad Europeans get here. We got revenge we need to exact. Anything that causes more pops that consume goods is more money? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. There are neighboring tribes left. They're not really countries. They're like population. It's weird. It's pop-based countries. They're not real countries. Wait for the DLC for that. But we have people we can technically go to war with. It'd be good for us to get some experience with how to, like, move troops around. But anyway, what was I looking at? Peasants demand weapons. Does that let them, like, revolt easier? So I guess it's just a power thing, but they only have 6% power. It's not much. So another 50% on top of 33, 25, 33, 50, 20, 33 ain't much, in my opinion. And it'll make them happier, which in turn will increase food production and make stability cheaper. The problem is it doesn't tell you how much demand that's going to create for either of these. It's just like, it will make demand. Okay. We can only have 1,600 levies right now, but we're about to increase that. I want to get some regulars. We got champions and camp followers. I'm just going to read this because we've been ignoring it for the whole game. Champions are elite units among tribal warriors formed by those that stand out among the ranks of the warriors for their bravery and martial abilities. Okay. Battle stats. We got 1 combat power, direct damage dealing of a regiment in combat, multiplied by strength of the regiment to determine damage. Combat speed. To move from reserves to any other section inside a battle. So this is like a Hearts of Iron reinforcement mechanic. For ships, it impacts how quickly a damaged one can leave to retreat. We got flanking ability, how much damage it inflicts on units in a different section in combat. Sections are, each side in a combat has 4 sections. 3 at the front of the combat. By the way, I have to turn the game volume down because the audio engineer decided to just... They said, how many sounds do we have in our loosely army-based sound library? And they were like, yes, put them all in simultaneously. And make them directional so you hear them from different ears. It gives me a headache, dude. It gives me a headache. Turn that down. And then it just repeats. Each side in combat has 4 sections, 3 at the front, center, left flank, right flank, and the reserves. During combat, it's okay. Maybe this is not the song to listen to. Can we just chill? Witcher, I can't concentrate right now. All right, slow down, slow down. No screaming, no screaming. Sections. During combat, regiments or ships in the front engage enemies in the opposite section. If the opposite section is empty, they will flank. So other games have had this before. I'm struggling to remember which one, but it sounds familiar. CK2, is that what I'm thinking of? CK2. It's been so long since I played CK2. If units get destroyed or withdraw due to low morale, reserves attempt to move up by rolling combat speed. Combat ends when there are no more units. Okay. So we have 1 frontage, which is how much space you take up. It's combat width. We learned about that. Initiative is a chance that they will engage in the combat phase. Every hour, if there's enough frontage available, all regiments will attempt to join the fray. It is calculated as initiative times 0.02 plus 0.02 times number of hours in combat. What? Initiative. So basically, the longer you're in combat, the higher the chance that you get initiative. If the chance is higher than a D100, they become engaged in the fighting. It's crazy that D100 is a tooltip, in my opinion. In general, light and ranged regiments have the highest initiative. This game inventing new terms for concepts that other Paradox games have used for years. Yeah, it is. It is. Logistics need food storage. 0.1. Or that's how much they can carry. But they have food consumption. They will consume 0.1 each month. 2.5 move speed. Okay, how fast they'll move across the map. How heavy they are. Unit weight. This is compared to the supply limit of the current location to calculate attrition. Supply limit is the max unit weight a location can supply without causing additional food consumption to the army. Their monthly maintenance is 0.1 weapons and 0.1 leather and -1 manpower. So we actually have 0 manpower. Manpower represents the limit of how many blackguards and scoundrels a country can support in an invading army. Manpower is expended when training and maintaining regiments, which are usually more effective than levies. The rate at which manpower is gained can be increased by constructing manpower buildings or researching certain advances. Okay, so basically we have no current manpower right now. But I'm just looking at stuff to see what up. So camp followers are a motley crew of merchants and families of the soldiery. Camp followers provide informal service to war bands on the march. They're the ones that have the logistics. They got the food storage for the other people. They're like the wagon trains coming along. They have 1/4 of the combat strength and 1/10 of the speed. So they're not really there to fight. They're there to support. But they do get extra stat. Morale damage taken. They take morale damage in combat, and they take bonus strength damage. So basically, they don't want to fight. So I don't know how you stop them from fighting or what. They only have 20% weight, half as much food consumption, and they take 1 manpower a month plus salt and leather and tools and medicaments and paper, all of which we actually have. But to construct them, you need copper, which we don't currently have, but we will. All right. Show recruitment buildings. So maybe we don't need to worry about a standing army right now, yeah? I think is what I'm seeing at the moment. That's fine. I'm just trying to see how this system even works. But it's funny that we can have 442. We just can't because we have no manpower. At all. We can store up to 5 years of manpower, max of 0. That's fine. Levies are like what we just read, but they suck. A regiment that's been raised directly from pops. The pops they get recruited from are reduced, and when the unit is disbanded, they return to the pops. These people are less trained than a regular army recruited from manpower, and they do not reinforce. A levy has the following effects. They lose plus 2% XP decay and minus 10% discipline, which impacts the discipline, which impacts both the damage that a regiment does and the damage they take. The higher the discipline, the more damage they do and the less damage they take. Okay, cool. So, I think I want to go with what I was just looking at, which is give the commoners common militia plus 20% the peasant levy size, make them more combat efficient, and allow the peasants to demand weapons. That's going to upset the nobility, the clergy, and the burghers. The nobility will have to get over it. I will lighten their taxes temporarily. So I want to see what effect that has on weapon demand. And hopefully I didn't make a huge mistake. Because right now we have plus 0.5, but after the month ticks over, we'll see. Nothing's changed yet. Nothing has changed yet. Hopefully the nobility don't do anything crazy. Still plus 0.5. How long does it take for them to start demanding weapons? Common fortifications, nobles, and colonial charter maintenance are not related to those. This will increase the demand for weaponry in all markets a country is present in. Maybe it takes some time. I don't know, it's been like a month or two already. A member of our cabinet has been faithful so far, but she's recently become insolent, denouncing our queen's policies, and did so in public in front of foreign ambassadors. Even if there might be some grounds for criticism, we should not let disparagement of the queen become a habit. Kill her. She's 57. Kill her. I mean, we got this dude who could be the goated cabinet member in her place. Off with her head, I say. Died at 57. Should have watched your mouth. Should have watched your mouth. All right, this is Sankunk, Sawkunk, Sakunk, our courtier from the nobility. You are definitely one of the best, but let me double check the people list, because there's a second person who's actually a little better than you in administrative duties, but to get her in here, they're gonna make me pay 20 cohesion, which is rough, to be honest. Is my game lagging? What the hell is going on? Oh, I already clicked this guy. What the hell are they doing, dude? Game, what are you doing, man? All right, he's in. My game's lagging? I haven't saved all day. I'm sure we have auto saves. Prepare for baby war. We're sending the babies to war. I have that law too, and they don't seem to be consuming any weapons. Might be bugged. Either it's bugged or the tooltip is bugged. One or the other. It says something it shouldn't. I don't know which. I want a road going down south. Our ruler's uncle died yesterday at age 60. Got attacked by a wild animal. I think the third time in a row. Another death. She got killed by a wild animal. Did it kill the whole family? Our ruler's third cousin. They're dropping like flies, man. It's kind of crazy. Whole family is getting murked by nature. They're attacking in force. I need to switch control over. How we doing in the West? We are 37% to our new colonial charter. We're taking over some tobacco land and some medicaments, some fruit, and some fiber crops. Getting those things online and operational. Wineries be taking so many tools. Tailor's Guild. Says it could be profitable, but like... we already have a surplus. I don't know how profitable it could be. I don't believe you. Now, books we could use. That's why we were doing the dye, so I could upgrade the scriptorum. But I just need a little bit more money. Don't get distracted. Focus on the goal, brain. Focus on the goal. What's the goal? Religious art sponsorship. The clergy have begun sponsoring art across the country and donated a piece to us. That's so nice. Thank you. I wish the art actually did something useful. The animals are rising up from the trees and the grass and the fields, and they're coming for us. All right, road. Wait, did I build a road? Where's the, I'm building a road. Oh, it has to come after the die maker. They can't build a road and a die maker at the same time? Okay. What goal? Here's a pop-up. Which goal do you mean? Hey, look, we have a little bit of spy network. I don't think we can do anything, but I'm gonna try stealing their map. Okay, let's see what happens. Spoilers. Wait, do they have all these maps? How have they discovered all these areas that we don't know about? They know everything all the way over to Michigan and Minnesota. How do they know all of that? That doesn't seem right. Okay, where, I think we probably want to know what's going on down here, right? Even though this is kind of a small area is the problem. But this is sort of the area that we're trending toward right now on the coast. They get around, they stole other maps. They aren't lazy settlers like you. That's so rude. Illinois, Indiana, Lake Superior. I think Massachusetts is the closest one to it, so should we just do that? Our spies have managed to gain access to their maps. It's crazy that they even got maps, but yeah, it's the closest to our borders and we haven't discovered it. So what do they got? Just a bunch of fish, medicaments, some iron that we can't use. Honestly, the stone could be useful. And the clay could be useful, genuinely. So I'd have to say the clay. Yeah, it's all right. I love the ancient land of New Jersey. True. That is funny. All right. Well, keep it rolling, I guess. I'm thinking that once we get maybe... How many colonial charters do you think we should do? Do you think we should go for another one? Or is that too greedy? We're paying only 33.33 a month right now. It's not too bad. I'm thinking to go south into the furs. Because there was like a benefit. Or I was thinking to go north into the fish so we don't have to support like so many fishing villages that are taking tools. If we get fishing villages, it'll alleviate some of the tools. We're getting the tobacco already. We need to move toward... I need to figure out how to make a casus belli on these guys. It does take 20 spies, so I'll do that next. It doesn't take that long to build up. It to be honest. I think it's either fish time or that one spot that I was just looking at. This one. It's not ideal, but it does have some fur right there. Because I'm going to try and I want to see what I can do with the Casus Belli against these guys before we try and colonize it. Maybe the fish. It's like 2 fish, fiber crops, lumber, and legumes. But maybe I'm missing the forest for the trees. It also kind of leads us to... We're going into Canada. There's a shit ton of furs up there. I don't know how important that's going to be, but there's a lot. Fur, 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 fur. Fur, 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 fur. Some more fiber crops. The fish, RGOs. I'm talking myself into it. I'm just gonna go for it, but it's like $1.79 a month, which is a little crazy. They're not part of our region, so we're not getting that discount. 3,600 people. More corn up there. There is a lot more corn up there. Control is going to be tough, but it's up there. I just like getting a couple of fish RGOs and the fiber crops. All right, let's do it. I can't click on it. We lack 32 gold. We're broke. Okay, maybe we wait a little bit. I'm a little broke. Trying to build a navy and patrol Lake Ontario. I'm gonna. That's what I'm kind of. We're building. We've got sailors. We're getting sailors up to 242. We built the dye maker. Level 2 dye maker in the capital. Have a little surplus. All right, before we do, let's not do another expedition just yet. Let's not just yet. I want to spend some money on getting some things like the scriptorum. This thing is making some basic books for us. Book! Which we actually have negative because the library and urban parliament seats are taking some. We're working on the road from Sanok to Wambo into Alabama Slamma, which is going to help us go south anyways, so that's useful. Into that exact territory. This farming village, when it has enough people, we need to migrate some more dudes up here. Hi-ya-ya, the whack-a-mole. I like the whack-a-mole though. Can we invite settlers? If only we could curry more favors. Then we can invite more settlers. The winters up here? Yeah, the winters up here gotta be crazy rough. Every time rebel movements appears, it's actually bait. It means that we just got another territory. Teo Torin. Someone in chat has already claimed that one. Chaos Dragon. Drosham. Oh, caps lock? Here we go. I'm choking, I don't know why. This is indeed our very first tobacco. This is it. We have got the first tobacco tile. With the hard work of our diplomats, our reputation has improved. 10 years of a little Diplo. Chat, if you got the channel points, there's more locations coming in. I don't know if the thing is still open or if I need to open it up. But yeah, let's take a look at tobacco. We haven't really looked at it. It has 2... Why does it have -2? Special demands and pop needs. That's it. No buildings use it as an input. It's just used by the people. So how do you trade it? I guess you just have excess. Drosham is now part of our matrimony. We will defend it to the last drop of blood. Settlement time in the brand new territory as well. Get that population up cooking. Paddywhacka. Okay. You got it. Waiting on the next one to get claimed. We have researched the Peasant Levy, which gives us the following unlock. The Peasant Levy Army. 2% of all valid pops will be raised as a Peasant Levy. Peasant Levies have 1 combat power, 2 combat speed. Is there an easy way to compare? Wait a second. Are they considered a regular? What are they considered? Are that just what all peasants become now? So I want to is there a way to compare them to what a warrior is? It seems like they eat more food. Definitely consume more food and have a little bit more logistics. 2.5 move. Yeah, you have to use like screenshots. It's like 1 to 100, 1 1 100. Okay, remember that. 1 to 100, 1 1 100. 1 1 100, 1 2 100. So they actually have peasants have better initiative, but worse combat speed. But they don't reinforce, right? Peasants don't reinforce. They just get killed and then broken. They seem to have the same map movement speed. So they seem pretty decent. The men are meant to bring their own equipment to battle, so the quality of newly created units can vary greatly. And now we're researching stickball game, plus 10% infantry power. Stickball. Better education. You're not ready. Time for some stickball. That is funny. We are gonna go all the way around Lake Ontario, kinda. That could be crazy, right? Oh no, she's an idiot. Our heir is already... We have some bad genes, dude, or something, man. Our firstborn daughter Wait, is she not stupid anymore? She just has oh my god, she's like 22 with some of the worst stats you could imagine. Yeah, she was. She got a bad education. Banahama Ama, not doing so good. And so her growth was a little held back quite a bit. Census gains stability and pop growth. I don't hate it. Expand salt fields, build some roads, fund a legumes farm. I say let's just get census and get that 7 stability. It's either that or Sanoctawambo. Actually, Sanoctawambo development is good too. That's the capital right now. And it already has some support. Bellicose movement, antagonism, move toward belligerence. And now we have 55% support. I would like to what happens if you... Oh, you get 1 year of plus 25% max tax, which honestly could be good. I should probably be doing this. They both want to change policy, which I don't want to do. Favor the elites. Move toward aristocracy, but I get plus 10% max noble tax. I'm not even at max noble right now. And I give up 5% max tax on everyone else, which feels bad. You have enough spies? That's true. That's true. Well, you were just watching that? We were gonna try forced migration. Our chancellor reports preparing for war. This will eventually allow us to start a war with them, which will be more or less legitimately viewed by others. Forced migration casus belli. In theory, a forced migration could make them easier to colonize. In theory. We built a new scriptorum. More books, need more dyes, more paper, and more lumber. I want to see how the book market reacts to this. Whether we have a surplus. Yeah, small surplus. Okay, cool. We're looking pretty good. We've kind of balanced the books on everything except cattle. I mean, livestock. And the thing about the livestock is we could do more. It just takes many cows. I mean, did I say cows? I meant mini clay. Sorry. Yeah, let's build it up in Arzu. I think we have enough clay for this. Show clay, please. We have 2.12. And we got the road kind of stretching out here already. How is tobacco doing? Profit per level 0.02. They haven't figured it out yet. It hasn't spread to the masses. We have less than 0.01 demand. It takes a while before people figure out that we got the good. Many months. I don't know why the game thinks a Tailor's Guild would be incredibly popular. Why does it think Tailor's Guild would pop off when we have a small surplus on the market? Some of these things are, if you build it, they will come. Some of them are, like tobacco. But it kind of feels like we're getting to the point where it's time to, like, maybe build another town. Or just build some bridges for some proximity costs, but it's 250 people. Yeah, I'll build one in Pocinpalo. Get a bridge. It's like 5% proximity cost reduction, which will help with control so we can tax them a little more. It's not the biggest tax base, but it's kind of a nice position town because it's between the capital, it's got a road in it, and where we're kind of expanding right now, so I feel like it's going to continue to develop. Parliament has passed develop the interior. We gain some development, which is kind of hard to come by. It doesn't seem like much, but we only have 5.88 development total in the capital, so 0.25 is something, you know? It adds up. Moving our control cabinet member over. And looks like the settlement over here is done. In Jerusalem, our newest tobacco territory. Get some extra pop growth. Provinces want more autonomy. One of our provincial governors figures out that under current decentralized policies, he could go into business for himself. The fact the army has managed to raise... What? The fact that the army he has managed to raise is way too small to support such a claim does not seem to worry him. Give him autonomy. We lose 10% control. Rein him in. Lose 7 stability. Why would I pick lose 10% control everywhere? I'll take the stability hit. Okay, and then the person who was assimilating is like at 85%. Let's switch that back to... stabilize the country. Boost that stability up back. Are you excited for the Europeans? I am, because I want to see who gets over here first. Like, the funniest part to me is just, I wonder what the hell's going on in the rest of the globe. We're just living in a vacuum. I'm intensely curious what everyone else has been doing. Who's winning? Who's reigning supreme? What are they doing? How much are you streaming for it until I get tired? I will stream until I get tired. I don't know. Probably at least another couple hours. We're about to hit 100 years of game so far as Native Americans. And we're about to do a little war soon once we get this Casus Belli. Wait, do we already have the Casus Belli, or does it have to build? Did we just auto-generate it? No Casus Belli. Is there an action for that? Oh, it's this. It's this. 29%. 3.2 a month. Do we just get another sport? This one, right? Paddywhacker. from Juni. Paddywhacker. It is now part of our matrimony. We will defend it to the last drop of blood. This is our first medicament RGO? I think this is the first medicament RGO that we've got. We've been using an apothecary before now, which is unfortunately not going to be making any more money because it's been undercut by an RGO. So I'll leave it open for now, but I expect its profit to fall off. Rip those guys. They're all getting fired. They're about to get laid off. Alabama Slam has got a little road going through it now, down toward the south. We got a lot of stone here, and honestly, a pretty decent tax base. Like a 5, almost a 5 tax base. The road network grows. The road network grows. Let's get a settlement in Paddywhacker. And then pretty soon it's gonna be time to try and expand again or make another town. In your territory, the trees slowly disappearing. Don't know what you mean. The map does change as your developments change, so your town gets larger as it gets more developed. If you build a road, it shows the road. So, that moves some of the geometry around when you keep building. You can actually look for the specific things on the map. Like there's the toll castle that the nobles built. There's the festival ground that the peasants built. It's actually on the map, it's cool. There's some peasants doing something. Fiber crops. Yeah, the capital never had that many trees. We got some farming villages in Arzu. That's maize. Okay, I think we're gonna equalize on livestock and clay. But tools are always gonna be a problem. The only way to that's why we kind of need another town, to be honest. We need another town for the things that we're at capacity on in our current towns, such as tools. So I think it would be nice to find a spot toward the southeast to build a town, and a spot toward the north. I think like up here somewhere and down here somewhere are good town options to increase control in those areas by like 5%. Does the city go up another 5%? Yeah, it goes up to 10. Okay, so city's even more control. Have they discovered tobacco? That's what I'm most fascinated by. They're starting to. The nobles and the burghers and the clerics are smoking first. That was less than that was less than 0.01 when we last looked at it. Now it's 0.1. Whatever happened to colonizing the place with fish? Just be patient. I'm developing what I got. We'll get there. As long as I'm spending money on something, then we're developing the economy. We built a new bridge in Pojapalo. I think this is a game, unlike other Paradox games, where you need to actually take care to build up before you build wide. If you go full wide too fast, there actually is administrative strain compared to other games. I want to fish 30 minutes ago. Where is it? But yeah, compared to other Paradox games like Stellaris or something, you really actually have to make sure that you're taking care of the stuff you got. Spiritual retreat in Hamamuna Kunakuapua. What is that? Local clergy power and food construction. Why are you building that? People dedicated to the faith rise above earthly matters and get close to divinity. As a result, places emerge where they can commune with their faith apart from worldly attachment. Wait, do I not have a road to Gene Toga? They don't have the biggest tax base, I guess. Three's okay. Get out of here, stickball. I'm busy, man. Trying to figure out where the best place to build another road is, or if I'm already good. It's either none of these places or just Gene Toga. Wait, I can build a road from here to here? I didn't even know I could build a road from there to there, to be honest. What's Gene Toga's control? 71? Alright, so here's the deal. I'm gonna build that road. I wonder where the road's gonna go. I guess right here. Ad starting soon? How's it been another hour already? Turn your volume down, ad watchers. Plans are currently being made for some reforms of our Navy. What Navy? New tactics, weapons, and commands are some of the areas being discussed for combat efficiency. Sure, here's Navy tradition. I don't know what that does. A reform of the Navy is, I want to have one. That's funny. So, yeah, I'll go over the plan here in just a minute. Oh. They're paddling around over here. I mean, they are kind of paddling around over there. I'll pause when the ad starts. There it is. There it is. I see too many buildings from the other people. I see another freaking toll castle, or as I'm going to call it, the troll castle, and another festival grounds, which is fine. It is what it is. I really just wish that our, like, country color went to that nice purple that the flag is, instead of this, like, light green on white. The white, of course, is probably just snow, but still, it just looks blank. It doesn't look textured. Because the trees disappear when you zoom out, so it kind of is just untextured. Like model clay. All right, I need to figure out something to eat for myself and Alice tonight. So give me 1 minute or a couple minutes while I figure that out. And then we got some more expansion to do. And we got less than a year until the game's, well, 1 year until the game's start date, which is crazy. 100 years from it, I mean. Okay, hello. No Surrender is the name of that song. That's gonna be us when we attack the other guys. Let's listen to... I've never listened to this. Let's listen to this soundtrack. Oh, yeah. Anybody recognize it? AoE 3, baby. AoE 3. Okay, hi. We choosing music? No. I chose it already. I chose it already. It's been chosen. We built a new spiritual retreat in Hamunamuna Kuapua. Very good. Excellent. So anyway, here's the plan. That's what I was going to say before the BRB. The plan is we're going to colonize a little bit more in the north. Get the fish. Now that we got the money to get the fish. And there was going to be a part 2 and 3, and then I forgot what part 2 and 3 was. Part 2 and 3 was then, once the forced migration casus belli is done in the southeast, then we are going to practice some war on our neighbors and see what raising the peasant levy looks like. So it feels a little risky to be double colonizing right here, while also planning on raising the levies to go to war. This is what the Europeans are going to be playing on headsets when they arrive. They're going to hear this. Blasting through. You mean the drums? Or the previous song? Or this song? We built a new toll castle in Laterus Amundus. Damn you and your toll castles. What if I just instantly deleted it? Because it costs tools that I don't have. Okay, so let's get about 100 G's. Built a new settlement in Patiwaka. Excellent. All right, and then there was, what, 2? We're 72% on our charter to get fruit and second tobacco. Maybe take some out of stability. Take some out of cost of the court. Get even more money. But yeah, we're just listening to Age of Empires 3 right now. AOE. Okay. Pretty happy with, like, the deficits aren't massive. Oh, that was the other part of the plan. I need a new town. We're gonna need a town because I'm gonna need more tools. But I wouldn't mind starting since we're like 74%. We're making a gravel road to Jean Toga. Oh, it just went over there. That makes sense. That is the shortest route. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. For some reason I thought it was gonna go down here. I didn't even realize there was that little connection. So that should boost control. Give us some more taxes. I haven't decided where I'm gonna put a new town. That's not top of my to-do list yet. Let's go ahead and get the other colony up there with the fish. Double fish, fiber, legumes, and lumber. It's gonna be kind of expensive, but we can handle it. I say Sin Pops from Kanien'kehá:ka. Again. Or we could go from the capital. I think it'd be faster from the capital. But we only have 29k pops there. Distance is +0. Distance is +0 either way. So it may as well be the more populated one. We've started a new colonial charter in Kataraki. Our people are flocking to settle this virgin territory. the way that it says that is always so strange. All right, we got 2 for 1. We're only getting 7 gold a month. We're going big. We're crossing into Canada. Yeah, we're going places. We are indeed crossing into Canada. Okay, so we got 2 colonizations. Generating a casus belli is 87%. Spy network lets us steal some more maps here in a minute. And then after that, it's going to kind of just be probably save up for a town while doing some whack-a-mole. On anything that we're short on. It's just constant. Like, the cattle demand is... The tribesman cattle demand goes crazy. There's actually 900 people in Seamal Butts. We can just turn that one on. Just let them use it. Do they actually prioritize the settlement? I'm surprised. Or will they move over? Because that's what I want them to do. I want them to prioritize this. Nope, they don't. Oh well, they'll fill it in. There's 174 people in there, and then we can do another thing, which is show me diplomacy. We've got at least 1 or 2 friendlies that we can invite settlers. Yeah, invite settlers up there. That'll populate it a little faster. Do you have to worry about maritime influence with that lake? I think the lake is going to give us a chance to experiment with exerting control over bodies of water. So I'm kind of looking at it like, give me the opportunity to see how that works. However, to really do that, I think we're going to need 10. So, which I don't want to know where it is. I'll find it eventually or I won't. But for now, the control's not too bad, just because it's not too bad. Market access is going to be questionable, but our control's like, oh shit! The age of discovery has dawned upon us. At the start of the early modern era, new continents are being mapped while feudal society gives way to central states. For an enterprising state, this age can be the foundation of a worldwide empire. It's time. Almost 100 years have passed. It started on April 1st, not January 1st, but that's okay. I'm not convinced we'll actually get access to the advances that are on these pages, but I'm going to read them anyways. So if you click on administrative focus, but not diplo or military, you don't get those ones at all? Am I understanding that correctly? Or is it just a bonus toward these ones? I don't even know if I will get them because we're tribe. So we probably won't even get a bunch of these. So let's just read. Dynamic court efficiency of the cabinet. Okay, pop conversion speed. Pop conversion speed and assimilation. Buildings are cheaper. Mercenaries are cheaper. Integration is faster. Monthly colonial migration. This impacts how quick colonial migration is. Okay, colonial migration is when pops migrate from the core to a charter. So that's what we're doing. Faster. Additional merchants. Trade capacity doesn't matter. Copper. Copper will matter, but I'm allergic to copper mattering. Iron, we can't even mine. Urban buildings are cheaper. I'd be surprised if we even get all these due to being a tribe. Quest for the New World, exploration, colonial range, how far away we can colonize or explore, overseas trade, monthly colonial migration plus 50%. Well, that's just the other thing. You just made the same tech, but called one faster colonists, which is, you know, great creative name. And the other one is just called colonial ventures, and they're identical. It's the same tech. Colonial range plus 500 unlocks the exploration casus belli. Spooky. Conquer cost for attacker plus 50%. Subjugate cost for attacker plus 30%. What does it do, though? You declare war and explore at the same time? They do a really poor job of explaining what all the casus bellis do. Monthly diplomats for free. Spy network is faster. Counter-espionage is faster. Trade range overseas doesn't matter. Shipbuilding speed probably won't matter. Army morale. Hire and train generals. Improve combat speed. Army tradition. Navy morale. Army maintenance, galley power, heavy ship power, Navy initiative, antagonism received. Okay, so I mean, the military one's not going to be our strong suit, right? It's definitely between Diplo and administrative. Normally, I would say it's administrative again. The only reason Diplo is probably also good is because the one we care about on administrative is also the one we care about on diplomatic, but the colonial casus belli is kind of interesting. The free monthly diplomats is also good. The spy network construction is also good. And counter-espionage might be good depending on the AI. I don't know if we'll build ships. Over here, urban buildings cheaper is good. Expand mining and copper is good. Migrations on both. Speed of integration. I don't think we have a problem with this. It's been quite easy to integrate others. Maybe too easy. Higher mercs are cheaper. Buildings are just cheaper. Pop conversion and assimilation. I mean, it kind of seems like we just need to do administrative again, right? Kind of just seems like we just need to do administrative again, I think. So that's what I'm gonna pick. Now let's just take a look at the tree and see if we can even research anything. Nope. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, now we finish our researches on tier 1 and 2. I knew that was gonna happen. And then wait for them to arrive, basically. We didn't embrace the printing press, so I guess we just lose. Nah, it's fine. I don't care. They're making a library here. That's actually tough. Like, that takes a bunch of books and paper. It's not bad, though. It's good. It's good that they chose to build it, I think. How far are we going to colonize? I don't know. Take over the whole US and Canada. Are there any, like, new buildings that just magically appear here because we're in a new era? I doubt it, but I gotta look anyway. I'm sure you have to actually research them. I wouldn't mind building some stockades. I think now's a good time to build some stockades, wouldn't you say? Yeah, what's the reason why I can't? Oh, you're doing something? I should have it pop up. We cannot afford 140 gold. Okay, so we could actually afford it. It'd be no problem. They're not going to come over immediately. They're going to come over pretty soon, though, right? Ish. It seems as if the commoners are moving out of the hinterlands of Pojanpalo and aim to earn a living in Sanakta-Wambo. This is creating turmoil in the countryside, but the capital may benefit. Accept this, or they belong on their own turf. Pojanpalo has 3,500 extra people right now. And the capital has like 4,500, 5,500, 6,000. 300 pop will migrate each month. It'd be nice if they actually called them our actual names instead of like the province names or whatever. Move towards centralization. We gain development. The commoners belong on their own turf. Commoners lose the state satisfaction. Nobility gain it. The following will occur because we have granted our commoners the free mobility estate privilege blank. Huh. Why is it blank? We change society values towards serfdom and lose 2.5 stability. This is fine to move towards serfdom, but I don't hate getting some free development in the capital and changing towards centralization. Really reduces proximity costs significantly at the expense of estate equilibrium. Okay, yeah, let's do that one. 297 pops will migrate each month, though. That's a lot, isn't it? 300? Is that sustainable? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. That's like 1,500 people. Tough call. Maybe I don't want to change it that much? Okay, now I am, because we will want a bunch of people on the capital if we develop it into a city eventually. All right. Talk myself into it. So, what was I looking at? I was looking at the military buildings. We got the bailiff and the stockade. The stockade's the interesting one. So, garrison size... Soldiers that are working with defending the fortifications, when they are killed, the siege will be lost for the defender. For a siege to progress, there needs to be men besieging it. Now, do I have to have standing army to fill a garrison? Or is it just like people? I don't really understand if it's... Does this need to be like army dudes? Or just like soldiers, quote unquote. Local noble power plus 50%. That sucks, but what are you gonna do? Like, it seems useful. Forts are defensive buildings designed to protect the country's locations against war enemy armies. A location with a fort cannot be sieged instantly. Too many noises going on in my brain. Requires a siege. Certain advances allow more effective forts. Forts have a zone of control. Ooh, interesting. It represents the defensive capabilities to block the movement of enemy armies through locations adjacent to it. An invading army standing on a war enemy location adjacent to a fort will have to siege the fort first. Zone of control is interesting. Forts have a fort maintenance. They use money and upkeep to make sure they are capable of doing their job. They go to the treasury. Depending on the price of goods in the market, they have a fort limit to a number they can maintain efficiently. What's our fort limit? We now have a forced migration casus belli on Monsi. Oh yeah. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. That's a pretty big zone of control. Costs 140 G's. No idea how much this is gonna cost in money. Chat, how do you see your fort limit? $6.26. There we are. On the military page. Kingdom gives us +1. Number of locations. Okay. Also, I think food is here, so I'm just gonna eat. I'm just gonna go grab it and come back and eat a little bit. Then we gotta figure out the military. Kind of want to change. Age of Empires 3 is good, but there's too many like battle songs. I'm going back to Manor Lords. There we go. All right, give me 1 sec to get my food, and I'll be back with the food. You guys want a big burrito? It is burrito o'clock. I don't know if you can see it because I can't turn the other lights on, so it might look really dark. But it is a focus. Camera. Camera. There we go. That's only 60% of a burrito. The rest of it will have to wait. It is carne asada with sour cream, guac, cheese, and French fries. Thick boy. It's like a Cali burrito, but Cali burritos don't have sour cream, I don't think, and they also have pico de gallo, which this does not. No, that's a good burrito. That is a good burrito. Solid. Thick. Ooh. Should we just go to war immediately? Should I just go to war like straight away? We just go? We ride? We ball? There's the war button right there. No casus belli selected. Forced migration. That one. We are slightly stronger than them. I don't think that's true. Maybe it is. How do they have that many potential levies? Because they're all tribe and we're not? I feel like we should have more levies, but I'm not certain that the research... It was supposed to raise it by 2% of able-bodied individuals. And I have no idea how it calculates that, because we have 105,000 peasants. So 2% of that would be like 2,000. But if we say able-bodied is a third of that, then it should still be 33,000 able-bodied. And then 2% of like 33,000 is like at least 600. We had more than 1,500 last time I looked, right? Yeah, it's not fries on the side lunchbox. They're fries inside the burrito. They're in the burrito. Which is very common out west here. And it's delicious. If you hover over the number, it'll give you something. I mean... Only 140 from, like, the market. It does say 2% of the pop will be levied into the peasant levy. So it is right. So how do I ensure that I don't lose? This would be really embarrassing. Because they have like... almost as many dudes as we do. We have 2,200 levies, so they're 1,402. We have almost double their combat power, though. We have declared war on the Monsi people. Let us hope our preparations are enough. Okay. Raise the levies, I guess. How does this work? Chat. Am I even going to be able to raise the levies? They have 4 manpower monthly maintenance. We have 0 manpower. They didn't mention that one in the fine print. They they didn't mention that in the fine print of the war screen a second ago. We are raising the levies, apparently. So we're gonna see what happens. It's better to find this out now than when the Europeans come over. Do you know what I'm saying? I would much rather discover all of this right now than when they're knocking on our door. It looks like they're popping up. I'm gonna try and eat some more burrito. Okay, boom. There's a bunch of people. How do you rate that burrito? It's a solid 8.5. Solid 8.5 in my opinion. Especially given the the price to girth ratio. What do we have here? This army belongs to us. 3 out of 3 morale, going up. Gains food from Arzu. 20 on the left flank, 422 in the center, 0 on the right. All right, who are these brave 20 dudes that are all on the flank by themselves? Left click to open unit panel doesn't do anything. Excuse me. Okay, so how do you tell how much area can supply in terms of troops again? We just read about that. This is like a whole thing, right? I forget which stat I was looking at when I looked at that. Embark an army, detach artillery, no cavalry units. Select an army and hover over a location. Mild winter. Well, it's March. Okay, so we should be getting warmer. Whew, I should have looked at the date. Has no forts and is not in a zone of control. Supply limit 15. Unit weight is 0.11. So basically they have plenty of supply limit because we have tiny forces. So it shouldn't be that big of a problem. So look at this whole screen. Holy moly. Plus formation screen? What the hell? There's actual like buttons and mechanics and stuff? All right, I gotta dig into this. Hold on. Have you had a 10 out of 10 burrito? Yeah. I think there's been some 10 out of 10 burritos for sure. Especially in Vegas. There's some really good burritos here. This unit is within fog of war and invisible to AI. That's an interesting meter. Detach various units. We got the regular unit card. We got our flanks. Let me see what all these buttons do. Split them in half. Redistribute the regiments so all 4 positions are filled. Okay. Merge regiments whenever possible, so it's full. Okay. Embark an army while in a port. Cool. Detach siege stuff, detach mercs, detach support, detach levies, order a full retreat. Disband units. Levies raise CK2 instead of CK3 teleport. Yeah, CK3 teleport's crazy. I think this is much cooler. Disband, attach them to another unit and will follow them automatically. Do not allow units to attach. Block the AI from following you. March to the sound of guns. 4th Army will assist combat in adjacent locations. Scorch Earth. Destroy the food? What the hell? This will deposit food in the supply depot in the unit's location to be used by nearby armies. Oh, for logistics? So like you can get your logistics to run around and supply depots for you? That's kind of cool. Create a supply depot. You need manpower. Refill a garrison. Which seems nifty. Upgrade your army. Drill the army. We need to have researched the drill army ability. Make available for hire. You can rent them out as mercenaries. All right, there's some cool options there. That seems neat. Definitely more detailed than the CK3 war so far. Thanks for recommending Shogun, binging it all day. It's a great show. I think that's a 10 out of 10 show. I thought you were talking about Total War Shogun at first. I was a little confused. Kind of just trying to finish off this burrito so I can focus on war against my enemies. All right, there's still more burrito. I may have gotten too much burrito. This is a big boy. Anyway,
No season 2? There is a season 2. They're working on it right now. Well, like it or not, there will be a Shogun season 2. Trading and production as deep as Victoria 3. I don't know. I bought Victoria 3, played it for 10 to 12 hours, and then quit, and I never played it again. So I couldn't tell you. I think chat said that the economy is a bit deeper in that game. Alright, what else we got? Shift these dudes around. Customize your flanks. Cool. Okay, so obviously we want to try and get all of the army down here. Why is the place that we're at war with not highlighted? We need to amass in Volugop. To the best of our ability. Hopefully it's fine to just march. Are we taking attrition already? Oh, chat, maybe we should have done this at the end of winter. Some people might die. It should warm up though, it's almost April. But I know it's New York, so it's gotta be like, what does it have to be, August before you guys see the sun? And feel its warmth? I've seen this secret societies thing like 10 times. Just this one. Either kill this guy or lose 7 stability. So I guess I'll take the stability hit and we're gonna pump some money into stability. What are these little icons? Movement locked? Oh, like they're already halfway to their location. Yo, look at these dudes. They have custom models for us, and we didn't have to buy a $40 season pass DLC to see them. We need a commander. All right, we'll get a commander once they're all grouped up. Buildings unprofitable, the Carpenters Guild. Not sure why it's unprofitable. Demand is not there. Oh, they'll figure it out. They kind of group up as they're on the way. I like that they actually are just like little units moving across the land and not just like an arrow, like in Hearts of Iron. They are an arrow as well, which is fine, but I like that they're trying to get here and group up. Looks cool. We had 100 years of peace. And now it is time for war. We actually did wait exactly 100 years because it's just now April 1937. Did you guys ever think that before you build a library, that you should make sure you have books to put in it? What if I told you that a library without books is just a building? So it's not my fault we're losing 2 books. You'll get them, okay? They're making books, I think. We might have to make more. We have researched the organized army march, which gives us the following benefits. Plus 1% to army morale recovery speed. As the army's march that allows the troops to be more prepared and ready when the battle occurs. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I think we're doing army initiative up. It's too bad we didn't have time to research that one fully before we got to this point, but that's okay. So I want to merge these dudes together, which of course I know how to do. There we go. And I want to give you all a leader, which we've never done before. So this is going to be a world first. One would assume that we want high military ability. Is this the best we got? 68? That's the best we got? There's got to be someone else. Can we let the ladies... Yeah, what happened to the 100 military score guy? I remember him. He might have died. But I swear there was someone else. Our queen has higher score. Can she lead them? She's female. We don't allow females to be commanders. Well, it's time to rewrite the rules. It's time to change a law somewhere. Because she's better than all of you guys. What about this dude? He's working in the cabinet. Okay. Ma'am, and then we got 2 more ladies. What about this dude? Is this our hubby? I think this is our hubby. What if we just had our hubby go do it? How old is he? 44? He can get out there for sure. All right, the next best thing. Hubby's gonna go out there and fight for us. So, now we need to fix all this shit. Are these stacks just the way they are, or can you combine stacks with one another? All these dudes should be the same as any other dude because they're... Well, that's not true. We have Levies Onondaga. They should be the same strength, but they just have a different picture. Never mind. Okay, they should be the same strength. There's a consolidate button on the army panel. Well, I mean, I saw that, but... Did I not already do that? Merge regiments when possible so it has full? Okay, maybe that's what I'm looking for. Wait, no, that screwed it up. Now I got 1,000 here, 1,000 there, nothing on the left flank. Okay, split them back up again. Make it so it's evenly filled. All right, well, I screwed it up, and now we're stuck with only 209 on the right flank. What's this blue bar? Frontage? Clatter, clatter, clatter. I don't think this is gonna be good. but it might be what we have. Chat, should I do anything like with this or just leave it, let it be? The average morale is 3.05 out of 3.71. Create a new unit. Will empty units... Create an empty unit and let us assign regiments. Okay, that's not what I want. It's probably the best we got, yeah. So, we're just gonna march on in. What's scary is they move while you're paused. Where's their capital? Do they have one? That's what I want to know. Like, what's gonna happen here? To war! Is there a war song? Wait, there's a war song. There we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got flanked. They went through neutral territory. Should I just keep... Well, I don't know what I can do, man. Uh-oh, they're burning Gimigami! They're burning it! They're occupying Gimigami! I'm screwed. I should have thought that they could go through other territories, man. I didn't think about this. I'm trying to cut them off by going into Chungalooza. They got 6 days of occupation left. Not now, state officials! They've recently discovered a stash of banned books. Who cares? We are busy, man. I need the stability. Why is their morale perfectly high and my morale's going down? The following armies lack food and their food supply is dwindling. We can get food in local territory though. We did not prepare for this. Our marshal reports Gimigami has fallen. The occupation of Gimigami lasted 16 days and has succumbed to hunger and disease. The Monsi now control it and the garrison something something. Where are these guys going? There's nothing in Gimigami, to be honest. They're going north, right? Okay, imminent battle in Pompet. The predicted outcome is very likely that our side will win. Our side, led by the consort Kajiagan Makasa, versus their dude. Our guy's way better. Our commander has way better stats, brother. Does administrative and diplomacy matter? I don't think so. We have a stronger army, it's better quality. Their army has higher morale? The terrain is to their benefit. Wait, why am I... Okay, they do the thing where they're defending in my territory because they get there first. Alright, imminent battle. I expect it to be a CK2 battle with some good old-fashioned dice roll. Where the fuck did these guys come from? That's not my capital, but it's pretty close to it. I didn't expect them to split into like multiple parties. I'm getting outplayed. Split the army in two. No shit, dude. I can see it now, just as plain as you. All right, I don't need you chirping in my ear. You think I don't know that now? We will crush them. We will destroy them, and we will burn their fields, and then we will plant maize on top of the ashes after the fertilization process happens. What the hell am I looking at here? Who's who? Is this me? Attack, like, they have a left to right attacker and then a top down visualization, which makes it more confusing. I'm on the top. We're on the top. They're on the bottom. This is the center because I have 1,209. What is all this? Morale, military tactics, plus our discipline. We have 15 discipline to their 3. Oh God, they all do something. I'm not reading that right now. All right, let's unpause it. Oh, we are crushing them, dude. The Battle of Plumpet. We won with only 30 total losses to 301. Get destroyed. Go lick your wounds. Why did they gain 5 XP and I gained 0.3? How do you gain that much XP when you get shit on? They gained like 5 times my army tradition as well. What? Kinshi logic. The consort has gained goal-oriented, plus 10% move speed. Yes! Go faster, brother. We gotta go to the capital. We gotta go to the capital. I'm gonna split this force in 2. And we gotta reorganize this one. Oh shit, we only have a center flank with nothing on the sides. This is not good. Whoever told me to like mash them all into one unit is gonna get me killed. How do you click on the army behind the army though? How do you click when there's 2 armies? How do you click on you just keep, what do? You just keep clicking? That's a stupid way to do that. Okay. Okay. They all are in the middle too, so we're not gonna have a flank. Also, the ad is about to start. I used up all my snoozes, so the ad did not interrupt the first conflict. So I'm not gonna do anything else until the ad plays, so you don't miss anything. And while you're doing that, I'm gonna take my plate to the sink from the burrito, so it's not just sitting up here getting smelly. On the right side, you can see them. Oh, they're here. Okay, they're over here. So we're gonna need to give a general to this bro. I need to read what the stats actually do, if they all matter. So I'll read that when we come back. And then we gotta stop. The people of Gene Toga are like, no, please, what the hell? No! They're burning our market and our forest village and our clay! Whoops! They, honestly, they baited me a little bit. The controller of Chungalusa is changing. We have to go retake Gimigami. We have to retake Gimigami. All right, some actual strategy here. I'm surprised. I'll be right back. Thanks for watching. All right, now to finish this. Oh man, I can't believe I'm letting my little town get sieged. I need to build some forts. This is teaching me a lot. This is why we did this, so I could learn all this stuff before it's unsalvageable, you know? This is exactly why. So I want to take this group. I'm gonna take the group with the consort back over here because they're capping me. I see it. At least we can go along the road. The road will speed us up. There is a road all the way through here. And then this one, what? Okay, important question. How does this game handle retreat? Because that's kind of a big problem I have in a lot of Paradox games, is retreat is stupid. They are going to Caninchin House. Are they just gonna magically reappear as a pain in my ass and then start killing again? Or how? I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out. We need to go retake Gimmigami or we're gonna lose a bunch of shit. But I need a new bro. So, let me read these. So, administrative ability is logistics distance. How far an army can trace for a food source. All right, that's very vague. I don't know how far 47% of that is. Siege ability is faster siege, more frontage that you can use, so more combat width, so you can get more troops fighting. Correct section chance. This impacts the chance of a unit being late. A unit late to battle joining the correct section. It's a weird stat name. Morale is diplomatic. So diplomatic is morale, initiative, the chance they will engage, and how much food they consume. So more diplomacy, they just eat less. Just convince them to eat less. And then military is move speed, combat speed. Moving from the reserves. So this is reinforcement. Why do they call reinforcement combat speed? I guess ships is how quickly they can retreat. It's just, all right, whatever. And then discipline, which is basically damage taken and mitigated. All right. So it depends on what you want. They just randomly run away and then continue their attack. Very annoying. So it's kind of CK3 then. It's kind of CK3. There's a redistribute button to make flanks. Didn't we already do that? We don't have the ability to do that. Balance unit does it. Nope. We can't do that, brother. We have 1,000 troops in one fat unit. Because we already merged them. You can't unmerge them once you merge them unless you divide them up and then recombine them, and then it's just... It's kind of a pain in the ass, to be honest. That you can't just like pick people out of a formation and put them elsewhere. So I don't know. I'm not really sure. So like if I click on these dudes, split them in two, and then after they're split in two, okay, they kind of just like confetti popped. No, now there's 970 over here, 125 over here. Yeah, it ain't, it's not doing what I wanted it to. It's better to just merge them and let it be. Merge them and let it be. So if they're gonna cause more chaos, I'm just gonna send these dudes back over like I was originally planning. You guys go south and we ride, we ball. We got our first dub. The first dub. They're coming back. So we'll just let them come back and then we'll kill them. Yeah, they only go one tile over to retreat, so you kind of have to chase them. Jean Toga has fallen. Not on my watch. All right, look, you guys need to just take the road to Mamdania and the capital. They can eat here, right? Where do you track their food? I got baited. Yeah, where do you track their food and shit? It just says gains food. How much food do they have? That's morale. That's XP. All right, the Battle of Gimmigami. I didn't even see the battle happening. It happened off screen, I'm sorry. But it was so one-sided, we lost no one. They lost 471. Total defeat. That army has been wiped out. Their general's dead. Do I even have a general? We won with no general. I forgot to put a general. It's fine. All right, which one is Siege Guy? Siege Guy is administrative ability. Pax Tang, you're it. Pax Tang is up. All right, and you need to siege Gimigami. Take it back. Is this Civ music in EU5? You're wrong on both fronts. It's Manor music, and I'm playing it on Spotify. So you're double wrong. Are we gonna get here before they siege the goddamn capital? Please tell me we're gonna get here on our road before they siege the capital. "12 days left. Are we gonna be able to march home within 12 days? I know I'm at 1 times speed. I'm doing it to be dramatic. But also because I'm nervous. So I'm trying to see how things change, like morale. Does morale just go only down? Why does their morale stay at maximum in enemy territory, and mine is going down while we're in home territory? I think we are gonna make it back, thank God. We are lifting the capital's siege and battle. All right, this is us. Where are they? Where are their troops? They're not even in. They haven't even joined the battle. They just joined the battle and they're down to 500. How did we take them by surprise? What does that mechanic even do? How are we inflicting that much damage on them before they join the battle? I don't even comprehend what that does. I do comprehend that we have some people on the flank. You had a better initiative roll. Oh, shit. We lost 27 casualties to their 331, and they saved the capital. Okay, so then we get even crazier, and we split. Can we split these dudes in two or no? We need to lift the siege of Jintoga. As in, like, I think we just follow these dudes. Where are they going? They're going to Jintoga, so we just chase their ass and kill them there. Isn't this system just guarantee that you can crush your enemy when they retreat? Because they can't escape? You know how in Crusader Kings 3 they get like immunity until they get to a certain area and then they become attackable again? Usually they have a home territory to walk back to, so it's incredibly dangerous to just like be out. Like to be out in your enemy's capital and get routed. You were complaining, so they went with the 100% opposite. It is 100% the opposite system. I'll give them that. Okay, so in this case, they actually rolled better initiative than we did. So they're inflicting some hits on us, and we're like not joining. But then my flanks did the work for me. We had 2 flanks that did get in. So we lost 11 to their 34, and then they're just in full retreat. So do I get to choose? It's the same. It is not the same as Crusader Kings 3. This is not how Crusader Kings 3 combat works. Not even close. The only thing that is even similar is the battle result screen. This ain't it. Anyway, does the player get to choose when to retreat, or did the general just randomly retreat before my main force? It is the same. All right, we're timing out people who are fucking stupid now. The first person gets a pass. But the second person needs to go play Crusader Kings 3. Or don't, because it's kind of mid now, but it was fun for a while. You can click retreat, but it will cost you loads of units. Their morale hit 0, so they retreated. Okay, so it's morale dependent, but there is a retreat button you can click. Chat, when an army retreats in Crusader Kings 3, they never, under any circumstances, go 1 tile away and become vulnerable again. Ever. That has never happened in the history of Crusader Kings 3 unless you were on the border with their home territory. They get immunity, they go a certain distance away, often to their home territory or to just some random bullshit, and then only after they've gone off the map almost, you have to chase them down, and then you can kill them. They go like, yeah, like to the other side of the planet, like 10 tiles away with perfect immunity. Even if you catch them, you cannot overrun them either. I don't know if you can overrun them in this game. These dudes went 1 single tile away and I could attack them and kill them again, which makes this 10 times better. So if you can't recognize that, then you either haven't played Crusader Kings 3 or you're not watching what's happening on the screen. That's all I can tell you. Or you're just trying to bait timeouts, I guess. That's possible too. 19 days until this location is occupied. All right, we're taking Jean Toga back. And we are taking Gimigami back. Did they have to leave a garrison there? Like, what am I taking back? We're just occupying it or something. We're putting out the fires. You can overrun them if the enemy has 0 morale on battle start or you have like 10 times the men. I'm just trying to figure out why walking back in here isn't enough to put it back under our control. I guess it's just simulating our troops sort of organizing the chaos from having been sieged. I don't know. Because it takes like 2 weeks to occupy the town again. It takes longer to occupy it than it did to siege it. Wait, where? Dude, they're in the capital with whatever retreated. Okay, we just baited them into it because we have a road between us. You guys keep doing your thing down there. And we will take these nerds out. Risk of starving provinces. Well, it's fine. Okay, so we just instantly got our 950 stack in to their like 200. And they lost 98 and somehow retreated. So some little light skirmishes. 8 of ours to 97 of theirs. I assume reoccupying progress doesn't carry over. Where are these guys going? Jean Toga. So we just follow them over there. This is way more annoying than EU4. It is. It's going to be a lot of whack-a-mole, which I don't know if I like or. It's better than CK3, but the bar is so low. But yeah, okay, the AI is stupid. I'll give you that. Like, why would you continue sieging when I'm next door? And you don't even try to run when I'm coming for you? So, like, yeah, that's the AI is worse. But I'm talking just the mechanics of whacking the enemy unit down is kind of slightly better than CK3. Just because at least you don't have to chase them 10 tiles away to fight them again. There we go. 157. And now we just chill. So they're dead. They're dead. Now we just fix our shit, and then we try and fix their shit. I don't remember what I was doing with 134 gold. We were saving up for either a fort, it's a little too late for that, or possibly another town.
I wanted to keep money on hand in case it costs money to have the troops raised, but it seems like we're okay. We have good cohesion, diplomacy, and we need more stability because declaring war costs stability, which makes sense. Stack wiping is pretty annoying. Yeah, the thing is, there are things that I think are more interesting in this than in CK3. I think having to think more about supplies is more interesting, and actually having like trains of supply givers and being able to make garrisons with them, or supply depots rather, is interesting. Actual some logistics, and then being able to have your siege and support and your levies and your mercs kind of be individual units that you can detach and attach, and then having to actually go through a port to get through the water is definitely better than just embark anywhere. So all those things are way better. However, none of these games can actually figure out like the actual combat, making the combat screen create dopamine. None of these games have really solved the physical fighting, the two units going at it and making that satisfying. I think the little like World of Warcraft damage numbers going up is just, you know, for as much as you're gonna have to do it, best I can do is look at the dice roll and hope for the best. Yeah, it's just like stack versus stack dice rolling. Do something. Yeah, have some animations. I don't like. Here's the thing. I know that this is everything I'm saying is subjective, anyways, but it says something when the most satisfying strategy game combat to me, if we're talking about map combat, is like Civilization. Like seeing your little dudes run in, go da da da, and then run back or whatever is way more satisfying to me, even though it's much simpler than what's going on here. Or just having your little archers go pew pew and just shooting over one tile, like feels good. When you do those attacks and you see you did 60% unit damage or you wiped them out, it's like, oh yeah, that felt good. But it doesn't, the actual combat of winning is like, oh, I won. I guess I won. All right, so speaking of, it looks like we've lifted the siege here. And I don't want to get, I don't know if they have any more troops, but we're going to send one group down to here, and we're going to send the other group down to here, and we're sort of just going to hope that if there are already more enemy troops that we catch them on the way out. I see some people saying that something about Stellaris. I'm not going to get into Stellaris because I don't want to offend you. But let's just say I respect your opinions. On Stellaris Combat, which is the grand strategy combat equivalent of having one of those spinning like airplane toys over the baby crib. Our recent conflict with Monsi has seen us come to possess many Monsi prisoners. Despite being prisoners, some see the Monsi people as cultural siblings to the Haudenosaunee people. Some have urged Queen Ostach to welcome these prisoners to Sanoctawambo and formally adopt them as members of our nation, although others warn them that these individuals must be returned at war's end. Adopt these prisoners. We gain 72 peasants. We will return them at the end of the war. To be honest, 72 people is never going to be worth 7 stability. So 7 stability. We will return them at the end of the war. As a Stellaris fan, Stellaris combat is trash. Yeah,
It's not good. Though I imagine if you've only been exposed to like Crusader Kings 3 and Stellaris, then it's gonna look way better. There's then there's the Hearts of Iron Chads, who know what it's really like to have good combat in your game, with meaningful ways to manipulate the battlefield while combat is actively happening, instead of just sitting back and waiting for it to be over. When battles happen in Hearts of Iron, you have so much shit you can do to try to make the battle go better. Chat, real question. How do we win? They're not sieging. Do we we can declare war on them, but they don't actually have any territory. So did they just not consider that you're allowed to declare war on population countries? And that if you do, you might have to just like randomly sue for peace? We don't have enough food. What's the war goal? The war goal is to win. I don't know. War goal achieved. The attacker has achieved the war goal, so war score is ticking monthly in their favor. So I think we just chill. We have to wait. Click the peace button in the middle. No, brother. We wait. We're waiting. I'm going to wait. I'm gonna see what happens. We're going back to our area, and we got food, we got support. They have 1,000 troops again? Where'd they get 1,300 troops from? All right, we're gonna spread out. You guys go there. You guys go over here. Okay, month rolled over. Unraised army levies. A total of 15 army levies will gather in areas of the capital. Who cares? There's like 15 people. Did this change? I don't think this changed, did it? What a confusing... You know what? I'm not surprised though. It's Europa Universalis 5. Don't comment on how the UI is confusing. That's implied. Okay, because why would, if I've won the war, why is there still a red bar here? Eh? Why am I at 38% war score? This bar is much more than 38%. This will be done at 50, why would it stop at 50%? This is like 38 out of 50. Okay, I don't know where they got more troops from. And also, there's no, like, pop-up flag that says, hey, you've accomplished your war goal, and now you can get what you want? Like, there's no pop-up? You just have to know that it happened? There's so many things. All right, anyway. There was a right-click sue for peace. Okay. This is not my objective. None of these are my objective, though. My casus belli was to enforce migration. There's different tabs. Yeah, it says offer tribute. Royal marriage between Adonashani and Muncie. It's written so small that I think they just wanted you to read it in a high-pitched voice. Underneath that, these are tabs. These are buttons. These are buttons. These are tabs. Do you see the difference? Yeah, none of these were our war goal. None of these were our casus belli. Our casus belli was to enforce migration. They give food access, military access, war reparations, or subjugate natives. Subjugate natives is probably slaves, if I had to guess. That's usually what that means. Or wait, Muncie tribesmen become Haudenosaunee. Oh, that is forced migration, but subjugate means enslave. Okay, it's not. They're coming over peaceably to be part of our society. It's totally amicable, and everyone's happy with this outcome. They're not subjugated. We're just, yeah, relocating them. This place called Ass Pink? Is there a place in the Northeast called Ass Pink? Their asses are pink after this war. That's what I'm saying. We should whoop some ass, brothers. All right, they may have almost sieged my capital. Almost! But we were there. We rode in. We walked in. We don't have horses yet. And we lifted the siege. And saved the people. So this is tribesmen. This is two different places. They're the only ones that are going to have like an actual different religion. So I don't even know how converting works. I don't know if it matters which one I pick. Can I pick all of them? Holy. I can pick all of them. How many can I pick? I can pick all of them. Holy. All right. Why is this page so weird? Humiliate them. Oh, we're spending war score like it's a peace treaty in Hearts of Iron. Okay, I understand it now. We have like a certain amount. What is 25? What is this number 25? We will suffer antagonism of +5. You can gold treaty? Is this taking out a loan? 25 is the total of the options you've selected. We can force them to pay no, we can't. So how many points do I have? That costs 10. We have 10. So their acceptance has to exceed the number. All right, this is I'm learning. So I can humiliate them on top of that, and we're good. I got it. Plus 1,140 people. So, you know what? That may not be many people in the grand scheme of things, but that's fewer people that we have to push out of the way to settle there. And we humiliated them. Those are the people who were coming in. They were sneaking into our tents and assassinating people. They did 2 different raids on our cities, and we're just killing people. The war is won. The job is done. And now I need to figure out, how do you mass disband? Spend gold to train a general. Okay, interesting. Select an objective to work toward. I didn't even know this were buttons. Exiled troops will go home with the help of navies. Suppress the rebels. Interesting. Perform logistics. Gather food and build supply depots. Hunt smaller enemy armies. Stay concentrated and focus on sieging forts. Defend the home territory. Defend the coastline. Occupy the highlighted locations. Interesting. I didn't even see that button. I was just looking to see what the button did. I know how to disband them individually. I think. It's one of these buttons. it's one of these buttons on the screen. I don't know how to do it anymore. If you click on raise levy, you have to click what? You click raise levy? We have no army levies raised. That's interesting that you say that. It's interesting, game. Right click on raise levies. Well, why does it say I have no levies? I can't do it. We have no levies raised. Oh, now I can do it. There we go. They go home. They were in the middle of a move. They were moving. The war is won, the job is done. We got our revenge and learned a little bit about battle in the process, so it was a productive outing. In my opinion, we almost got really embarrassed. Almost. But almost doesn't count. We have a new fishing location. And it's now considered part of our matrimony in the north. And I don't know if you guys can do a name, or I might have to expand the channel points thing. Where did it go? Okay, thank you. There's one. I'll get that. I'll get to that. Chat, did we just get 27,000 people? 27,000 people in the month. I thought it was just 1,000, and I was like, oh, interesting, 1,000 people. We just forced migration from all 5 of their spots. That's actually pretty good value. Right? We're like 225K. How much is that? That's like 1/9? That's like 1/9 of our population that just got added to it in one war. That's sick. Oh wait, are they doing it again? Who's doing this now? They're raiding our villages, burning our tents, stealing our food, and taking captives. Bro, all the soldiers are on the way home, and they think they can get away with this while we're coming back home? We found our next target, I guess. They killed 33 people. Where are you bastards? We'll forever weep over their losses. These guys. We'll come for you next. How many people are even left in the Monsey? I don't know. I don't even know how to tell how many people there are. They won't even highlight them. Literally, you literally can't highlight the Monsey. It's highlighting me. They have 13,240. They might have 0. Did we just take every single person from the Monsey and bring them back? 100% of their populations were just like, you lose, come join our civilization and we'll teach you how to do it. Population map? I mean, there's still someone there. So it's not actual 0. But it's gotta be way easier to, we're kind of doing the colonizers' work for them, though. Like, imagine Portugal just sails over and is like, it's free real estate. No one's home, man. Mine now, I guess. Did we convert them all? How would I see that? No, we have new people that we didn't have before. And they're not, there's 10% Muncie, that's them. 28,000 Muncie Pops in the world. How many do we have? 26,000. Oh, we took 26,000 of their dudes. So we're gonna start, I'm gonna definitely like tolerate them so that we can raise them as levies. I believe is the main benefit. The other guys hopefully will just convert. Using their own humiliation prestige to tolerate them. That's the strat. That is the strat. The only downside of doing this strat is that we need to make sure we actually have food, which we should have a lot because we have a lot of upward overhead to work the lands here. Like we have a bunch of wild game and legumes that we're not even tapping into yet. And we're getting the fish now. Well, 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 isn't this interesting? The only downside of back-to-back wars is the stability hit that comes with. So we're down to 69 stability is kind of the other side of that, I guess. So I want to save some money from diplomacy. We didn't kidnap them, we just showed them how much better than them we were, and they all voluntarily migrated over after we embarrassed their leaders and showed them tobacco, liquor, and beer. We convinced them. I'm gonna pay for like some big time stability to come back. The pops are still there, but it seems they're part of your kingdom. I don't know if that's true. But I don't know. Did they all go to the capital? No, we have 31,000 in our capital, 42,000, 39,000. That does seem similar to where it was. I don't know if we had 24K up here in the Northeast, though. That seems kind of high. I have no idea. Does it say where they would have gone? Check a province to see if there's a different culture and demography. Somewhere a dev is panicking. Somewhere a developer is panicking right now. You also have vision down there. Is it possible that it takes time for them to migrate to us and that they're considered part of our pop, but they're just moving out of their existing territory? Check the population ledger. They're in Novinsk, for example. Novosink. Yeah, that's down here. I think. Is there a search? Yeah, they're like down here still. Because we subjugated them, it's still our population, but located outside our borders. This is very confusing. Very confusing. I'm allergic to subjugating an entire civilization of tribes people and then not knowing where they went. I guess we could try encouraging migration and see where, if we wanted them to migrate, where would we want them to migrate to? Probably like up here. So we can get more corn. I wish you could choose a more than one location. I wish you could choose like a province. All right, we'll see if that number goes up above 0. We will see. We will see. If I was gonna build a 4th town, where do you reckon I should put it? I was thinking about actually putting it in Flavor Town. There's not that many people there yet, is the only problem. The number on the right only shows external migration. What? So we won't even know unless we look at the exact pop of the location whether it went up or not. If we get a ton of people in the capital, don't we get a high tax base on them? We do, but there's 23. But they have to work. They have to do jobs. They don't just make money for nothing. One of the map modes shows internal migration. Someone in chat said that before, a long time, like 3, 4, 5 days ago, and that they saw arrows, but we've never seen arrows. This is just attraction. Let's do this to Flavor Town. Do you think, I think Flavor Town looks like a potentially okay town because of the legumes? So we don't lose that much in RGO. The problem is it's part of this province. So it's actually got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different spots, including 2 lumber. And it's like 2 spaces away, so it's not too far. But we need to get more people in there. And it has a river. It is flatland, so it should be pretty easy to build. Woods, coastal location. It does have a river. How do you see what direction a river's flowing? Downstream along a river. So from Flavor Town to here. It doesn't mention the river. Oh, there's not a river there. The river goes up. Hold on, I'm stupid. Seamile Butts. Flavor Town to Seamile Butts has downstream along a river. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's going from the lake. But I'm just checking. What's that green arrow? Can't curry favors anymore. We maxed favors. All right, that might be it as far as like invite sellers. It's not that important anyways. Will building a town increase attraction for migration? Or do you need the people there first? Because we don't really have the population to support what I'm trying to do. We built the Papermakers Guild in Sanakta-Wambo. Did I do that? Or did they do that? I feel like they did that. And it wants fiber crops and lumber. So we barely have enough paper? A commitment to true justice, religion, or tradition has proven popular with the population. We gain 10 years of plus tax efficiency in a state equilibrium. All right. All right. I'm down. They need books. Many books. They're building a library. Well, that'd be why. It's gonna go away. Or it won't be nearly that bad. Oh my god, we need 1.23 tools because of the library. The damn library. I can't give you any more tools. This location is now part of our matrimony. Another one in. More tobacco coming in. How's tobacco? Demand is slowly going up. Nobles, burgers, and clerics right now. It's not quite there yet. Okay, someone already did the name of location for this, I think. Who did it? Dudley Manlove. Agata. What the hell is this? Bon Boinda Peak. What is that? Okay, I got a bone to pay. Okay, well you ruined it. Now it's ruined. Now it's ruined. Distillers Guild is making no money. Probably because we have no wine, because we have no tools. We have no beer either. We have no beer supply. Our ruler's uncle is dead. That's because the beer needs tools. Yeah, this library is taking all the tools, depriving our people of alcohol. Dramatic alcohol shortage. I say we just save up and build a town. I just don't. No, we're not gonna have enough people in Flavor Town. But that's where I want to. That's where I think it should be built. There are fewer people in the market capital. Can everyone stop dying? I don't care if my ruler's third cousin died, man. We don't have anyone going to this colonial charter because there's no tools. The library is literally deleting everything. The people demanded a library. Aliquip, another third cousin is dead. It's just, our dynasty's too big. Another one bites the dust. We would actually be fine to put a town in Pojanpalo. There's like 10,000 people that live there. It's a pretty bustling farming village. There's a bridge already. Army initiative plus 20%. So this is the one that determines if they engage during the combat phase. So if you have like higher initiative, you get in and start attacking first. Okay, I need to pick another one now. I wish we could mute certain notifications. Well, you're in luck, cool cat. Because if you right click on this button down here at the bottom right, you can choose some notifications to customize. Your wish is granted. I don't know how to mute third cousin's death. I want to know immediate family death. This guy hates legumes. That's true, it is legumes. It is legumes. One day are legumes going to become the most important resource ever made? No. Okay. Mamdania or Hethelfreet? I'm just on the way to the town. I mean, to the market. I mean, it's fine. Hethelfreet has a river to some areas, which doesn't really matter that much. I really want to just kind of have a town up in Flavortown. That's my dream, because it's called Flavortown. And I want a northern town and kind of more of a southeasterly. So maybe actually Bin Bin Bop. There's like 5,400 people here just doing nothing. And it's just wild game. The peasants are indeed building a bridge in Sanoctawambo. Which is pointless, I want to say, because it's the capital. And its entire thing is that, I guess reduced movement cost is good for the armies. So it's good for the armies. But the proximity cost, I don't think is going to matter because it's literally the capital. Check proximity tooltip on a nearby province. All right, we'll watch this one. It's at 100 and then minus 20.85. So we're at 79. 79 in Mamdania. Just remember that. The nobles are building another scriptorium. You guys gotta chill now. You gotta chill. Oh, I need to pick a research. I'm just sitting here. We can't, we're gonna have to sit here through the age of discovery, so forget about that. You guys ready for the Navy? I'm gonna do fort limit. And then legislative efficiency, 10% food production. Deus Volt. Oh, that supply lines and army reinforcement. And then monthly war exhaustion. And then furs. And then that'll buy us some time. Look, if we need legumes, it's Legume City over here. We just have to go over here. To Niagara Falls. Past Niagara Falls. Do you have any advice for someone who's about to play for the first time? My advice is make sure that you don't have anything to do for the next 6 hours and you don't mind reading for 6 straight hours of tooltips. And then you're ready to actually unpause. Speaking of, ad is about to start. So turn your volume down, ad watchers. I would say try the tutorial, but if you're gonna find that it sucks, don't be afraid to quit the tutorial. I quit the tutorial because it sucked. And I went and did my own thing, and I'm learning better because I don't have crazy Europeans trying to murder me all the time and compete with everything. So I get to see how the basics of the game work. A little bit at a time. So I would recommend going somewhere less stressful than where they recommend you go and figuring out the fundamentals from doing that. It's been much more helpful when I abandoned the tutorial. But yeah, ad starting soon, gamers. Turn your volume down. I don't know where to build a city. I mean, a town. We're clearly gonna need a bunch of them. Because that's the only way we get tools. So while we're paused anyways, I'm gonna grab some water, and then you tell me where you think we should build a town. But I guess you can't see the population and the other stuff simultaneously. I don't know how to convince my own people to migrate. I can't tell if it's working. That's the issue. All right, I'm back. A little before the ad is done. Tough decision. Obviously, we're gonna need a bunch of towns, and we're really just gonna have to specialize where the cities are. If you want migration lines, you can hover over pop next to stability. I don't see any. Yeah, that's just the population map mode. We're already on the pop map mode. Anyway, welcome back from the ad. Hello, gamers. Nighttime gamers. Sunday into Monday gamers. Look at all the... They're building a library, a bridge, and a scriptorium. Chill, guys. Chill. I still think it's hilarious we have 250,000 pop who don't even live in our borders. We have line of sight down here now. It's crazy. That's sort of not what the Casus Belli says. It says migration, not subjugate them and leave them there. So I'd like to see something updated, either clarity of text in the Casus Belli or adjustment of how it works when you use the Casus Belli, one or the other. I feel like colonizing down there might be instantaneous, but it's also the furthest away yet. And we're already colonizing 2 charters, so let's let one of those finish first. We gotta wait for the library first. I haven't seen U5 yet. Any good? I am having fun, but it is with great labor and difficulty that you are having fun. It's fun in the same way that running a 6-mile marathon, I don't know how long a marathon is fun. You're just huffing and puffing at the end, you know? Maybe you're glad you did it. Maybe you pulled a muscle and now you need to rest in bed for the rest of the day. He's smiling through gritted teeth. Yeah. Grind. It's more like grinding teeth. It makes me grind my teeth. So a town is going to be around 300 gold, so why don't we just save up for that? We're already at 260. We're at 11 gold. It definitely gets more fun when you're past the first 50 hours. And I say that it's been more work than any other Paradox game that I've played to play. 26.2. I just did one yesterday. Well, I meant like, hang on. There's what's a half marathon? 13 miles, 21 kilometers. Why is oh, never mind. Hold on. Why is a marathon 42.195 kilometers or 26.21 miles? Why didn't they just pick either kilometers or miles and make it round? Hard work or satisfying work? I don't know. Ask me after I've uninstalled the game, and I'll tell you. I'll let you know when that time comes. Explain it to the naked guy who set up the race. I am enjoying being tribal Native American, waiting for the people who are going to kill me to show up. So the suspense is exciting. Now that we're actually in the age of discovery, especially. You never know. We won't even know when they set foot in Florida or Central America or South America. You know, we won't even know. It'll be a mystery. Are we gonna have 3 million people by then? That would be sick. We're at 250K, but 50 of them don't count, kinda. Or like 30 of them. The library is done. That library was causing so many problems. Where is it? The library wants books. We do have enough books because we upgraded the scriptorum and we have enough papers. So, I mean, at least we're getting the literacy for the locals up. Pop promotion speed is good. Teaches them. And now that it's built, it's fine. It's just before it was built, it was not fine. We actually don't make enough books with level 2 scriptorum. Hello. Since our advisors started influencing trade developments, internal trade has strengthened at the cost of curtailed imports. We have no imports, you buffoon. While the advisors' decisions to improve infrastructure have been appreciated, recent suggestions caused influential people to question their philosophy. Detractors argue the Queen is taking the advisors' advice too readily. Well, their methods helped us so far. We lose cohesion, we lose prestige. Honestly, who cares about the prestige? Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Delete it. What do you guys think about making a town near the market in Bibimbap? It's got wild game. It's got a couple rivers. I don't know how much the rivers are gonna matter. So we don't care too much about the wild game. It's got 5,300 peasants already. It's going to have good control and market access. Underneath the foot of the mountains of Volugop. We got other wild game aplenty. Seems like a pretty reasonable spot. A scriptorium has been built. All right, so that actually will fix the book shortage. Barely have enough dyes. Seems like Penology thinks it's a good spot. And they built the bridge in Sanakta-Wambo. Okay, so they built the bridge here. So what did we say? The bridge does do -5% to all neighbors. What? Okay, so bridges are much, much better than I thought they were. Yeah, it's a -5 proximity buff to all adjacent tiles. So it's kind of just like something you want. It's not going to be that huge of a difference, but it's still something. Like, you want every single bonus you can get there. The problem with building bridges everywhere is you need to make sure that your pop can support it, because 250 people have to maintain the bridge. So if you have like a brand new area that doesn't have that many peasants, then, you know, just be careful that it doesn't take too many. Like Jean Toga's okay. Oh, I forgot to move our control guy around. It's tough to do. Okay, if not Bimbibop, Mamdania is not a bad choice either, just in between on the road. Like right outside the capital. But they don't have nearly as many people free. Higher population here. You could honestly, Arzu is too far away from the market, but it's still... Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right, I like it. Bin Bin Bop, you were going to become a town. For 301 gold. Yeah. So you're gonna have minimum nobles, clerics, burghers, laborers, and soldiers on hand, 25 building levels, an extra 5% max control, an extra 20,000 people max population, more local food capacity, lowers local food production. That's actually something to keep in mind when I'm building them on top of legumes, and if we ever care about if we're ever stretched for food in the future, that building towns on food tiles does reduce the food by 20%. So I assume a city is even higher. City is -33% food. But you get what you get. All right, Bim Bim Bop. We got plenty of resources. You are going to become a town now. 300 gold later. Is anyone actually migrating here? I just don't feel like the migration thing does anything. I'm just gonna change it. It doesn't feel like it's doing anything. In the demography tab, you can see if it's doing anything. I mean, I guess it's... how do I know this isn't what it would be anyways? Based on migration attraction, like 7, 8 people a month? Seven new peasants were born, so nothing. They were just born. No one's moving there. It's actually doing nothing. Development. Oh, do we need assimilation for the other dudes, or are they assimilated into our culture already? Oh no, they're down there. So steer toward our culture. Yeah, I can't even click those because they're not part of our territory. That's funny. We'll come back to that. This is a very good Roads to Power Crusader Kings 3 song, I gotta say. The soundtrack of Roads to Power is really good, I think. Just too bad about the DLC. What if we expel people so they move? I guess that would work. I didn't think about that. It just pushes them away from this province. Like from a whole province. That's kind of scary. Like the Adirondacks is kind of a bad province, right? Only thing we have up there is a 2 out of 4 fruit. But there's like thousands of people up here kind of not doing anything for now. Would they be able to leave our country? I don't know. The game doesn't tell you shit. You just have to guess and hope for the best. I'm just gonna go with the guaranteed. I know that guaranteed developing our capital is good. I know developing the capital is good. That's all I know. So now we're way short on pottery. Why pottery? Tribesmen, laborers, peasants distill wine. Suddenly massive pottery drain. Why is this one closed? Where the hell is Pipo Mobimo? Pipo Bamimo? What? I mean, I guess I'll turn it on. Try to make a little bit of pottery. It ain't much. We got a bunch churning out weapons. But yeah, we can't really do like anything other than the market village for clay. Okay, this is in Naganalfrit. Naganafalfrit. Naganafalfrit. All right, show me Naganafalfrit. Oh, we got plenty of people. Just make it a level 2 market village, and that'll produce some additional clay. And also just kind of give them some extra food capacity. And some laborers. Oh, Diplo actions. Diplo actions. Where are the people? Show me my people. Anyone can settle. Invite settlers. Not possible. Invite settlers. Not possible. Pop up when I'm trying to do something. Classic. Invite settlers. Not possible. Is it time to just give up on invite settlers? I think it is. No one around will do it. I'm giving up. We have researched border wardens, which gives us the following benefits plus 10% fort limit. I'm about to build some forts. But actually, though, I am about to build some forts. Bolster the government is going to give us 10 years of prosperity and crown power. Expand the road. Isn't bad to just put a road into Bimbambop. Are you doing something? How about a pop-up? Expand gravel for a discount. Wait, we have 2 expand the gravel networks. Why are there 2 that are functionally identical? Supported by different groups. Expand mining. In the stone mines. Stone mines can employ 1,000 more. That's in Pwamped. Pwamped. How much stone do we have, brother? Slightly positive. So stone's not bad. Support the state makes the queen stronger. How old are we now? We're 45. We're getting older, so we're a little late to invest in her. Clergy appears. 2 separate legumes farms become larger. I feel like we should have so much food. Yeah, I'm thinking it's either stone or the road discount. Either one. They're both going to be about the same amount of money. Because it's like 20% discount on the road. It'll be a similar amount of money, except this one also pushes us toward centralization. Which is going to help proximity costs. The people love legumes, but their leader didn't want to listen. Do you think a stockpile from the warehouse would make the road discounts bigger? We already have stockpiles. If you have a surplus, then you already have... If you either have a surplus or you don't. We already have a surplus. See? We're getting discounts on lumber, masonry, and sand. 33%. Maxed. We are maxing. It's gonna cost 140 gold. Yeah, I think the stone one is the best one. What is this? Many land donations are quite old, and while they're always documented, both landscapes and names therein may have changed since the donation was given recently. The clergy have been accusing members of the nobility of outright land theft in the form of encroaching on lands donated to the clergy long ago. The nobility argue that it's the clergy trying to steal the lands. Who do you want to side with? I don't care. Figure it out amongst yourselves. I will favor neither of you. I will favor neither. Deal with it, crybabies. Okay, expand the mining ops in the stone mines. Seems good. Has a little support. Got 25% support. Lose stability. Move toward decentralization. Both of these are easy, but it's going to make each of them upset. Lose stability, move toward decentralization. This is gonna piss off the nobility, but we gotta get it passed. They will figure it out. Yeah, I don't know what to do diplomatically. I guess the best thing I could do diplomatically is keep... Do we still have a spy network? Nope. Probably set up a spy network. Who are those dudes that just attacked us a bit ago? It was these guys. Yeah, spy on them, and we can steal more maps. And then we are going to need to save up and build a road down to Bibimbap to get control even higher. It's not necessarily the #1 job. Are we short on maize again? Tribesmen, peasants, and laborers? We had caught up on that for a while. This one's maxed. These ones up here don't have enough people to work. The location of Gananoke is now considered part of our matrimony. All right, we got some fish. 2 fish. Our son is now of age to marry. My son. Oh, I'm looking for someone with cracked skill, but they're 42. They do have cracked skill, though. I'll give them that. I don't think there is anyone with cracked skill. At least we get some prestige out of this one. All right, any channel point barons in chat? For the new area. Got a couple places. Man, are you trying to do something? How about a pop-up? Every time, every time. I'm building some settlements up here. Try to boost their pop early. The town of Flapalapatopa has grown rich and prosperous, and the people there are disappointed that they have not been chosen as the seat of the current parliament. Their representatives demand compensation and a guarantee securing their interests in the future. They get an urban parliament seat. I still don't know what that does, but I know it consumes books and finery. I don't know what that does. Our burghers get satisfaction, we gain 25% support, or refuse them and they lose 20% support. They built one of those in the other city. This is a different city. I guess it's just mostly about giving them power. I don't know if we care to give them power. They already have 59% satisfaction. I'm just gonna refuse. Actually, no, I'm gonna grant it. I granted the other one. It's only fair. If we need to deal with burger power later, then we will. I changed my mind so fast. It's 1440, man. It's 1440. Does anyone... Are you doing something? Can I bother you? With another pop-up? How many dude, there's so many pop-ups. The nobility and the burghers have decided to reward our good governance of recent years by making generous donations to the treasury. Okay, I take it back. This is a good pop-up. This one's fine. You can come in. You come on in. 59 gold. Yeah, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Sorry, I didn't mean to say anything negative there. All right, 2 settlements going up. The book and finery industrial complex. Yeah, they would like that for sure. I don't know what happened to the maize demand. It like went away. Now we have masonry because we're building the towns. Wheat granaries. What the hell is a wheat granary? We don't even know what wheat is. What's a wheat granary? Do you think it's worth spending max money on stability to increase instead of funneling it to the economy? Depends on what you need. Depends on what you need and what you want. I'm kind of just taking a somewhat heavy stability push right now because in my mind, once you get it up there, then you get to take the money off and then you get all the benefits of pop promotion speed and equilibrium. So for me, having a little extra happiness means I get to tax the nobles more. I'm at max tax of clergy, burghers, and commoners, and the nobles are giving me the most money. So I think long-term it's better for me. And also it lets you cushion against negative stability events better. It probably all comes out in the wash, but sometimes it's better just to put the buildings down that you need. Like, I'm going to prioritize getting settlements to boost my population to kind of snowball as fast as possible. Let's go back to... Oh, yeah. Classics. Parliamentary traditions. One of the difficult things about being a parliamentarian has less to do with the debates and more with how to sell the debates and compromises to the people back home. Still, a local parliament member will often have an easier time explaining a new tax than a collector sent by the central government in less representative systems. It seems the parliament members in general, and the ones from Chungalusa in particular, have become so adept at defending policies that we've seen a resulting rise in the support of the government. We just gained 10 support. Okay. Thanks, guys. Maybe I didn't need to do all the parliament things I did, because now they're going crazy. It's at like 89%. I could actually do, if I could do, reduce levy for clergy. I don't think that we really have clergy levies anyways. So what I'm about to do is actually ask for a year of additional taxes just to see how that goes. A year of plus 25% max tax from Parliament. And then we're at 39%, and then we lessen the levy obligations for the clergy to get back over 50. And now money number hopefully goes up. And we have to unpause probably. Who built this cloth maker? Seems like not a great idea since you have an abundance of cloth already, but... I'm just gonna close this. Oh, yeah, we can tax. All right, let's tax the burghers. Tax the peasants a lot. Holy taxes. Look at the peasant tax. The tribes, we don't really get any money from them. Get the clergy. 16 gold a month for 1 year. Very nice, very nice. All right, that could be worth getting some cash money. Swimming in it, man, for 1 year only. 1 year only. All right, what do we need to build? Pottery. That takes tools, brother. Did we build the town? Oh my God, the town of Bibimbap. It's here. Okay, so that's what we need. We need tools. Badly. You can only build the tools guild in towns. That's why I have to build a town. We have decided to expand mining operations. That's good for the tools, so I think they just pumped the stone. What stone did they pump? I thought it was in pump it, but it's still a level 1? It says pump it. They can employ 1,000 more, but it's still level 1. I don't know. It didn't go to level 2. So, I'm not sure. Clay can go to 7. Interesting. If we could get a town in Jintoga, I think it would be worth as well. There's just not as many people here. And yeah, they're kind of short some people right now, actually. Because we were way, way short on pottery. The tribesmen are going crazy with it. There's actually a charcoal. What? Since when? The tribesmen. I don't know why the tribesmen decided they need charcoal. I have kilns. Hello? Click. Okay, well that'll satisfy the tribes people, I suppose. Wine needs tools. Working on tools now, slowly. We need jewelry. Jewelry needs gold and silver. No. We're making stone jewelry and that's it. Stone jewelry and you'll be happy with just that. Let's build up Ponderonius a little bit. They got 3,200 pop here. Not quite as close to the market as I would like. And we only have 56% control here. Oh yeah, I need to build a road. Let's save up for road to get to Bim Bim Bom. There's no road going into the town. Probably best just to go to Hethelfried and then create a little fork in the road, right and left. A mere 152 gold. Well, we have 17 gold a month, so let's just use it for that. The market village? Oh, we made a market village here, I forgot. But this one is for clay and pottery. Yo, being tools locked kind of sucks, to be honest with you. I don't really know what we're gonna do about that long term. I do not know. I also need to build some forts. We cannot ignore the forts. So I say let's build a road and then let's get like 2 forts at least. And maybe we have a cool looking map once we get those in. Did we get a new name? We did. Johnny wants a location called Jura. So there you go. Jura it is. I'm gonna take a little out of stability. Little out of cost to the court. Ugh. Whew, our little country's getting big, but I'm sure it's nothing compared to what is happening over the sea, you know? I wonder when they will come see me. Should I just build 2 spy networks at the same time, and that way we can get 2 stolen maps at the same time? I gotta spend on diplomatic stuff then. Oh my god, it's so expensive. It do be expensive. I got 4 construction tools guild in Bibimbap, which I need to immediately upgrade to level 2. We got a settlement. I think there's 2 spaces for chat to name something. Nobody named this one. And then we got the market village, which is gonna slightly help us with some resources. I don't know. Market village is kind of just all we have right now. It's not very good. And then another settlement. There's the one settlement. Who built irrigation? Irrigation in Sinactawambo. That's 250 people for extra food production. Oh, it takes... Does it take tools to use irrigation? Bro. Turn that shit off. No irrigation here. Sorry. That's why I have the pop-up for buildings, so I can see what they do. We've researched empiricism. 10% legislative efficiency. That means that when we pass a law, it just takes effect faster. Things are what they are because we can feel them, see them, and experience them with our senses. It is by using this empirical evidence that we come up with new ideas. Newer ideas, even newer ones. Okay, whatever. Whatever you say. Is that an L? Glurmenglop? Glurmenglop. Thank you, Mr. Clint. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have another one yet, but we will, I think. There's gonna be at least 5 more over time. It's 1441. How did we get, what year did we start today? How far have we gone? It is Fish City up here. We have too much fish now. Demand is not going up for the fish. But some sort of propaganda text is circulating about how the queen is a ruthless warmonger. I'll show you ruthless warmonger. Embrace that reputation. I will show that to you. Only 3 years till EU4 begins? We're almost to the beginning of the game. Somehow. Okay, I think I can afford the road into the new town. 140 Gs. Connect us up to Bibimbap, up to the main hub. And then the only other thing that's more important is tools level 2, and then settlements, and then fort time, I think. Maybe change control. Back on the market capital. Coming of age, who's this? Our second cousin. Have a party. Good luck. The Distillers Guild doesn't have any money. The charter we founded to colonize Winrow has been fulfilled and is a fully functional colony. All right, got the last locate. Wait, that's two different things. Okay, hold on. Tools Guild is live. And I want to get to level 2. You can only have one? Why is Tools Guild limited to 1? One base, development 1.14, population 0.55. Oh, shit. So we're like close to us opening the second level. I didn't realize that's how levels were determined. So you almost have to check back every so often to see if you have additional levels. Huh, it's kind of weird. It's not just population, chat. I'm literally reading the tooltip while you guys are writing population. It's development and population. Okay, you don't have to like write closed captions for what I'm saying out loud. You know what I mean? Development plus population equals more maximum levels. Well, in that case, I can just skip straight to seeing if there are any settlements that are good to go. Or if we got at least one more up in the north. Take some money off stability because it's getting pretty high. That explains why Rome has 42 levels on the market while Naples has 27. A 42 level market? Psh, we could beat that. Let's see Rome come out here on my turf. Okay, I will dunk them inside of Lake Ontario with my canoe navy. Administrative ability for this child. Nobility are unhappy. Is my year over? I think the year of fun is over. Yeah, we're back to normal money. Our second cousin died being attacked by a wild animal. Okay. Hey. Hey. The fruit. Okay, this already has a cute name. What do you guys got? Nagani. Nagani. Thank you, Falcon. Our newest territory on the edge of civilization. Nagani. Why is it like in the corner? The name's like in the corner. It's just like hidden here. Market Village making weapons. The weapons are whatever. Let's switch over to, oh man, stone jewelry though. That's gonna deplete all the stone. If I do that. Can Flunagani not have a settlement? It's got 3,000 pop out of 54. I guess it's too full. All right, it's too full. In that case, I think unless there's a really big deficit on the market that we can fill easy. Stone is the one that's confusing me because it said that we got a free level of stone, but it doesn't seem like anything changed. So I guess I'll upgrade it. I clicked it and nothing happened. We cannot afford 33 gold, that's why. Our ruler's uncle was attacked by a wild animal. The animals are coming out of the woodwork, and murdering my whole extended family. Chill. All right, let's up the stone and plump it. I'm not sure what happened there. The recreate the outline of New York project is going well. Well, do I have news for you? Because we are in Canada. We've got Canada now. And we're taking it over. But yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do when you literally spawn next to Lake Ontario on the south side. you can go any direction you go is gonna be New York. That's just where we are. All right, that'll fix the stone deficit. Wanted the maple syrup and the hockey? Oh, we got maple syrup, all right. Somewhere. We got, yeah, there it is. We've already got maple syrup. Saving up for a fort is gonna take ages like this. Just tone the stability gain down. Once this other colony is done, it's gonna be a while though. We're losing 2 gold on diplomatic spending as well to maintain these spy networks. Basically, we're buying maps via the spy network. 2 gold on Diplo is costing me a fortune, and the colony's another 1.2 gold. I thought at first the budget management was going to be annoying or boring, but I actually enjoy the budget management so far, so. I like tweaking the little numbers and trying to eke out how much money and deciding where you want to spend it. Budget management's fun. How's this game? I play a ton of CK3. Seems similar. Nope. This is the only thing in the whole game that's similar to CK3. This is it. Everything else you think you know, throw it out the window, brother. You gotta start from scratch, just like the rest of us. But anyway, it's fun, but it's very frustrating. The learning curve is very frustrating, and I thought the tutorial did more harm than good. So, I am having fun, but it comes with many costs and much suffering. And the first 4 to 5 streams was just me yelling at the developers for writing the tooltips and tutorials the way that they did in the most confusing way possible. Like, you can find... Oh, like, there's so many tooltips in the game that, like, you want them to tell you what's going on, and it just doesn't tell you. And it gets crazy. But yeah, I mean, there's fun to be had. It's a very, very different experience. Crusader Kings compared to this is like logistics, economics, the diplomacy I haven't really gotten to interact with because we're all by ourselves, other than the basic diplomacy with the tribes. And I haven't really got to trading. We've only done a little bit of combat. Resource per month. This is how many resource you get per month. Resources used for, yeah, you have to go way deeper in tooltips to find anything. Expanding close-knit families. Similar to the shift in our societal values, shying away from individualism and moving toward communalism, the very fabric that holds together our society, the family, has begun to change and morph. The idea of a close-knit family has begun to be discarded in favor of extended family structure. Grandparents, uncles, and cousins all now maintain close contact and share resources and responsibilities with the rest of the family. These bonds are strong and help create a safety net where the whole family watches over everyone. Everyone loves family. Our commoners are happy, our burghers are sad, our nobility is sad. But we get 10 years of plus 0.1 population growth, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's still good. Nationwide. Nationwide pop growth is always good. We're starting to move toward 300 people, 300,000 people. But yeah, a lot more economic, a lot more supply and demand, resource chains, lots of goods, buying and selling goods, trading and untrading. A little more granular in terms of food. So here's a question, right? If Onondaga is... What did I just click off? I hit escape at the exact second. Oh. We expanded the stone market at Plumpet. You can automate a bunch of things, but how successful that automation is, there's a screen that lets you automate different aspects of the game. But how good that AI automation is, I guess, is TBD. Your mileage may vary. I'm trying to do everything manual. There may be some, like a couple things that are happening automatically, but I'm trying to do everything manual to learn what's going on. I guess I could have just moved my camera over. If I'm not showing that list at the bottom right. I forgot what I was doing besides trying to get some money. Oh, something about food. I was gonna look and see... Where do you see how much a province is... Hang on, here we go. So last month from the province, the capital is negative food. Monthly production of 19 food. 3,000 workers on fruit. 4,700 in subsistence, but oh, it's winter. Yeah, winter is minus 50% food, so it's probably fine. This is why we stockpile. I was trying to see... Hello? I was trying to see kind of how much food do we have surplus. It seems like we have a lot of surplus. I was trying to see how much they spent on food. Where do you see like money that they spend on buying food? Tarkov 1.0 this week, game of the year. Oh, hang on. Did you mean what's my game of the year? Hades 2 or Out of the Park Baseball 26. That'd be my game of the year. Maybe you're just asking me. Yeah, how do you see how much money a colony spends on food buying from the market? Food price is 0.01. So they bought... Like it says monthly balance and then food price 0.01. So do I just multiply... Like, I want to see how much an individual province buys on food. Because I know you can see the full food... How much you sell... Oh, okay, yeah, it is sorted by province. So, like, Onondaga is spending 0.1 gold on food, but we're selling food for, like, net surplus. So we're fine. We're fine. Salkunk, our cabinet member, has impressed many in the country with his proactivity and capable leadership skills, as well as his effort to fit in the Haudenosaunee court. The Haudenosaunee court. However, it seems he hasn't cut all ties to his countrymen. He's offered to give us better relationship with them. We have no need for that. Give me prestige. How much is a fort? Sorry, were you doing something? How about a pop-up? We have researched slash and burn. There is an agricultural technique that involves the burning of vegetation to obtain a nutrient-rich layer of ash that fertilizes the soil. We've learned that the land becomes stronger after this, and it gets stronger after being broken. Very good. Settlements are getting built. Oh, did a name come through? You guys didn't name this name. Oh, you didn't name any name. Never mind. It will remain then, as it is. As it stands. Why are you guys building... Wasn't the booze facility, like, not profitable? There's, like, twice as much supply as demand right now, guys. Why are you building another level? They want more booze. Yeah, we got 2 places to name, actually. 2 places to name in southeastern Canada. Game is laggy. Game is laggy. We get 4... Chat, this is not good. Do you understand how bad it is to get 45 frames per second when you can't even see the rest of the map? And the only thing you're looking at is this completely blank map with just one country on it? Eh? I saw a bunch of people saying the performance was really good. It's not. It's really bad. And it's not memory leak. I'll reload the game right now. I had that too until I switched back to Vulcan. Vulcan just sucks, though. It's a slideshow in Europe. There's too many tribes to process. We need optimization. This is early access frame rate. Vulcan sucks. I have 100 FPS looking at 1620. I don't believe you, bro. No, you don't. I was getting 46 FPS while I was paused. Also, ads starting right now. I'm in 1080p also. I'm sure there is a memory leak of some kind. In general, but that's not what's the main issue is. What country did you pick to start? It was like in the middle. Dead center. Now I get 115 FPS while paused. Okay, there actually is a memory leak. I take it back. It's a huge memory leak. Practical, you're right. I'm wrong. You're right, I'm wrong. I get it. I'm getting 140 FPS right now. Giga leak. Giga memory leak. 144 FPS while paused. Holy memory leak. Down to 45 FPS while paused. Jesus. Why does every game have a memory leak now? Like all of them. Is that just like a Windows thing? Or is that a developer thing? Thank you for the sub, by the way. I appreciate it. I also missed some subs. Addy was not enough. I'm sorry, Mr. Sub. You're probably asleep by now. But thank you for subscribing. Developers these days think people have unlimited RAM? I don't think it's a RAM thing. I got 64 gigs. I feel like that's pretty good. But thank you, Addy, for the 18-month sub. Michael Mushi gifting a sub to False Lobster. Hello, Michael Mushi and Practical. Thanks for priming. I'm gonna do some stretches while the ad is going. Well, I need to be rebooting the game more frequently than once every 10 hours. That much is clear, because it's way smoother now. Oof, nobility really unhappy. I can't help you with the 0.86 tools are missing. Huh. Huh. Ay, ay, ay. Have you seen the frame rate? There's a Steam setting for it. It's in Steam. It's like something. It is Steam settings in game, and then scroll down about halfway. And under the category Overlay Performance Monitor, in the middle of that is Performance Detail Level. And I set that to FPS single value, Show Performance Monitor top left. So basically Steam's in-game settings right there. All right, I'm gonna stretch my legs real quick so I don't die gamer death. All right. What was I doing? Saving up for a fort, I guess, and trying to quench whatever demand we have here. Which is easier said than done. Settlements take a lot of stone, actually. Oh, that'll be fixed. They're slowly trickling into the new stone RGO, and that's probably what's going on there. Jewelry is kind of hard to get at the moment. Books. Who wants copper? Temple maintenance. 1442. I'm getting scared. What year did we start? Somebody with rewind feature, go to when we turned the game on and tell me what year we started on today. It's gonna be like 140 gold. $1362? Was it? Could have been that many years, right? That was yesterday. We were not at 1362 today. Out of 10, what do you think your chances are of winning this campaign? I don't really... Winning is never my goal. So... Not very high, but I don't really know what I would think is winning. 14, 15. 14, 15. Okay, it's been like 30 years. For me, winning is just living long enough to see what happens and not giving up. Not giving up until there's a game over screen. Because God knows, when we did the CK3 DLC this past week, I couldn't even make it to the end of my first ruler's life because I just got so bored that I quit. So to me, that's I've already avoided that here. European discovery of land you already discovered coming soon. There's Europeans in this game? Are you serious? Prove it. Nobody, I can't see anybody. Nobody here, man. We built... Why did you guys build another Distillers Guild? Maybe we just turned the other one off. Because, I mean, I guess if they're profitable, then it's... If they make a little bit of profit, then it's fine, but... Try and just check some control thingies. All right, I got 143. Now, the real question, how to decide where does a stockade go to maximize zone of control? It makes sense that you want it to cover the market and the capital. Probably the capital first. And you could argue that since we are moving and expanding sort of southerly, that almost... Here's a question. The way that the zone of control works... blocks the movement through the locations adjacent to it. So, like, if I build it, say, here... And this is my capital, right here. Let's say this is the capital. And I make it where the highlight is on the edge. Can they even go in? Like, can they go into the capital if I built it, like, right there? Or it just means they can't go through. I don't know, yeah. I'd have to see it in action. I don't know if you guys even know. Like, you could, I mean, putting it directly on top of the capital is good in as much as it stops people from moving around the coast of the lake as well. But if I move it down here, then we kind of cover more of the area that we're going to expand to, so to speak. It also makes sense to go boom here, and then it kind of fits snugly here where the market kind of... They don't overlap. I thought I knew, but I've seen the AI break what I thought were the rules. Uh-oh. I'm just going to build it on the capital. 250 soldiers. We have 100 soldiers in Sanakdawamba already. 4,800 peasants are available to promote. I'm just gonna put it right where I want it, right there. Because it is on the hill, which already has some slight defensive advantages. Attacker penalty in combat +1. I don't know how much 1 is, but it's +1. What just got built on the screen? We built a new... Oh, the gravel road. Ah, yes. Our new town, Binbimbop, now has a road that connects up to this little crossroads where there's a market village that's very cute. And then you go right to get to the market, and you go left to get to the capital. So that should increase control pretty substantially to 64% without the advisor. And then we're eventually going to want a road kind of going through here. They want cows. We all do. Local nobility are not satisfied with their privileges and they demand more rights. Crush them or give them more authority. Plus 500% power locally? Isn't that the area we just colonized? So there can't be that many nobles there. But max control -10 for 20 years is terrible. Or they lose 10% pop satisfaction. Crush them. Crush them underfoot. Destroy them. But yeah, I'm thinking of getting a second one because we want to declare some more wars to the other tribes for that pop injection. The charter we founded to colonize Kataraki is fulfilled. And it is a functional colony. We must decide how to handle it. All right. Let's check integration. So that one's not integrated. So we stop developing for a little bit. Or stop stabilizing for a little bit. We can assimilate the pops into our culture. And culturally accept them, and then they will be cored. And coring gives control. 20% control. So, very good. All right, did you guys name stuff or no? You did. This is not you. You didn't do this. Opinicon? Opinicon. Zweederzinga. Zweederzinga. Okay. And there's 2 more. That one's got lumber and is in need of a settlement. Probably, possibly. Yeah, 2 settlements. Did Sheldon move to this weird as he works? That is a good question. We just got some money back because we were spending a bunch on the colonization effort. It is now part of our matrimony. We will defend it to the last drop of blood. Who built a toll castle over here? Bastards building toll castles, taking my tools. Terrible. Why would you do it? Kind of getting close-ish to getting another level of tools, but it's tough out there, man. Chat, what do we do about the tool conundrum? We cannot mine iron. What should I do? The only way I can get more tools is if I build a whole ass town and then put a tool maker in it. And that only gives us 0.24 tools. We actually have a small surplus somehow right now because of it, but it always runs out so fast. I can't just build a whole town just for one tool maker. But it's the only way to do it. Because the market village requires iron, which you can't do. Sounds like a real world Native American problem, to be honest. It kinda is. Focus development on the capital. I'm already doing that. We are developing the capital. Our ruler's third cousin was killed by a wild animal. It's crazy out there. Welcome to settlement spam. I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing it, but I'm doing it. I got a lot of movement in my game just now by encouraging migration and forcing others to leave. Yeah, I guess I could try doing those at the same time. I haven't tried doing both of those at the same time. Third cousin just died of food poisoning. That's crazy. If I was just gonna build a building based on how many pop are free, we have a lot right here outside of Flopalopatopa. So if I was gonna try, we've researched supply lines, plus 10% to supply limits of all locations in the country. Land warfare is becoming more dependent on the supply of increasingly bigger armies. Therefore, a better organization of supply carts means greater operational capacity. Okay. Let's stop increasing control. And well, you can't expel people from... It has to be a whole province. It can't just be one... We don't really have any provinces that we want to kick everyone out of. Like maybe the town in the west? But we're kind of using those people to do stuff. That's the issue. I don't know. The encouraged migration thing has literally seemed to do zero for me. Absolutely zero. I can't figure out. Has anyone used encouraged migration while playing as like the Native American tribe or like a small country all by itself somewhere without other people around you? Not in one of the big areas? I tried, it did nothing. We built the stockade. All right, we actually have some limited control via military building for the first time. It's gonna take a little bit of wood, a little bit of weapons, and a little bit of tar. That tar! All the way back from when we had the tar building here. It all comes full circle but I think we deleted that building. Where'd it go? We have 3 tar build. 2 of the tar buildings are turned off. We got more tar than we know what to do with. When you're isolated, the only people who can migrate are your pops. They don't migrate, though. They do not migrate. My own pops are not migrating when you use encourage migration. That is the issue. I'd be happy if it was just my own pops, but they don't move. We have areas that are not appetizing, and we have areas that are appetizing. And we try encouraging migration to the ones that are appetizing, and they do not move. So who knows? 0 movement. Are your pops allowed to move? Yep, they're allowed to move, I think. Maybe not. Let's look. Pretty sure. This is foreign migration, which we don't have a law for. I'm pretty sure they're allowed to move because it's not a law. It's a value, is it not? I believe it is baked into free subjects or something. Expel from one and migrate to another. I don't have a province that I want to expel from as a whole province. We have towns in each province. I don't want to expel them from my towns. It's a free mobility estate privilege. Yep, you get that at the beginning of the game. That's what it is. Free mobility of the common people. Yep. Sure do. In these times of rapid change, our traditional ways have led to a revival of the agrarian community. While perhaps not as productive as bustling urban centers, they provide a level of sustainability and societal cohesion that cannot be gained otherwise. Encourage it or go for urbanization. I think stay the status quo and just take the free stability, and rural migration attraction goes up. Or, I guess we do want town and city now, but we lose stability, move toward capital economy. Okay, we do, that's true. We do want the urban attraction now, so I guess urbanization now. 1444. Yeah, I don't really know what to do next because it's just the tools, or lack thereof. I suppose what I should do, since we just finished both colonization expansions. No one wants this tobacco. We discovered it and only some of the nobility want it. It'll be useful later, I guess. Anyway, I was gonna say we were originally gonna move southeast and get some furs, and we wanted to get the marble, and you can't go wrong with more corn, even though it's far away. And the copper, and the marble, and the copper, and the marble, and the fur. So that's what I want. I think it's the next best thing, but it's just it's so far away. We might need to move the capital, but I don't wanna. I like Sanak the Wombo. Okay, so it's this one, the 0.51, with corn, furs, legumes, and fiber crops. And then the other ones are too far away for now. Chat is talking in circles about migration. I think it's going to be too far to actually have control. but that doesn't mean I don't want it. It's only 0.51 gold. Plus it's moving in, down. Where's that? Okay, that's these people. These are our people. Confusingly. These are our people. And we need to figure out how to bring them into the fold. I guess it is just that one. That's exact, yeah. It covers the 2 estates we were at war over before. Yeah, yep. All right, Kani and Kahaka. Send some more people down there, brother. We're expanding again. I don't think we'll be able to control down there, but it's not too bad. It's like 62 control all the way down there. Like we got a road right there in a town, increasing controls. It's not too bad. And it's close to the market. Weird borders. Weird borders. Built a new fiber crop farm. Who did that? In Sanakta-Wamba. Why? No, that uses so many tools. Actually, delete it. They should ask you if you want to build. Like, okay, chat. If you allow me a 1:21 a.m. rant, also, how did it get to be 1:21 a.m.? The idea of the people building their own buildings is an interesting one. It's a good foundational idea. The way that it's handled in game now is silly, stupid, annoying, repetitive, and chaotic. It makes no sense. Occasionally, they seem to fulfill a market need. I feel like that's just good luck, because the other half of the time, they're doing something that you very much don't need, mostly seeming at random. We have +4. We're making twice as much fiber as we need right now, for example. So why would you build a fiber crop farm when we have all these RGOs and we have twice as much as we have demand? Stupid, right? There's a way to make that an interesting game mechanic, and you need to actually put a little work into weaving it in to the nobility, clergy, burgher, and commoner power system that you have here. Having little power-up cards is all fine and good, and having a little tacked-on parliament is all fine and good, but imagine if you actually could see on a screen what buildings the different factions wanted and choose to appease them by building it for them or giving them permission to build them. So instead of a pop-up, no pop-ups asking you for permission, there's just a screen here, like a tab, that shows which building, that you can already see kind of which building they want to build, but just having a screen where you give them permission to do so, and that ties into the power and the parliament support and everything else. Like, throw these guys a bone because they want this building, and it does this to the satisfaction levels, or it does this to their support in parliament, or whatever. And that way they're not just spamming shitty buildings all over your kingdom that you have to immediately delete. Because if you can delete them, then them building them is pointless in the first place, right? Like the estate buildings that you can't delete unless you have enough control because they're crazy and they want to do a toll booth, those are fine. Like, those can stay because it's a game dynamic where they're doing their own thing because you don't have control over those areas. So that makes sense. But otherwise, it doesn't. So anyway, that's my rant. As it is right now, it just feels like an awful system. And maybe it's just because the AI is too dumb to actually build buildings that they need. And so they just build whatever the hell, even if it makes no sense, okay? They're building a Starbucks on a street corner that already has 3 other Starbucks. And then I just have to go in and bulldoze the Starbucks after they're done. So it just adds more busy work for me. 1 in like 3 builds is a useful building. Also, I have not noticed the burghers building a single road yet, unless maybe they have and I haven't been paying attention. I don't think my burghers have built any road at the moment. We built a new settlement. But it's taking my already strapped population and binding them to useless buildings. We'll have like 1,000 free peasants, and they'll use it to build a building that needs 1,000 workers that doesn't do anything because we already have too much supply. Then the buildings start to lose profit, and then they close down and they shut down because look, the Distillers Guild is negative money. So guess who's firing people? But they're the ones that built the Distillers Guild. So it's just like, it just creates more busy work. So now I gotta go and try and fix the supply chains again. My least favorite AI in games is the type that presses a button the moment it lights up. That is also descriptive of being inside of a confederacy with anyone. They will do a vote on your laws of the confederacy or your whatever, your union, on the cooldown on the year. So they already just like click the button because it's lit up and they can click it and there's no rhyme or reason for it. And it's supposed to look like dynamic and look, they're doing their own thing, they're alive. And instead, all it does is reveal that they're like dumb as rocks. That's why I had to turn on building pop-ups so I can keep track of what I have to come behind them and bulldoze when they're done. So it created more pop-ups in an already pop-up intensive game. Because if I don't turn on the pop-ups, then they build shit that sucks up all of my available workforce. Or all of my resources, because they keep building, we have no tools, and they keep building more buildings that take tools. It's like we don't have any, you're gonna crash every other market if you keep doing this. And it's fine if there's some like crashes and some economic things if it's part of an actual economy that has ebb and flow and give and take, not just spam buildings because they're off cooldown. What's the best way to get more tools? Be European. Be born European. Yo, you can actually see your fort. Got a stockade down here. It's pretty sick. I like it. I like the visual touches. I like the map has grown on me. I still hate the UI that flanks it and all of these tabs and buttons. I still hate all of these. And interacting with them is torture. But the map has grown on me. I think that the tree brush that they used is unfortunate because they're all flat JPEGs and they look worse than the Crusader Kings 3 map. But how the map fills in with different buildings looks nice, and that aspect has grown on me visually over time. I like seeing my little buildings pop up on the map. It's very cool. So, credit for that. But the shaders and the paintbrushes they used in the new CK3 map definitely looks better. Europe is filled with tools. Get it? Well, actually, I get it. I do get it. But really, they know how to mine iron and we don't. So they eventually have to teach us. All right, we have some spy network actions to do. And what I'm doing is stealing maps from them. So why don't we steal this map of New Hampshire? And that will let us see what is under the fog of war in New Hampshire. It turns out it's a bunch of furs, it's some fish, it's some medicaments, and it's Avic. What's up, gamers? Thank you so much for the raid. Good morning. How did you know to raid me when it is 1:30 a.m. and I've already been streaming for 11 hours? How did you know that I'm definitely gonna be streaming for so much longer? Yeah, so much longer. What's up, Zangiri? Welcome back, Darkest Dodo. Hi, Lazy Buka. You guys got here just in time for a I'm done with a little mini rant about some things, but Welcome to my humble home. We've got some of New York and some of Canada in a native North American kingdom that's actually been going really well because nobody's found us yet. It's 1444. We're in the age of discovery, and sooner or later, people are going to come knocking. So I'm interested to see what happens and how we interact with them when that time finally comes. So we've been building biding our time and building up our infrastructure and doing things ahistorically because we are very far ahead of Native Americans were using like wampum to trade in the late 1400s, early 1500s. We discovered how to tax our peasants and create an economic caste-based system of commoners, city people we call burghers, the clergy, the nobility, and the crown much earlier than that. Because there's no DLC for the Native American tribes yet. I'm sure there will be. So we are kind of tight. Everything is named a little weird and the systems are a little weird. But the Aztecs, but more north. Yes. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What did you guys get up to? And shout out in the chat for my good friend Avic. Check him out playing games and demos. I will let you be more specific because Twitch doesn't know. Were you doing some actual demos? Maybe from Steam? Checking out some upcoming releases? But thank you so much for sending everyone over. If you're in my chat and you're still awake, hit that follow button at the top of your chat window right now to go check out Avic live for the next one. Awesome dude to hang out with. Always enjoy chilling in his streams. And sometimes when you're streaming before I start, I like to lurk in there too. I feel like you stream all hours of the day. I was helping my dwarves eat mountains. Dwarf eats mountain. An itch demo. Oh, okay. We planned to do more, but then 8 hours passed, so it must have been fun then. That's good. Yeah, I'm having fun, or else I wouldn't be here for 11 and a half hours after 6 days. But it has been a gargantuan chore to try to learn the basics and the fundamentals of Europa 5. But there is a fun game under there somewhere that we're still very much at the beginning of, which always feels good. If you enjoyed Terra Invicta, you might enjoy Europa Universalis 5 the way that I'm playing it. I enjoyed Terra Invicta, even though it was a lot to chew on. It was very dense, and we spent dozens of hours just looking at tooltips and tutorials and trying to figure out how anything worked. All the while biding our time until the aliens eventually came to try to kill us, and that's what we're doing here. Waiting until the aliens come over and try to kill us. So we're having 6 days of playtime in the sandbox, and I don't know how many days it's going to be before Europe comes calling. But I'm having fun. I like this particular start to the game. I like this game mode. We're building up infrastructure. We've let chat name all of our locations, so if you see any funny locations, that is why. And we've been building up different cities and towns. It's a very economics and resource chain driven game. Not quite Anno, but it has some DNA of Victoria 3 and some DNA of Europa Universalis 3 and some DNA of Crusader Kings a little bit. And it's kind of a hodgepodge of different ideas. I would say very jack of all trades right now, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have some sharper parts. The administrative system, I think, is fun. Trying to issue control over your lands is actually a challenge, unlike in things like Stellaris, where you can go very wide, very fast. And here you actually need to build infrastructure, kind of pick up behind you as you expand, or else you just won't get many benefits from expanding. The military, we did get into a war today. I declared war on a neighboring tribe to get some combat experience. And the combat is a little deeper than Crusader Kings 3, I would say, for sure. It's too early to tell if I enjoy the combat or not. But we have a lot of like supply chains, and our people have demands, and we have to figure out how to meet those demands. Like they want jewelry, they want wool. I don't know why they want wool, because they don't know sheep exist yet, because they haven't been brought over from the old world. We've been teaching them how to read. We have some basic literacy rates going on through the people. Let's see, what is the average literacy is 9.7% across our empires. So we invented an alphabet, learned how to make paper, and started making books. The clergy and the nobles know how to read a bit more. So it's been cool to try to explore all the systems, and it's gonna be fun to see what happens when it finally hits the fan. But anyway, thanks for coming over once again. If you got places to be, I know it's early in the morning where you are, Avik, so have a good rest of your morning. Maybe you could sleep if you're sleeping through the day. And thanks again for raiding. If you guys have any questions coming over from the raid, rest assured, I have more. I've been playing this for 60 hours now, and I still feel like I'm in my own tutorial. A tutorial of my own design. My own personal masochistic hell. We have researched Morning Wars. Army reinforcement is minus 10%. I don't know what that means. Most fun nation you played so far. This one. This one. Minus 10%. This impacts how much money and manpower it will cost to reinforce a regiment. Okay. I don't think we have reinforcements because we only have peasant levies at the moment. Sadly. Looks like we can hold parliament. Maybe we do go to Flopaloptopa. Don't believe it's this one. It's this one. Why would you ask me a question and disagree with my answer? It's the only one? That's not true. I've played 2 nations. This one's way better than Holland. As we look to centralize our tribal kingdom, we inevitably infringe on the autonomy of the urban dwellers, who have always existed under a different code of rules than their rural brethren. These urbanites resist pressure to be brought under more uniform rules and regulations and demand their old rights be respected. Deny them their old rights. Burghers are unhappy, or we give them power. Well, they're gonna have to be unhappy for now until I decide to move toward plutocracy. Because we are not ready. Stability is kind of high. Oh yeah, I wasn't done with Diplo. We have another spy network with the people in the south here, and we're using that spy network to steal maps and therefore reveal additional territory. Chat, point at your screen, and what direction do you think we should steal their maps? I don't know why they know so much about this land that we don't. You think north, south, northeast, or we'll say this is east or west? North, south, east, or west? South, south, north, east coast, south. So we got Maine over here next to New Hampshire. And we got, I think, if we colonize, I think we need to get southern New England. Because I think even if we colonize this little area, we don't know what's here. So it feels kind of lame to just do this tiny little pocket, but we genuinely don't know what's there. So I'm going for southeast. We'll go in the middle. We don't know what's there. Southern New England, what is there? Copper, okay. That's a good find. That's one of only 2 copper places that we have access to. And there's a whole bunch of stone and fish and some more clay. Well, the clay was above. Some more fruit, some more lumber. Copper's good though. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep building spy networks there and just keep revealing the map. Who needs explorers when you have spies? Exclamation iron. We need to make an exclamation iron command, chat. Don't you agree? Bolster the government. We gain bolstered tribal authority for 10 years. Don't need that. Clay and salt can have more people working there. Extend the roads. Expand the officers. We don't have a navy. Promote the state religion. 224 Mohican become our religion. We're gonna have to do that anyways. Pop conversion speed plus 25% is actually kind of useful. Support a noble cabinet or support the state. I don't hate the industry one. Iron drives chat engagement. Bolster tribal authority. I think I'm gonna go with. We do need some more roads, but this tough one. I don't know where I need roads. We already have like a good amount. But if we are expanding south, which we're doing right now, then we need a road through the mountains of Volugop. Could use a road. Actually, this area sucks. I think streamers should build buildings. It's true. Yeah, we are going to need a road to here to go keep going southeast. Just one. All right, we'll do that. We just built a town in Bibimbap anyway, so building a road from it is... We can't? What? What? Why can't I construct a road from this tile to this tile? The river stops before it even gets to the edge, and that didn't stop any of the other roads. And there's a river blocking Ibelip to Volugop. What? Close to being the target of international organization. The following countries might join a coalition against us. Who? Who? Wait, is there people here? No, it's just, it's like a random tribe to our east. Two random tribes to our east are getting pissed. The tribes don't like you stealing their maps. I'd like to see them try here. But yeah, I can't figure out the road. It's weird how that's calculating proximity. If I go from this side, it'll work. If I try from the other side, it won't work. I'm gonna go just from here to here. I'm just gonna focus on my own brain. Eventually, we have a road going into Alabama Slamma, and this road will probably eventually link up here as well, right? We'll probably just go Alabama Slamma to here, and then have like boom, 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 boom. And we'll probably eventually have a road through here as well, but this is just a less important lumber spot for now. So while we're in the road building mood, if I look at locations and sort by taxes, Evil Leap actually is up there. Maybe I will do... a road here as well. In from the capital. 130 gold? Oh, never mind. Alright, that seems steep. Do you think the burgers are connecting the road? Not my burgers. My burgers, I haven't noticed them connecting any road so far. I think I've built all the roads. Maybe they built one. I don't know. Recently, a most scandalous occurrence happened in the nobility. If word got out, it would have been a social disaster. Thankfully, our censorship policy prevented it. Keep that in the closet. Or move toward plutocracy. Nah, just make them happy. I don't feel like pushing to plutocracy yet. Yeah, peasants did build a bridge. They did build a bridge. I need to build another fort. But if we are doing the parliament, then I probably, if we have enough money for another one, then I will, but I don't think we will. That's okay. Support of spiritualist ideas. Lose 5 prestige, move towards spiritualist. Sounds good. Change policy. We enact devout education. Devout education's good if we do not want to move toward innovative yet. Innovative does have the literacy rates, but I do like stability investment and I like satisfaction. Equilibrium. So I'm kind of okay with embracing innovative. I'm thinking about like asking for additional taxes for another year. I just don't know if it's worth changing laws and policies just to enact some taxes. What is our education law? Religious teachings. It's kind of like halfway point. Still adds literacy to everybody. Parliament members have finally realized how beneficial the proposal would be. We get some support? All right. What's up with the Masons? Oh, I know what's up with the Masons. They're filling in? Oh, it's because we're building a road. I bet a bunch of these were like turned off because they weren't... I should probably just like subsidize at least one of them. The one in Alabama Slamma should be subsidized in my opinion. And just keep that one on at all times. Because it feels like they're just like firing people because it's not profitable. We have too many of them. Kind of spool up as they're needed. Which ends up with us at a deficit for a little bit until they hire enough people. We're actually doing pretty good here. Much better, much more stable than earlier, that's for sure. What are some other buildings I could put in the town that we just built? We changed societal values by +10 decentralization, and we passed devote. Like, we're gonna need a granary there. We need a granary. We need a library there eventually, which takes a ton of tools. We We got plenty of paper. Winery doesn't have enough tools. Wait, what did I just say? Not plenty of tools. We have plenty of books. Books and paper. Sorry. I think we're missing pottery. No, we got pottery now. Market warehouse. Market warehouse is just stockpile capacity. Level 2 tools, got dyes. Barely enough dyes. Okay, am I stupid? What do dyes take? It's just wood. Okay, yeah, let's do... No, I want to build the fort first. I need dyes, and then I need a granary, and then I need... That's it. Dyes, granary, library, I suppose. For now. We're kind of hitting a point where, yeah, I don't really know too much what I can do. We are in a state of... We're hitting a state of wait and see for when the Europeans get here. We are reaching that point, it feels like. And get some new materials. Colonize and get some new mats like fur, marble, and copper. And that might help us do some things. Here's a question. If I wanted to build boats, hypothetically, if I was missing 10, they would build 0 boats, right? Or would they build boats at reduced quantity? Trust your neighbor. Although citizens are encouraged to act in good faith, the reality is that many nations trusting each other is a risk. Not a case for us. We've stamped out corruption on so many levels that our people are trusting officials to do their jobs. This is stipulated in our teachings. 9 years of minus 2% proximity cost. That's pretty good. What preparations did you do or are you planning to do for the arrival of the Europeans? My plan is to give them plenty of drugs and liquor and beer, and we're just gonna party like it's 1999. We're just gonna hang out in the street, smoking tobacco, hanging out with furs draped over our shoulders and shit. Swimming in Lake Ontario. Take them on some canoe rides. But anyway, I don't know, but it'll be fun to see what happens. Holy, sign me up. Sign me up! Hopefully we can just trade for some damn sheep because my people will not shut up about not having wool. Our second cousin. All right, do I have enough cash money? I'll be like, yo, check out this sweet fort that I built, bro. Don't attack it though. Don't attack it, okay? Chat, is it too much to ask the developers for when you're building a stockade that has area of control, that when you're building another one, it shows the area of control for the one that's already built, so you don't have to awkwardly mouse over it to memorize the outline of it to when you're building the next one? Is that too much to ask? The technology just isn't there. I think I just want to build it right on top of the market, basically, because it does line up perfectly with the one we've already built, where this like middle line is shared. So I'm gonna do that. Floppa loppa topa. Only flatlands and some forests. Can you open the fort map mode on that screen? Maybe. I'll be honest, I didn't know there was one. But the fort map mode doesn't show the area of control either. Because the technology just isn't there. Some people in chat said the area control wasn't even working. By the way, Quantum Reagent, thank you for the 4 months who came in with the raid. Very much appreciated, dude. Thank you for raiding. Welcome aboard. They're making a local assembly. We got the gravel road. We're building a fort. What else do you need? What else is there? Stockades don't give zone of control. Are you sure about that? Okay, it does say allow zone of control, no. So then why does it have a circle around it? So why does it have an area of control circle when you build it? Crush Arath, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Because this building can be upgraded, right? Doesn't it have a whole upgrade tree? For when you upgrade it. Well, then there you go. There you go. Castle's is the next tier. So yeah, it's still relevant. Okay, so I understand the stockade itself does not allow for zone of control, but you still need to be able to see where the potential circle is. You understand what I'm saying? All right, we're in morning chat. I've been streaming too late. We need to go. I need to get out of here. Conflict and protests, something, something. That one. We need to get out of here, chat. There's too many morning first-time chatters in here. That are too concerned with being technically correct to understand what is being said. By the streamer. Morning chatters ruin everything. Now I gotta go anyway. Kind of unrelated to them. Thank you, Crush, for the sub. I appreciate it. I gotta go anyway. It's late. 2 a.m. I'm getting out of here. I gotta go. Tired boss, it's 4 a.m. It's not 4 a.m., it's 2 a.m. Get it right. It is not that time at all. All right, I'm gonna send you on an in-stream raid. Go say hi to Sim, who's playing some board games. Gonna do a ranked Catan tournament. Go say what up. All right, I'm gonna get you out here before the ad starts so that the ad does not take you by surprise. And I will see you again. I don't know. It might be, honestly, it might be Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll see. I might need a break. Brain too melted. So probably nothing tomorrow, if I have to guess. FYI. All right, good night. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for clicking, and hopefully we'll see somebody show up on our doorstep soon. we're in like mid 1500s. It's 1446. Mid 1400s. What did I say? We're halfway to 1500, man. We were cooking today. 30 years, I think. That might be our most time yet. Lots to do. We had a war. We got more land. All right. Good night. To be continued. Now leave.